R. Kelly, everybody want a piece of you. And if you don't give them a piece, they'll find a way to get a piece of you, one way or the other. Man, I've been blackmailed 1 billion times in my career. Before the trial, during the trial, after the trial. I've been sued for stuff that, ridiculous things, you know. At one point in my life, I was an ATM machine, you know.
Yeah.
People just come up and just push whatever, and if it don't come out, they'll go tell somebody this, or they'll go run and say this and run and say that, you know. But I'm used to that. I'm you know, you don't get used to it. Let me take that back. I'm not used to it, but I'm used to the fact that I know that people will do this. Sometimes even your own R. Kelly, everybody want a piece of you. And if you don't give them a piece, they'll find a way to get a piece of you, one way or the other.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me get a drink. That nigga came out the house. Give me the Royal Elite.
That is somebody's birthday tonight somewhere. And I know somebody's gonna celebrate. That little bit of hope when my back's a star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. Yo, I'm the world's greatest. Yeah. I'm that little bit of hope when my back's a star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. Yo, I'm the world's greatest. Yeah. I'm gonna make it shake, girl. Oh, baby, yeah. I'm gonna make it shake, shake. I'm gonna make it shake, girl. I'm gonna make it shake, girl. Oh, baby, yeah. I'm gonna make it shake. I'm gonna make it shake, girl. Oh, baby.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me? Sis, I put the link in the chat. See if you can hit it, because I don't understand. I searched through the whole thing, and you not blocked. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. I'll go back over here again. That's why I said for all the moderators, please, if you have a problem with somebody, please don't block them because you have a problem with them. You can block them regularly where you don't have to see them no more. But if they not like bothering nobody or doing nothing, please just don't block them. Because I don't know what the heck is going on that people are being blocked. And I can't even get to them to see like what is the problem or why. And they're not in my block list. That's the big problem. Alright, so I'm back in the block on the thing. No, you're not in here. That's what I'm saying. I got the whole block list. I'm looking right here. You're not in it. Try it again. Cause it's like, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Yo, it's like 70 people on this block list. I don't even feel like going through the whole thing. But I'm trying to unblock people as I see it from the people I know that's not a problem. It's just crazy. Try it again now, sis. Because it's like all these people is getting blocked every other day. If you have a problem with somebody and you can't take them, you can block people where you don't have to see them, but you don't got to block them from the whole chat. This is to all the moderators. Because I'm about to call everybody out now. For everybody that's a moderator. Alright. Shaq, Natasha, Frankie and Johnny, Shannon, Trevin, Sexy May, Queen E, T-Lyn, Ready Red, Charlotte, Flawless, Renee, Shaniqua, Red Bunny, Miss Carter, Curtis, Trina, Sally, Felicia, Shelly, Anime, Mel, K-Baby, Esther, Marlena, Summer Gill, Miss T London, APZ, Nobody's Anything, Pamela, Ray, Bobby, Erica, I Got My Own Money, Little Mac, Transformation Tuesday, Shaq, Other Channel, and Leslie. So out of all the moderators, do anybody have a problem with? See, there you go. I don't know where I just unblocked everybody. So I don't know if the person should be blocked or whatever, but if y'all know we all adults, so you know somebody that's coming in here disrespecting me or anybody in the chat, I get it. Block them, right? But sometimes some people, I guess if it's where you can time them out for a little bit, but if it's too much for you, I respect everybody's like if you block somebody, I'm pretty sure you blocked them for a reason. But we got 70 people on the block list. 70. So that's why I just named all the moderators, because if you don't want to be a moderator over here, or if the person don't be over here like that, then I need to know. I'm about to give some more moderator Jones out real fast, because some of these people that I have here don't even be here like that. So I'm gonna give them to tomorrow, and if I don't see them, then I'm gonna just take you off of it. Because there's no point in having all these moderators and they barely be here. Sis, I ain't even on that no more. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. When you cuss, that's not it. It's about something totally different. All right, let me see something. All right, so I don't know the difference. You forgiving, Lily. Ain't none of us perfect. So one day you had to cut somebody out. So what? As much as people have did to you, girl, you better than me. That's why I'm trying to get like you. You way better than me. But don't sit up here and think that you a bad person because one day you had to, come out yourself one day. People done slaughtered you, done recorded you, done called you every name but the child of God. So don't ever feel like that you gotta sit up here and apologize. We ain't perfect, and in the Muslim religion, how we say it is, Allah know our intentions. So Allah knows what we're gonna do before we even do it. So if He knows that somebody is, getting on my nerves or whatever, and He knows that tomorrow I'm gonna cuss them out, He already knows what I'm gonna do before I do it. So my apologies go to Him, but not to nobody else. No, this was a long time ago. Uh, all right. So my last live ended, y'all, because I put it on a timer. So now that it's off the timer, I think I should be okay because I got this new program which costs a couple dollars. I don't even know where I got it, but shout out to my son. Is y'all finished? All right. Take y'all behind in there because I'm about to talk about Uncle Rob and the case and stuff. And y'all know how I feel about the YouTube. Go ahead, take the cup. Tell him his food is in the microwave. Um, back to y'all. Yeah, I love you too. Thank you. Shut the door. Uh, yeah. So what we was talking about earlier, my live had ended, but I was breaking down that Sean went to the jail to see Robert today. For some of y'all that don't know, so in the mix of him going to the jail to see Robert, Levi was on Angie's live today saying that he just talked to Robert um for 14 minutes. But Sean came out here and was like, "Wait, how you talk to Rob? I just was in the jail with him, sitting across the seat." Talking to him. So it's a whole big controversy about that. But the beginning of my live, I was trying to break down this thing with Rashana and this $20 million, and then break down this defense fund because Sean said that it was said that they collected $250,000. So in my case, if they collected 250,000, then why is Robert out here saying that he needs any money? I don't think that Robert needs to ask anybody for money if he got 250,000 that was collected. If y'all agree with what I'm saying, if they collected 250K, why should Robert need to ask anybody for money? Y'all see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. So then when we go back to this young lady that's saying that Aaliyah and Robert is her parents, we popped her because the picture that she put up that she's trying to say is her as a baby, we found out that this is the guy Lorenzo's daughter. Let me put the picture up. So this young baby on the side, this is Lorenzo's daughter. The baby who Aaliyah, her mom, is in the picture with. So allegedly he named his daughter after Aaliyah. I think her name is Destiny Aaliyah or something like that. So this is the picture that the young lady that's saying that Rob and Aaliyah is her parents. She's popped because this picture she said was her as a little girl. And from what I'm told, people have already contacted this man and told him that she's running around saying that this is her. And this is his daughter. Yeah, this is Renzo's baby. When she was a little girl. She's not a little girl no more. So do I think that this girl got mental issues? Yeah. So I'm not gonna go too much on her because of that. So I just wanted to let y'all know that that's not her in the picture, but this is what she tried to portray. And even the biggest social medias, the biggest bloggers, they did a story on it. So she wanted to be famous. She's famous. This is the picture she put up when she was on the live. Matter of fact, I'll let y'all see the live real fast.
Name is Love. My given name. I am the biological daughter of Aaliyah Houghton and Robert Kelly, R. Kelly, and I just want to tell my truth and also tell my mother's truth because I feel like it's time and it's needed. I feel that I went through so many things as far as keeping this identity and then living with different family members that was there to, the industry, you guys know how it can get, and I just want the world to know that the best part of me, and I am also an extension of my mother, Aaliyah Houghton. I been shipped around or constantly as far as when I was younger because of who my father was and what he did to her and also many other little girls around the world, but other little girls. And I was aware of both of them at one point in my life. As far as my dad, I don't want to call him a dad because he wasn't there. When his trial happened, he abandoned me with somebody else to take care of me, and especially after my mom died. I'll go into further details. I just want the world to know that she is my mother, and I don't really want people to know he's my dad, but unfortunately he's a part of my half of me being here, but I just want the world to know. I feel like people need to understand how much she endured as a woman and how much she went through and carrying a whole child here and have to not be a part of her child's life because of some people she knew that was grimy or slime, essentially. And I want to show you guys a picture of us when we was younger and my grandma, and also here. I'll come into details because I held it in for so long that it was hard to talk about because essentially I thought I was going to get in trouble for so long. And this is me with my mom and my grandma. I'll get some more details. I am just... Name is Love.
As y'all can see, she posted the picture, not me. She said, "This is me and my mother and me and my mom when we was younger, and my grandmother." But this isn't her. Okay? For y'all that don't know, this is Lorenzo's daughter. So yes, we have contacted him. And shout out to my R. Kelly detectives. And at first, he thought it was a joke. But yeah, he confirmed that's his daughter. And he named his daughter after Aaliyah. I think she has a middle name or something like that. So this young lady, if I'm not mistaken, she you can tell she's a fan of Aaliyah because if you look on her picture, in the back of her is all these drawings, look like it's supposed to be Aaliyah. So I get it. She's a fan. And she's trying to pitch a singing career, which I ain't gonna let y'all hear her singing because a lot of y'all yesterday told me don't play that ever again or y'all have to log off. So only thing I can say, like I said, is mental illness. Now she has a new video crying, saying that people are cyberbullying her. What possessed this young lady to just wake up and say, I'm gonna make a video saying Aaliyah and R. Kelly is my mother and father? I have no clue. But it seems like every time Robert has a motion coming out, every time he has a court date coming up, this is the shenanigans. Every time. So did somebody pay her to do this? I heard a lot of people saying, oh, they probably paid her. I don't think nobody paid her, in my opinion. I think she just did it. She's a fan of Aaliyah. And just like you have diehard fans of Robert. So, in my opinion, I think that it just happened that way. So I just wanted to let y'all know that shout out to the detectives because we got on that ASAP. And it was done yesterday. Right after she put it out, we found the original picture, which is this one. But yeah, just like now, it's all this going back and forth with the PI, Levi, and Dana. Now, I know some of y'all don't pick sides. You're not on this side. You're not on the other side. That's not why I'm saying this. The reason I want to play this is because the defense fund to me is important. And right now, we got Rashana Landfair asking for $20 million. Rashana Landfair lied in court and said that she wasn't seeking restitution, but that's a lie. Court papers have showed that she was wrong and she lied because she was seeking restitution far as here since 2019. April 9th, 2019, her lawyer, Brown and Rosen, LLC, he was the lawyer for client 1, which is Jane Doe, client 2, Jane Doe's mom, client 3, Jane Doe's father. So for all of us that was saying, oh, she probably wouldn't have did this if her dad was alive, that's a lie because her dad was also cooperating. So April 9th, 2019, it says meeting with Jane in Chicago, gathering relating to Robert Sylvester Kelly with clients, right? Right under that, it say April 29th, 2019, meeting with clients 1 through 3. Clients 1 through 3. With clients with United States Attorney, witness cooperation in interviews. And right under that, May 1st, then it say through May 15th, 2019, negotiation of immunity for clients. Then right under that, it says, for everybody that's saying, oh, her dad wasn't that's a damn lie. Right under that one, it says May 24th, travel to Chicago, meeting with client and United States Attorney, meeting fact gathering for United States Attorney relating to Robert Kelly, clients 1 through 3. Meaning her dad had immunity too. Her father had immunity too, yo. So since 2019, she was already seeking restitution. She hired an expert, Dr. Cooper, to do a restitution package to make up a package to show that she was that she was basically owed to get restitution, that she qualified for restitution. Anytime you go get a doctor to evaluate you for a restitution packet, and then when a lawyer asks you in court, are you doing this because you're seeking restitution? No. Then Jennifer asks her simply, and isn't it true that U.S. Attorney Office told you that you would be entitled to restitution if Mr. Kelly was convicted, right? She said yes. And restitution and money. Yes. And you are seeking restitution, or you will seek restitution if he's convicted. She says, I'm still undecided with that. No, that is not correct. Then she says, so you haven't decided whether you're going to seek restitution? She says no. Under oath. So you tell me, is that not lying? That's not lying. They were cooperating because they told her if he get convicted, okay, for example, hey, if you get on the stand and say this, that, and the third, if he gets convicted, you can be entitled to $20 million. So this is why she cooperated. This is why it changed the whole game. Because everything she said, she could have said because of getting this money. So even when it comes down to the tape, like we all have our different, feelings about it. It could all be lies because of her doing this just because of the money. The girl Brittany, she said Brittany was also having threesomes with them. Brittany never showed up. So all of these things that Rashana said could be lies for the simple fact that she was seeking restitution. So that's like if somebody say to you, I need you to go up here and I need you to testify. I need you to say these things. Because if you say these things and he get convicted, you can get 20 million. Oh, I'm going to say everything now. Shit, what you need me to say? That's how I'm looking at it now. So everything that she said, I'm looking at it like we already knew a lot of things you was lying about, but now it's really like, well, damn. And then when Sparkle came out and said, my niece is lying under oath, that really changed the game because Jennifer was in court. And when Jennifer let her know, well, your Honor saying that everything you're saying, you're lying. And the prosecutor said, no, Your Honor, she's trying to bring outside information into court. Jennifer said, no, this ain't he say, she say. Her mother really said, her aunt said this. So let's go back to what Sparkle said, because now it's like, do we believe Sparkle or not? Because now it's money involved. When money's involved, it changes everything. Not only did they give her Section 8, but then she already had a restitution package done since 2019. The lawyer hired 2 expert doctors. They can't tell whether or not she's eligible for restitution. They don't know Robert. They just went off of what she told them. But who would seek restitution before the man is convicted? That don't even make any sense. That means you went in with the mindset of money, not because he abused you. She said that she was doing all this because she was tired of carrying his lies. That doesn't even make sense. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Because guess what? Robert was found not guilty of the Lisa Van Allen tape because it was never no tape. So when we all kept saying, well, damn, how did he get found guilty of the tape that they're alleged with Rashana? Because she said it was her. Thank you. She was bought. So why wouldn't she come in court and say, yeah, that was me on the tape? And if we don't got forensics to come in and say the tape is not original, this is a a tape that's been copied, a tape that's been um altered. The jury listened to her saying that's me. That's why the judge kept saying, "Oh, we don't need a forensics. We don't." Um, the accuser said that she's going to pinpoint that it's her because she was bought. We all kept wondering why now. All of these decades and years, you ain't never said it was you. You kept saying it wasn't you. Now all of a sudden it's you. So think about it. For a female that ain't got no job, no business, the mom said she had shoe business. We looked it up. Yeah, Rashana had PPP loans. The mother did and the father. But them PPP loans went fast, right? All of that's gone to the point that she didn't even have enough money to pay her bills. Once Daryl McDavid stopped paying the bills, Linda Mitch stopped paying them. You offered $20 million and Section 8, and y'all think she wasn't gonna go to court and talk? Okay. So here goes Sparkle.
Hey y'all, it's Sparkle. I have my phone here because I have notes that I want to make sure that I say everything that I want to say today. And forgive the bulging of the jets overhead at the airport show here. I want to put a few things in context. I'm letting those who really know, support, and love me know that this is a family feud. Yesterday was a day I didn't think I'd ever see. Nevertheless, at this point, I'm pretty much prepared for anything. After I learned my niece was cooperating with the investigators, I prayed and I thanked God. Also, I did some thinking, as I often do, throughout this whole process. Asked myself, if I were them, what could be said that legitimately make this make sense and spare them from crazy? My answer is nothing. Knowing that there's no right answer to explain their ongoing actions and years of support for Robert once learning about that tape, the clear plan is to try to take me down because I've been so vocal. I knew that there was some anger and resentment.
So she said to think about their clear support for Robert all these years, even after the tape came out in 2000, what was it, 2? She said, so now she's trying to figure out all of a sudden they're cooperating. So she automatically figured that they're going to try to take her down because Sparkle was at one point around Robert, around them. And I kept trying to figure out when they claimed Robert and Sparkle had this relationship, right? We all know that Sparkle was married to Earl. All of a sudden, Earl tells the guy from Public Announcement, "Oh, my wife is going to go down there and do her album with Robert." And Robert say, "Oh, well, she come down here, she got to be down here for 30 days to do this album." So I can't think of the guy's name right now. The one from Public Announcement tell Earl, "Man, you sure?" Because remember, Earl said that he left because he seen Robert having sex with Aaliyah. But why would you send your wife down there if you claim Robert was having sex with Aaliyah? But anyway, he sends his wife. It's said that Sparkle was mad when she found out Robert was married to Drea. Because remember, the industry didn't want nobody to know that Robert was married. I was talking about that the other day. A lot of guys in the industry that has wives, the industry doesn't want them to know, especially if they have women that are their fans. So all of a sudden, Sparkle goes left. She goes to DHS and tell them to go do an investigation on her niece because she think her and Robert is doing something down at the studio. Not Rashana's mom, Sparkle. Then Rashana's mom and them say, no, that's just her godfather. There's nothing going on. Boom, 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 boom. Sparkle and them split apart. They don't deal with each other no more, right? So then you got to ask yourself, now the trial is here. She says that Sparkle told her to sit on Robert's lap. Sparkle told her to ask Robert to be the godfather. Now, all of a sudden, after all these years, they've been rooting for Robert. The father played guitar for this man all the way up to 2018. They was even at his concert in 2018. Even to the point that they put Robert in the father's obituary. So you got to ask yourself, why now? We see the text message. Well, I don't know if some of y'all did, but we read the transcripts and a lot of us went to trial where she texted Robert and said, hey, answer my phone calls. What are you doing? I really need to talk to you. Kept texting him, Rob, where you at? I need you to get in touch with me. Rob, where you at? I need you to get in touch with me. The last text message was, well, if you don't get in touch with me, I'm going to go do what I have to do. Which Jennifer Bajin put it as, you wanted him to give you some money, and because he didn't respond, you went and did your own thing. So now when you hear Sparkle say, I was wondering all these years they took up for him, now all of a sudden they're cooperating. I wonder what they're going to say at court. That's finished.
Because of my stance, which is why I'm like, okay, they're going to handle it their way, and I'm going to handle it my way. And I was thinking, one day my niece will be older and we'll have a real heart-to-heart conversation. And there's no expiration on this concept, but I'm very clear that day ain't close. I know us speaking privately and candidly to her in this like betrayal of her mother. But now being an adult, I was hoping she was closer to being more independent thinking at this point. Yesterday, my niece she absolutely doing the will of her mom. This is another form of the terrible decision making of her mom. And in my opinion, the unfortunate continuing allegiance to Robert. As the youngest of the group, and all I've ever known was family and community. So I operated from that space from the beginning of my career by bringing them in to show them that it was not just about me, but about us getting this record deal that I was about to get. We were a gospel group just years prior, so me thinking about them for them was partly programmed in me, all I knew. Again, because Robert was given the opportunity to have his own imprint record label, I introduced my sister, my brother-in-law, and my niece to Robert at CRC Studios in '97 in hopes of landing my niece a career as an artist in this industry. Not a concert, as she testified. I didn't stop there. I asked Robert to check out my brother-in-law, who played the guitar, and other family members in hopes he'd assist them with their musical careers as well. I'm saying this again to say that not all that you heard yesterday from my niece is true. I don't want to hinder this legal process, I don't, but to testify that I had my niece sit on Robert's lap and rub his head and have her ask him to be her godfather is an absolute fucking lie. You all cannot imagine the hurt that comes from pain caused by the people that you live and are willing to die for. Another lie. Robert and I were never in a romantic relationship. Never. To show you, sabotage is a highly priority.
Now ask yourself, why don't she never admit that Robert and her was in a relationship? Like, she won't never, ever admit it. I can't understand it to save my life. Like, it's something bad. Like, if I say this or whatever, I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, I don't understand it to save my life. But since she said that right there, I want y'all to hear what Robert got to say. Wait a minute.
Understand that this is a fair question. Is there any way that you could have been involved physically with a minor and not known it?
Wait a minute. That's not the one. I want him to tell y'all to hear what he says about Sparkle. And remember, when I was at the trial in 2008, it came up that Sparkle and them was trying to do a book deal. And because Robert didn't cooperate, this is supposed to be why they did all this. They asked Robert about this book deal. It's supposed to be a $300,000 book deal, and Robert didn't agree. And then Robert says, because she wanted to do this album and bring somebody else in the album, and he said, you know, I'm the producer. I don't work with nobody else. I don't do that. So this is really supposed to be what this was all about. This whole thing with this Sparkle thing. Wait a minute, give me 1 second. So I know I have it. I thought I had it in here. I must not have it in this one. But yeah, this whole thing with this Sparkle thing was supposed to be about Robert not doing this album. Wait a minute. Okay, it's in the studio. Share.
So
they're gonna always be rumors, and there's a whole
the
lot
axe
of
to
rumors going
grind
on.
would be based on business, not personal.
Well, it was business. The relationship was business, and then it became personal. Situation with that is, you know, Sparkle. I did an album for her. She got some success off of it, and her next album, she wanted somebody else to produce it with me, and I just didn't agree with that. I felt like if this one is successful, then the next one's going to be successful, and that's just not the way I'm doing business. It's just bring in other producers. I'm the producer in that, and this is what I do. I'm gonna produce you. The first one was successful, and I feel this is gonna be successful. It became a big deal. I mean, it became a really big deal, and where it was just some bad blood between us, and she didn't like it, and she left the company, signed with someone else, and then that person who she wanted to produce produced her. It didn't work out. She became really mad, really angry, and it's just been downhill ever since. So Sparkle, I would say, has a lot of reasons right now to be mad at me.
Do you believe that those reasons are turning into these accusations?
I really do believe in my heart it has something to do with it, yeah.
Let me ask you about career. You put out an album, Best of Both Worlds, with Jay-Z. Highly anticipated. People said the sales would be through the roof. We have seen sales, while good, not what anyone anticipated. Mm-hmm. When Ron Isley mentioned you at the Soul Train Awards, there were boos in the audience. Are you concerned about your career?
I'm very concerned about my career, but most of all, I'm concerned about my life, because the career is after that, and that's what I should have seen in the beginning. In the beginning, I didn't see it. It was the career. It was R. Kelly. It was the bling bling. It was the women, the clubs. But now I'm looking at my life here. You know, I'm a human being. I have a life here to protect. Of course, I care about what people think about me, what they think about my music. I love my fans, love my music, but this is a bit more important than the music career, you know, and I love my career. Everybody know I love music, but I'm trying to protect my life right now.
Can you, and I hear that, and I'm not trying to minimize, but do you believe your career is stunted from this point on? Can you recover it all? We saw accusations against Michael Jackson, and while his career still thrives, it's not what it was prior to the accusations. Do you believe that you're hurt from this point on?
Well, I like to think positive. I like to say that, you know, once people see that I'm not a monster like people out there saying I am. I'm not a monster. I'm not out here doing the things that people are saying I'm doing. But at the same time, I'm not a perfect guy. I don't want people to think that I'm trying to be an angel either. You know, I said earlier, I got things in my life that I'm dealing with. That's why I'm working with the Reverend Pastor Meeks right now. But and I'm trying to just clear a lot of things up with my life. Get from around the people that I used to be around. You know, stop hanging around the same environment and just, you know, and get into a more positive light, even with my music. And I hope that people would see that, and I hope that they would, you know, understand that.
Hey, look at all those movies, huh?
You think I could be a movie star, Carl?
Can you act?
Oh, I could act like a movie star.
Understand that this is a fair question. Is there any way that you could have been involved physically with a minor and not known it?
No, I wouldn't say, you know, from my...
Listen to what he says. Listen to exactly what he says when he asks him, is there a way you could have been with a minor and not known it? Listen.
Understand that this is a fair question. Is there any way that you could have been involved physically with a minor and not known it?
No, I wouldn't say, you know, from my past up to now, I wouldn't say that I didn't know it if it did happen, if I was involved with a minor. She would have had to lie to me, you know, but I wouldn't sit here and say no way possible, no.
How concerned are you about the possibility of jail? The idea that if the Attorney General brings charges, you could be, if the tape is to be believed, charged with sex with a minor and videotaping child pornography. I know you say you don't think about it because it's not true, but they're still investigating.
I do think about it.
How concerned are you?
I do think about it, and I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned when people can get something going about you and you're being famous and it spreads so much and things become so negative that you're facing something that can just ruin your life, you know, and I'm very concerned about that. That's why I'm here.
Finally, tell me what you want your fans to know, the skeptics to know, people who are viewing this program to know. What do you want them to walk away with knowing? Well,
I want them to know, first of all, that I'm not a perfect person. As I said before, I'm not a man that's sitting up here saying I'm this angel. You know, I really want people to know that I have a problem in my life that I'm dealing with within myself. But I know that I'm not a criminal. People say that, but my music speaks for itself, and I believe in my music, and I believe the people that buy my music believes in me. So I would just ask my fans to just focus on my music, focus on me trying to be a brother that's trying to just, you know, make a life for himself, be with his family, and keep continuing to give them, you know, great music, you know.
You cry every day?
Not every day, you know, every other day. Yeah, every other day.
Robert, we're going to do this. Let me tell those of you who are watching this evening, we anticipated doing one night with Robert. There's so much to talk about, so much swirling around the situation. What we're going to do is continue the show on tomorrow. We ask you to tune back in tomorrow.
Did y'all see how Robert was about to cry? Did y'all see how that man had real feelings coming out of his face? That he was about to cry. So you mean to tell me a man like that is going to cheat his trial, force people to lie, and he going to go to the damn news to do an interview on BET at that time, which was a big network, if this man was lying, forcing people to do this and that and the third? So let's finish listening to Sparkle, because Robert said she had many reasons to be mad at him because her career flopped. She didn't listen to Robert when he told her, let me produce your record, your album. Your first one went through the roof. Your second one gonna do the same thing. But who was she listening to? Barry Hankinson. Barry Hankinson and her is the one that linked up. After Robert fired Barry Hankinson, after Sparkle left the label, she linked with Barry Hankinson, got with a producer that wasn't SHIT, and her career went flop. And why she was mad was because her mother and her niece and them, they still dealt with Robert. She wanted all of them to leave him what she left.
If Robert and I were in a romantic relationship, you and your mom was cool allowing you to start a relationship.
Now, this is the only thing I agree with Sparkle with. She said if her and Robert was in a relationship, her sister allowed her niece to also go behind her. But why wouldn't her mother? That's money. And in my opinion, I think her mother and them was pushing her out the way so that they can get in my opinion.
And I'm willing to die for him. Another time, Robert and I were never in a romantic relationship.
Her own ex-husband said that she cheated with Robert.
To show you sabotage is a highly priority. I don't want to ask him to be her godfather is an absolute fucking lie. You all cannot imagine the hurt that comes from pain caused by the people that you live and are willing to die for. Another lie. Robert and I were never in a romantic relationship. Never. To show you sabotage is a highly priority within them. If Robert and I were in a romantic relationship, you and your mom was cool allowing you to start a relationship with him? Again, no right answers for their actions. This journey of mine, I started with the greatest of intentions, and all I've gotten from it is hell. This is not how we were raised, and it has fucked up family names, relationships, and the death, allegedly. Enough is enough. I've endured being not believed before, so my niece's false statements don't bother me as much as her mindset and willingness to tell the lies. I'm certain it's from her mom. Certain. But she's now old enough to start bearing some level of responsibility of her actions. I love her more than life itself. So this is all I'm going to say regarding her and her mother. Unless I have to.
A diaper this leak-free sets them free. Only Pampers Cruisers 360 have a 360 stretchy waistband for up to 100% leak-free fit on every wild child. Pampers Cruisers 360.
Well,
mindset and willingness to tell the lies. I'm certain it's from her mom. Certain. But she's now old enough to start bearing some level of responsibility of her actions. I love her more than life itself. So this is all I'm going to say regarding her and her mother. Unless I have to.
Well, let's talk about it, y'all. That was R. Kelly's former artist, Sparkle, speaking out on claims made by her niece that she ultimately introduced her niece to R. Kelly.
So, remember I told y'all on the prosecutor's list, they had Sparkle and Drea. When Bonjean brought up that Sparkle was on the internet saying that her niece was lying and that her niece lied under oath, the prosecutors knew they messed up. They knew it. So this is why they couldn't bring Sparkle on. They couldn't bring Drea on because they knew what Sparkle was saying online. Now, ask yourself this. We all got Britney dancing on Instagram during the trial singing R. Kelly's song, Leg Shaking. Why didn't she show up? Now, this is Sparkle niece too. Brittany is related to Sparkle too. So is that why Brittany didn't show up? Because she knew Rashana was lying? Is that why Brittany didn't show up? Because Sparkle must have told her, don't go taking up for her, don't go. Because Brittany was also in the indictment. So I want to run something back to y'all real fast to show how much Sparkle
basically groomed her for R. Kelly, if you want to be real, right?
Sparkle husband said that his ex-wife was with Robert. He said it. And then they threw Lisa Van Allen under the bus too. But her ex-husband said it. He said it. Not us. But she never announced that. And she never spoke on it. She never said, oh, Earl lied on me. No, I wasn't with Robert. He said it. Not us. And like I said, I just don't understand. I think Bruce said the same thing. What is so hard about saying you was with Robert? Because does it change the game? If she does say she was with him? Like, it just doesn't make sense why she hides it. But she does. And whatever happened between her and her sister, in my opinion, has a lot to do with Sparkle. Here we go.
Under R. Kelly will call public announcement. Years as they join us to do their latest thing. Don't overcomplicate your training. Hey guys and gals, my name is Jason Bond, and I'm the doing like teenage girls. Single on Jive Records entitled Honey Love. A great welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for R. Kelly and public announcement. So that is like a teaser of their song. Give me that honey love. Y'all know that song. Okay, so let me go on over to another one. So they say that they started to be a competition between them and R. Kelly. And again, I can't play it all for you guys, but I'm gonna get to the important part where he talks about how Sparkle and R. Kelly had a little situation going on. Let me go to it. So this is Sparkle's husband, and this is him talking about it. It's R. Kelly. Come to find out that y'all can get my life back. Listen around. Just not break us down. I know I'm sounding bad, man. We were in the brother. I was telling you. So let me play that again for y'all. I know listen. Mr. R. Kelly. Come to find out that y'all can get my life back. Listen around. Just not break us down. And then he talks about how they were used for this, I guess, apparent hit out on somebody. But as you can see, the date that this was published was December 16th, 2017. And this is them talking about, their dealings with R. Kelly. So, again, I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to say that R. Kelly is less of a monster. And here they're even saying that he put a hit out on somebody. And that person disappeared, and everything like that. I just want you guys to have a full idea of the people who are alleging certain things and reasons why.
That's what I said,
Just know.
But when I said it, that's what I said. But when I said it, everybody was like, "Oh, don't say that," because that's like basically saying that she wasn't underage. She was always older. And if you look at that picture that I put up of her during the trial, she had that blunt cut. That cut I was talking about, that short hair in the front, that's blunt tapered to the back. And I filmed all these pictures of Brittany with short cuts, and damn if she don't look like the person from that tape. Damn if she don't look like her. And when I said that during the trial, everybody said, "Oh, don't say that," because then that's like saying that he still was with an underage. No, it wasn't, because she wasn't underage.
I don't come out wrong, because anytime I try to say anything that's not burning R. Kelly to a frog, y'all think that I'm defending him, and I'm not defending him. I just think that if a person tells one side of the story, a whole side of the story should be told. We should hear that side, we should hear that side, we should hear that side, and then we can form our opinion on what we think about what's going on. And even with hearing this side and that side, we know he dated Aaliyah when she was 15 years old and they got married. The girl in tape was alleged to be 14, so I'm not saying that he's any less of a monster, but I just want everybody to know all the information that's out there. Hopefully you guys can understand that and get that. But thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching my video. And sorry for the people who are on the live in court. I need to contact my provider to see.
She said it. She said it in court. She said Brittany was always age.
Why my lives keep messing up? Because I can't count. Which was December 16th, 2017. And this is them talking about.
Rashana said it, not us. She said Brittany was always age. Okay, thank you. Shout out to the person that just sent me that. I think so. We don't gotta play hers. We can listen to the whole thing. Thank you.
On Jive Records entitled Honey Love, a great welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for R. Kelly and public announcement.
This is girl.
Useless. Make a mistake because we ain't quite understand the whole thing. Okay,
I feel like I'm underwater.
something.
You said I feel like I'm underwater? Oh my god. I hate when y'all say that. Alright, wait a minute. Let me switch. I hate when y'all say that. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna have to switch. Give me 1 second.
Got to the point where everything was a competition, which became really, really useless.
I hope it don't feel that way.
And I'm gonna produce you after this.
So this is Andre, Earl.
No. That was a big mistake because we didn't quite understand the whole thing of paper. We were so happy to be there, man. So with that prophecy, it never came to pass. At that point, we were like just there, but it was like we should have gotten more because we was with Mr. R. Kelly.
Listen, this is Earl talking. Sparkle, shut up.
Never met my wife, Sparkle. That's around. Was my greatest downfall. I knew it was time to go when we were on the road. I was told to put on some clothing with a hood, and they sent security with me. And they had been walking through somewhere in the maze, but it was outdoors. Only to find out 2-3 weeks later that there had been an assassination put out on dude, and I was using the guinea pig, and that let me know I was expendable. And that's basically why I left, because I just felt that was sick. It was something that I couldn't believe. And I ran out, the two of us, and I grabbed Dre. And I pulled him to the side. And I was letting him know, like, man, you know what, dude, going in the back. He was like, man, what? I'm like,
now, why would that man say that Robert was with his wife if it's not true? Why would Earl say that? So, you can believe Sparkle if you want or not, but in my opinion, is the reason why Sparkle hiding it. I still won't get it. I don't understand. But like I said, that man's not going to just say he was with his wife. And remember, Sparkle never went back. She ain't never go back. She ain't never go back. So that tells you that why didn't she go back? If her husband and her was in a good relationship, they was good, why she didn't go back? So wait a minute. Let me go here. And then it's like, to me, why wouldn't you address your husband? He said it. Nobody else said it. He did. Oh, Mr. R. Kelly and my wife was creeping around after he sent his wife there.
And stuff like that. Did you automatically know, like, okay, this is going to be a big star right here? Or was it still kind of,
I'm like, where's everybody at? He's like, oh, they're coming. I'm like, okay. So at that point, I take the hood off. And
just like when he explained this story about they make him put a hood on because they wanted to see if somebody was going to attack him. They tried to make it like he was R. Kelly, like somebody put a hit out on R. Kelly. I don't believe this story either. What the hell they gonna make you put a hood on to make you walk down the aisle to see if the person gonna just come jump out on you? Like these stories be crazy, but it is what it is. I just want to hear the part about Lisa Van Allen.
And Earl says to me, he says, hey.
Oh no, here you go.
Take this to Kales.
This is the part I want y'all to hear about Earl sending Sparkle down there.
If she came into the studio was in the basement of his house. He come to the studio or whatever the case may be, and everybody would know she's coming, like she's gonna walk through, and we would look in the ceiling. Everybody, and nobody would speak, nothing, not a word, wouldn't utter not one word.
Well, that's on y'all.
And that would be it. So that's the most you've seen any of their personal. just by her just walking through. You never really was around to see it, you know, how they communicated, none of that. You would see her in passing.
Now, at one point, Sparkle came around.
Mm-hmm. Well, she didn't just come around. And that's the problem I got with Sparkle, you know what I'm saying, particularly.
Okay.
Because me and Earl worked on her demo. Got it. It was hot. And Earl says to me, he says, hey, take this to Kels. I'm like, not a good idea. I said, it's not a good idea. And he was like, yes, it is. You know, I'm married to her. It's good. So I said, okay. So I took the demo down there. He listened to it. He said, oh, man, it's hot. Yeah, but I'm going to have to do this myself. He said, and I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm going to have to produce this all myself and write it. He said, y'all did some good work, but I'm going to do this on my own.
Didn't Robert say that?
So he said, you know, I'll do this, but, you know, it's going to have to be no Earl, no nothing. She's going to have to come down here. If she want her album done, she's going to have to sleep on this studio couch for 30 days, and that's the only way I'm doing it. So I go back and I tell her. And he doesn't believe me. He like, no, it's going to be good.
You hear him, right?
I say, Earl, she's never coming back. He said, yes, she is. It's good. So Rob, I'm at the studio one day. Rob say, call up Steph and see can she come down and do some vocals. And this was around the time she was doing vocals on Aaliyah's album. See what I'm saying? So it wasn't even about her album. She was just coming to do background vocals. So she came and did that, and shortly after that,
you ain't gonna really find
no
them because I've been looking for them.
It was a wrap.
So you guys are in a group with Earl. Earl's wife goes and starts working with R. Kelly,
mm-hmm.
and never goes back to Earl again.
Right. Now let me ask you this, Vlad. I mean, think about it. Just like you just told me, you said Earl told you that he saw Aaliyah on the back of the bus, right?
Listen.
But yet he sent his wife down there too.
Think about that.
Oh, that came afterwards.
Yes.
Oh.
So how was I supposed to look at it?
Right.
Now look at it like that.
Right.
Because you know this guy, but you still gonna send your wife down here.
Exactly.
Don't sound right.
Not at all.
Sounds a little strange.
Earl saw R. Kelly having sex with Aaliyah. He quits the group and then sends his wife to go work with R. Kelly afterwards. Okay, I can see where the doubt and so forth is coming in.
Exactly.
And I just want to state for the record, my bunk was the middle bunk, and I kept that the entire time I was there. That's it.
Okay. Well, Dre, you said if you know R. Kelly, if he's producing any female, 9 times out of 10, he's having sex with them.
Yeah. He told me that.
Oh, R. Kelly told you that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did R. Kelly tell you that he was... Did R. Kelly tell you that he was having sex with Sparkle?
No. But, I mean... no, he never said that. I'll say that.
Okay. But Earl felt that he was having sex with Sparkle.
Right.
Okay.
So, you tell that Robert, you seen Robert having sex with Aaliyah, that's why you quit. This is Earl. But then you tell Dre to send your wife down there for Robert to do her vocals. Oh no, man, it's cool. You know, Rob. And Rob say, I'm the only one that's producing her, and she going to come down here to the studio for 30 days. Dre say he tell Earl, man, she ain't coming back. No, she good, man, she good. So do y'all really believe that Dre seen Robert having sex with Aaliyah? That's another thing. Do y'all really believe Dre seen Robert having sex with Aaliyah? But you send your wife down there. So now it's something you cool with him, but you just said he was having sex with Aaliyah. I believe a lot of these men were jealous. A lot of these people was jealous of this man's fame, his creativity, his geniusness of music and how everybody just flocked to Robert. That's what I believe. Because if you listen to Sparkle, oh, he put me on, so I'm gonna make sure he put my whole family on. Like, damn, who just does that? Oh, because they put you on, they gotta put you on, your sister on, your cousin. Don't nobody just do that for nothing. So who the hell does Sparkle think she was that she could just, oh, he put me on, I want him to put everybody on. So she must have thought she had some type of something with Robert that he could put her on, her brother-in-law, her niece, her nephew. She wanted him to put the whole family on, but you wasn't sleeping with him. He just gonna do this out the kindness of his heart just because. He about to just put his stuff on the line and put all your peoples on. Give all of them record deals for nothing? That don't even make sense.
Now, Sparkle has a niece.
Mm-hmm.
And although it wasn't proven in court, she claims that her niece was the girl in the R. Kelly sex tape.
Right.
Did you know R. Kelly's niece? I mean, sorry, did you know Sparkle's niece at all?
I seen her around.
Okay. When you say around Sparkle or around R. Kelly, or both?
I mean, kind of around we'll put it this way, the niece used to be with his kids in the house with Drea. And this is when she couldn't have been, she was really, really young at the, you know what I'm saying, at this point. So you're not putting it together because she's running with the kids and playing and this, that, and the other. And that's kind of, you know, it wasn't anything to look at strange. It was just like, oh, okay. Y'all godparents to Sparkle niece. Great.
You hear that, right?
But then the sex tape comes out. At the time, and this was like what, 2000 maybe? 2001?
I'm not sure.
Something like that.
I'm not sure. I'm not good with the dates, so I'm not sure.
Okay. The sex tape comes out. Mm-hmm. I mean, first you were hearing rumblings like, oh, there's R. Kelly with an underage girl, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then one day, you know, I was living in Oakland. I go to the swap meet, and here they all are for sale.
Right.
You know, right there on the ground.
Right.
For anyone to purchase. And, you know, we all saw the tape because you wanted to see if it was R. Kelly, first and foremost. Because, like, okay, well, maybe it's just a guy that looks like R. Kelly. But you watch the tape and like, oh, shit.
A lot of people said Sparkle threw her niece under the bus.
Did you guys see the tape?
I never saw it. I saw clips online.
He's gonna lie and say he ain't see it.
I was trying to buy it, wouldn't nobody let me. So, yeah.
When you saw the clips and you've seen Sparkle's niece, is that the same person?
It looks like it. It looks like it.
It looks like it.
But if they said in court that it ain't her, I mean, who am I to sit here and say that it's her? It looked like it.
And at that point, I was nowhere around, so I couldn't tell you either or. I've never seen the girl, and I've never seen the tape, so I couldn't say, you know, it was one way or the other. I wasn't around at that point.
Okay, but Dre, you were around,
mm-hmm.
and you seen the girl, you seen the tape,
mm-hmm.
and now this is all out there. How did you feel when you saw that?
That's great, and
felt crazy because it's almost like unbelievable.
The other one.
And at that point, I mean, you asking yourself, and you know, and I'm gonna really be honest, even the people around, I don't want to call it an unspoken thing, but I don't think nobody bought into it for some reason. And I don't know, was that based off his manipulation and how he did stuff? Because he acted like nothing was happening. So at the end of the day, you like, okay, well, did something happen? I mean, it looked like him and it looks like her, but he's steadily saying, no, it's not me. So it's like, you know, it becomes weird, man. I mean, I guess that's the best way I can say it. Weird.
Well, let me say this. I remember seeing an interview with the journalist that actually got the tape in the mail originally, and he had been following R. Kelly like his whole career. R. Kelly even mentioned him in that song, that 20-minute song. Yeah. I admit. And he said that area in the house with the wood panels where the tape was shot, that he said that was definitely R. Kelly's house, because when R. Kelly moved out, the cameras were still there. He had installed the cameras in the room. Had you ever been to that part of the house and seen that room?
But that was like a long time ago. I think I have seen that one. I think I have.
So the tape comes out and everything goes crazy. Are you still fucking with R. Kelly at this point?
No, because right when the tape came out and we were on a tour bus, I forget where we were going, and he said to me, he said, look, I think you should go home because I don't want to put you in a position to lie or tell the truth. So I left.
Now, why would somebody tell somebody
at that point, I don't think I seen him.
If they did something.
Maybe once or twice in between that time, but not really.
But Dre still kept going around him
after he was acquitted. I think it was probably like the same day or night I came in, and I forgot, somebody was driving me or something, and Kels was in a Phantom, and we were like downtown, and I jumped out of that car, jumped into the Phantom, and that was that. But like I said before, man, I was really a bunch in and out. Now, people can do their research. I mean, I Wish video. I Wish remix to the homies that were lost. I was the one that got shot. I was in Fiesta. I was in Contagious with Ronald Isley.
Yeah, you went around.
So it was times I was there, and then it was times I wasn't there.
Right, because I think you had mentioned
but
when
you still
went
back
around. Remix,
is my point.
R. Kelly wasn't there with Jay-Z at the same time.
No. No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, because I guess at that time, Dame Dash was dating Aaliyah, and that kind of caused all types of weird.
No, I mean, Jay would just basically travel alone. Every time that I seen him, he met us at some.
Do you see how Vlad tried to throw a conspiracy in there? Oh, that's because Damon Dash was dealing with Aaliyah. Damon Dash was in the Fiesta video. Vlad, when you interviewing somebody, you should do your research prior to bringing them to your platform. Damon Dash was inside of the Fiesta video. So if he had a problem with Robert about Aaliyah, that's why everybody keep asking Damon Dash, how you saying all this about him when you was in the Fiesta video? Oh, because Aaliyah told me to be in the video, so I was in the video. That's bullshit. You was in it because you wanted to be in it. And once Robert got acquitted, you hear Dre, oh, I was with him that same day or the day after. So all of y'all jump back on his top. Oh, now he's acquitted. Now everybody forgot about what happened. They don't care about the tape no more. They back around him. Make it make sense. He's talking to Vlad TV.
Someplace where Rob used to play basketball at.
I don't believe the people that had the house came to court in Chicago. I don't believe them either. They said it was still cameras installed in the house when they moved in there, but they didn't bring the cameras to court. Make that make sense? Oh, he still had cameras installed inside the house when we moved there, and they said that Robert never returned back to that house. What the hell am I going back there for? The prosecutor said, did Mr. Kelly ever come back to visit? What is he visiting for? He moved. But to say that it was cameras still installed in the house, why you didn't bring the cameras? Why didn't the prosecutors have the cameras as a part of evidence that was still inside the house? So I don't believe that part either.
At this lake, and it looked like a bubble, and Jay-Z just one day walked in, and that's the same way he walked into, came to the studio by himself.
Now, Dre, you said that you've seen Lisa Van Allen around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you said that she was doing crazy stuff.
Now, why I'm playing
this was when she was grown, because
the reason why I'm playing this is because all of this falls into Rashana. Because Lisa Van Allen says she had sex with Rashana. Rashana doesn't say in court she had sex with Lisa Van Allen. She says Lisa Van Allen was stalking her phone while she had to change the number around the time that the docuseries came out. But have y'all noticed how Lisa Van Allen, this is what I don't understand. She ran with this. Robert was with her in a 14-year-old in a video. We never hear about this video of her, Robert, and supposed to be Rashana. But all of a sudden in 2019, you get on Surviving R. Kelly and say, oh no, when I popped the video in, I see me and Robert, then I fast forward and I see him and this young girl, and he was just peeing on her all over the place. It was all this pee, all this pee. But then when she get on Vlad, she says she didn't see a video of him and the young girl. Why? Because she knew that Avenatti, her lawyer, and Charles Freeman was doctoring a tape up that pushed the narrative of a 14-year-old. Okay? That's why she told Vlad, no, I didn't see no video with no 14-year-old in him. But you said it on Surviving R. Kelly. But listen to what they say, how Lisa Van Allen was acting around them, who was always 18 years old. So was she sleeping with Rashana when Rashana was underage?
Around the Home Alone time, if you research this, I wasn't in that video. So this is the time she say she met him. So I think maybe, I don't know how long it was after that, but then, yeah, then I came back around and then I seen her around. And, you know, she was doing her, you know, she's doing her thing. I mean, to the point where, dude is, it's too late. Dude is very, like, you know, he wanted his way. So I just tell you one thing. We're sitting in the studio, you know, and they got the console thing in the middle, the couches on the back, big board in front. And all of a sudden, she would just walk in with, like, just some panties on and stand in front of the board and just stand there.
Okay.
So that's the light version of it. She might have a top or whatever on, but just standing there, like, you know, whatever. And for all of us in there to pretty much view, it was that type of thing.
Okay. But, you know, for some people, they need candles and stuff like that to set a mood. So this is just common practice. It's standard. Come on. You know that.
It became normal. That's kind of normal. Okay. For the lifestyle, you know, that I was
See the look on his face?
It was normal.
So, Rick, you had separated yourself from R. Kelly a while, you know, for a long time.
Yeah.
But Dre, you were still kind of in the mix and so
Back
forth.
and forth, yeah.
Back and forth. You know, R. Kelly was found not guilty. And during this whole trial time, he's dropping probably his biggest records. You know, the Chocolate Factory is out, and, you know, Step in the Name of Love, the Ignition remix.
Oh, y'all was on his top.
He's in full swing. Do you reunite with R. Kelly afterwards, or was that pretty much it after the whole trial?
I end up reuniting for a quick second. And because I can't remember the times exactly, I don't know if it was a tour coming up, because I know he would always want me to go on the tours. So I was always doing the tours and the videos at that time, but I just can't remember what happened around that time.
There were a couple times that I actually did go back and work with him on some tours. You know, it wasn't a lot, but I want to say maybe twice at the most that I did. But other than that, no, there was nothing. As a group, all four of us on stage, at that point, when we left this public announcement, that was the end of us, the four of us being on stage together. But I did come in and out, and Dre did a whole lot more coming in and out.
So then fast forward to, I guess, 2018. They start filming Surviving R. Kelly. Now, Rick, you actually were interviewed for that documentary.
I believe so. I believe that's what it was.
No.
The best way I could
The owner said that the log cabin room the cabin room where they claim the tape was made at. He said that's where it was cameras still installed in the house. So the prosecutors for the Chicago federal trial, that's why they brought the owners of the house in.
And I'm so thankful to God for him holding me the way that he does. When I was contacted about it, I thought to ask, what is the name of it? What is it being called? But I didn't ask. So they said it was a documentary about R. Kelly, Life and Times. Were you there? What happened?
Listen to this.
So after speaking with them for a while, and I'm assuming they were verifying that I was who I am, and I went into an interview. And I want to say it was about an hour and a half. And the one thing I told them that I would not do is slander him. I can break his neck over what he did to me. I can break his neck over what his management did and how that went. I can go in on him about that all day. But everything else, the allegations and the speculation, my Bible teaches me that, you know, when somebody does this, you turn the other cheek. When somebody does this, you still do what you're supposed to do. But I don't have any of that. I don't have any. I told them that I would not slander him. I told them that I had no information in that. I said, if that's what you want, I'm not willing to do it. And they said, no, that's fine. Just, we're going to ask you some questions and speak your truth. And that's what happened. So the reason why I believe it didn't get used, now I look back at it from watching it, and I had nothing to contribute to that in that light.
Hear what he say?
If that's what they used it for, if that's what I was there for,
because he wasn't slandering
none of my
Robert.
footage is used because
they didn't use him in surviving
there was nothing to contribute towards that.
Okay, and Dre, they never reached out to you for the documentary?
No. I didn't give him his number. I didn't give him his name. At that point, actually, when that was happening, like I said, I didn't realize what it was. And they never asked me, hey, do you communicate with the other members? Can I get their number? They never said that to me.
So then fast forward to 2019, and Surviving R. Kelly comes out. Did you guys watch the entire series?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Absolutely.
From your point of view, as group mates with R. Kelly, spending a lot of personal time with him, everything that you've personally seen, do you feel that Surviving R. Kelly was accurate or very one-sided?
Yeah. I would say that it was pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. And I'm gonna say that in terms of most of the women that spoke, those survivors, they, I believe they were telling the truth. And, I mean, you got some stories that's kind of like, a little shady, like Dria's stories are a little shady at places, Sparkle's a little shady in places. But as far as the girls that were actually young, their stories are valid. I believe. It's just my belief.
Mm-hmm.
So from your point of view, what you saw in Surviving R. Kelly was accurate?
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. When you saw it all laid out like that, how did you guys both feel?
I mean, in terms of like just to hear the stories.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm gonna be really honest. The girls that were older.
Okay, so we went through that part right there, right? So y'all get where I'm trying to go with that, right? Okay. Now, he talking about he believed the females, the younger ones, not Drea and all of them, but you don't even know these new females. So how can you believe them? You said so. Maybe Dre set up the camera. Okay, so now I want y'all to hear this one, where he talks about Rashana. Wait a minute. Now this is Dre, and if y'all don't know, Dre has his own channel.
Uncle bullshit.
You don't remember? You don't remember? I can get in the safe. I ain't never seen no jewelry in the safe.
Non-existent.
No audio.
And I could see that all over him. So at that point, I didn't fuck with him like that.
He's talking about Daryl McDavid.
You're a clown. Look at him. I'm like, nope, not fucking with you. So I would hear him and Rob having conversations always about money. He was always telling him, you don't have it. Always. Always. Whether he had it or not, he always told him he didn't have it. I didn't quite understand that. But, hey. But other than that, I wasn't privy to personal conversations that they would share. You know what I'm saying? So I never really knew what personal shit that they talk about or money or this and that. All I know is Rob would say, in front of me, he would say, man, I need this money to go do this, that, and the third. And dude would be like, you don't have it. Yeah, this nigga, Daryl around that time, he had some house in Africa. He was supposed to be trying to open a club. All this different stuff that he didn't have before he started his accounting with dude. And then turned into the manager in some form or fashion. So, to me, he's a fraud. Now, what I'm saying probably doesn't have anything to do with the case per se. Hold on, I got somebody in the wings. Hold on, one second.
I'm gonna say how I feel about Dre when I'm done.
Uh-oh. Let me put you in here. Hold on, Jiggy. Hold on. Jiggy.
What up, Dre?
What's good, pimpin'?
And Robert did all that for y'all. Y'all couldn't even step up there for him in trial.
What's good?
How you feeling, bro?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jiggy, R. Kelly's former assistant.
Y'all hear this, right?
Let me try to get you up here, Jiggy. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this girl. Hold on. Let me get him off of here. Give me 1 second.
This is R. Kelly's former assistant, Jiggy.
My audience already know I'm slow to this. I see you, Jiggy.
What's up, Dre?
What's poppin', man? You good?
Oh, yeah, I'm good, man. What about yourself?
Oh, man, lovely. I'm just mad about this chicken extravaganza I keep going through that, pissing me off. I'm going to tell the Kentucky story after this. But anyway.
I managed 5 wing stops.
For what? What you say?
I managed 5 of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
For some of y'all that know Jiggy, that's who's talking to Dre.
Well, you need to tell them little girls to stop playing with me and my food.
I'm out on the West Coast over there. I ain't got nothing to do with down in Atlanta.
Well, we'll talk to Rick Ross or something, because this is BS. This is foul. How they tried to play me. So anyway, let's get to it. So what's your take on everything going on right now with the trial? I mean, where do you think this is going?
Man, Dre, it's like, man.
No, come on with it, Negro. Don't start stalling. Where do you think it's going? Just your honest opinions.
It's not going to end well. It's not going to end well, especially with Rashana getting up there. And it's like I tell everybody, I don't care
he can beat this New York case and get all the time taken off, negative 10 years on this New York's 30 piece
This is old assistant. Listen.
But the Chicago one with Rashana up there, that's a death sentence right there.
Oh my God. Why you say that?
Because she's gonna bury him. Man, you know they done got that girl behind closed doors, done scared her half to damn death, done told her if you lie again, you going to jail this time. You going. And you know they probably gave her immunity or something, and she finna tell it all. And what do you think? And just reading the stuff, Dre, they know what they're talking about because I know.
You hear this?
What they're talking about. And you know, I know what it was or what it is. You know, I ain't know nothing about I assume, you know, the relationship he had with the girl, but as far as the money being paid, the payoffs from them going overseas and all of that, I knew, you know, I heard about it all. I knew about it all. And it wasn't no hearsay. This is straight from the people's mouth.
Really?
Yeah, the clown you just had up there, he was the main culprit.
So what role did he play in it for real?
Whatever they say he did. Yeah, you an accountant, man, and then you try to turn yourself into a gangster disciple. You want to be gangster all of a sudden, and you bit off more than you could chew.
Wow.
And, you know, you was mentioning earlier about, you know, some of the stuff that he said and did.
Right.
I don't know if you remember the time we was in New Year's, and Rob had rented out some hotel in Chicago. And, you know, you remember that I had told Rob, you know, I just don't want to go cash my check and it bounce. And he looked at me like I was crazy.
Dude, you silly as hell.
No, because Gray, I told Rob, man, I said, I don't want you to end up like these other artists, you know, Hammer, you know, MC Hammer, people like that.
Right.
He looking at me, you know, like what you talking about. You know, I'm like, you know, I ain't here to tell on nobody, nothing, Rob, but you know, all them cars, when you get a new car, you think you're trading your car in, somebody putting them cars in their garage and spending your money buying another one for you. You thinking you trading them in. You ain't trading in nothing. You got this jewelry. And then, you know, Dre here always bouncing back like you not smarter than him.
Right.
like for instance, the jewelry. And you know, I take the jewelry to go get cleaned, and I'm like, hey.
Yeah, you used to have the jewelry all the time, basically.
All the time. And I'm like, I ain't never seen no diamonds, Chip. No black ones. No black ones. No yellow. None of that.
Yeah.
So they was giving Rob fake jewelry.
I go pick the jewelry up, I bring it back to Rob, and I'm like, you know, something ain't right with this. You know, your diamonds falling out, they chipping. This man tells me, oh no, that's the replica jewelry. That ain't the real jewelry is in the safe.
Right.
Okay.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
You don't remember, you don't remember I can get in the safe? I ain't never seen no jewelry in the safe before.
How was you getting in the safe? Why would you getting in his safe? Did y'all hear that? You don't remember I can get in the safe? Why was you in Robert's safe? Yeah, you the assistant and all that, but why was you in his safe? What you mean you don't remember I can get in the safe? And this is his ex-assistant. When I heard this, y'all, I almost fell out. You don't remember I can get in the safe? Why was you in his safe? Let's keep listening. And he's saying the stuff with Rashana, oh, I already knew once they got her, scared her, and all this, that, and third, I already knew she was going to be the one to bury him. But Dre is going to say on another audio that if they paid her that $1 million, that he knew that she was going to testify. But I'm going to get to that.
Wow. Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah. That was crazy, man. You know, and then, man, I don't even know if I should be saying this or not, but hell, forget it. So you remember the one time? You remember one time I can't tell you, I'm in the bathroom. Daryl come in, and I don't know if he checked. Well, he couldn't have checked, or else he would have known I was in there. You know, he talking about the apartment complex that he bought. Remember that? Yeah. You know, and whoever he's talking to, you know, I use Rob's money. I just pay him back when the profits started coming in. Yeah. And then that's when Rob hit me with the, man, stop bringing me all this negative stuff, G. When you gonna tell me something good? Nigga, that is good. You being robbed blind.
Oh, shit.
So after that, I just stopped saying stuff, man. And then, you know, I just distance myself from it. If I don't know nothing, I can't tell him nothing. And then if you didn't tell him, you know, whose side you on, the media side or my side? So,
he told you that?
Yeah.
Wow.
This was when everything had first started. And I was like, Rob, just let the girls go home, man. If they go and come back, can't nobody say nothing. Nigga, you sound like the media. Whose side you on? My side or their side?
So listen, Jiggy was around when Azriel and Joycelyn was around. Okay? Just so y'all can catch up. So Jiggy been around as long as Daryl McDavid, and then was back around when the whole thing started with Azriel and Joycelyn and all of that stuff. So I hope y'all, you know, catching up.
On your side. I'm trying to help you.
I'm trying to help this scary ass.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
my goodness.
He called after stuff happened, man. You know, people were getting these stories. He'd call me, Gee, what you think I should do? He do the exact opposite of what I tell him to do. I'm like, Rob, I told you to do this. Nah, that wasn't me. That was such and such. No, nigga, that was you. Because they can't do it without your approval.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why I say, man, you know.
Well, let me ask you this. Real quick. I've been hearing all over YouTube about everybody feeling like the parents should have been on trial as well. Now, we all know that the father has passed away. Rest in peace to him. But the mother is supposed to testify as well. Do you feel like she had some type of a hand in,
you don't know who Jiggy is? I'll email you. You sure you don't know who Jiggy is? G? I'll email you. But Jiggy been around for a long time. So I'll email you.
What are these people saying even valid at this point?
Dre, to be honest with you, bro, the first girl, Rashana, her parents, I think that they should have been dealt with. I honestly do. But then you got to remember, like right now, or, you know, like I was saying, that the government know that they lied. They know that they was paid off. And like I said, man, they came to them. They came to them with.
But you see how he just lied? They wasn't paid off. This is how Robert got off on the obstruction of justice. They wasn't paid off by Robert. See how he lied and said, oh yeah, when they sent him away, we all knew about that. That's another lie. That's why he got off on obstruction of justice. Rashana's father went to Daryl McDavid and asked him for a loan so he could take his family on a vacation, had nothing to do with Robert. So that whole story Rashana said about her dad falling on his knees, crying, and Rob was supposed to pay and tell them they had to go away, that was lies. And how they got contradicted was because when the mother testified, she told Jennifer, no, he did not threaten us. No, he did not pay us to lie. No, he did not pay us to leave. When they went on vacation, they came back around 2002. The trial wasn't until 2008. So how did he pay anybody to go away or go on vacation? They was around in 2008. They wasn't on no vacation. So you supposed to be his ex-assistant. You up here pushing the lies too. So my everybody already knew what was going on when that was a lie. So what did you really know what was going on? No, Jiggy not an artist. He was his assistant.
And with that time, you tell us what really happened, and you going to jail too. And I feel that's why I feel that's why she's not on trial. The parents of these other victims, I don't feel that they should. I don't want to get too deep into Rob's stuff, but people got to understand it was a game way before he got to the victims. They don't know that the parents was winding down first. It was made to feel comfortable first.
Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, so he gained their trust, and then it's, you know, how he slipped in through the back door, and then it's like, then he turns, you know, the victim against their families.
Right.
So
somebody in the chat, Diva Divine Light said in the chat, he said the parents were threatened and scared of R. Kelly and his power.
Man, please.
What do you say to that?
Allegedly.
Right.
Allegedly. They be scared of
allegedly.
for it. He ain't do nothing
It's
about
like
it.
I said, if you was that scared, it was all about money, Dre. They weren't scared.
Thank you. It's about
they
money.
Weren't scared. Because even I think I told you this, I would know when they hadn't got their check.
Right.
First the mom would pop up. Then the daddy would pop up.
You hear this?
The next night.
Talking about Rashonda's family.
Then you wouldn't see them again for a couple months.
So I remember even when I was there, because you was there while I was there for a minute and then afterwards. But times that I was there and dude would have his little parties and stuff, I would see him there.
Yeah.
And and knowing that the dad, he was playing guitar, it didn't really seem strange to me because certain people that dude dealt with, he would have them come to the little party sometimes.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. So it never really looked as strange to me. But per what you just said, they might was waiting on their check. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
They might have been at the party, but they definitely was waiting on their money.
Oh shit!
You hear what he
definitely
said?
Was waiting on that money.
Oh,
and they weren't the only ones. But
Jiggy is going ham, y'all. He's going out of control.
no, I'm just because what I don't like is when people speak on stuff that they don't know nothing about.
Right.
That's that, and so I just be trying to, I ain't gonna say clear it up, but listen to somebody who knows.
Right, and see, that bothers me too, Jiggy. I ain't gonna lie, because a lot of times when people be saying stuff, I be like, I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It just irks my blood. I be like, why are y'all talking and y'all don't know nothing? Y'all don't even know this man.
Right.
Right. On no level. On no level.
And that's what tripped me out when they don't stop calling him R. Kelly, they call him Rob now. Like, you know him as Rob.
Right.
Rob.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever called this nigga Kells. or R. Kelly?
Wait a minute. Didn't I just tell y'all that the other day? I said when you see people out here talking about Kells and all that, but they knew him for 20 years and all this since 2001. Anybody that really knew Rob and all of his main friends and people that knew him over 10, 15, 20 years, they never called him Kells or R. Kelly. So that's how I know it's a red flag. When people try to say they knew him for 25 years and since 2001, but they be calling them Kells. That name don't come out for people who got, long-term relationships with him. Not nobody that I know that I've talked to or been in the same presence with them that knew this man for decades don't never say Kells. And that's what I was saying the other day.
You know, on the freaking lakefront on 47th and Lakeshore Drive. I wish I would call this nigga Kells. No, the nigga's Rob.
Yeah, Rob or Robert. Yeah.
Exactly. And I wouldn't even go that far to say Robert. I call that Rob and be done with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a break, Jiggy, and let me run this show real quick. We're gonna take a quick little brief intermission, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about June Brown.
Yes, sir.
And the link to the trailer is in the comments. It's in the comments. I put it in there. I'll put it in there again later for you guys that just want to go and hear it in a better quality. All right, June Brown. Let's start here, Jiggy. For the time you've been around and known June, what would you say his character is? Because I'm going to speak my piece on that and who I feel he is. So you give your take on him first.
As far as June, like early on, I ain't had too many interactions with him. Because I was there basically for you and Blackie at the beginning.
Y'all hear him, right? He said that he was there at the beginning for Dre and Blackie. Now, y'all heard Blackie name come out a couple times. For some of y'all that was at the trial in New York, y'all seen that they had Blackie's mugshot up there. And then recently, everybody's saying that the girl Stephanie that came out in New York, that claimed that her and her girlfriend, the one that died, that was messing with Rob, that her girlfriend was the one messing with Blackie and she was the one messing with Robert. So that's the names he just said, that he was there for Dre and Blackie at one time. So just listen to the names.
And then, I was more involved with June. I can say when I first got there, though, if I didn't know who Rob was, I would have thought that June was R. Kelly.
Right. I didn't know you was gonna say that.
When you asked me what my take was.
right. Yeah.
With his trial going on, I don't really want to say too much because I don't know who out there listening. But June, I think Dre is in an unfortunate situation.
Right.
June was one of the ones that came and did what he had to do and was gone.
Right.
So I really can't say that he knew, or if he didn't know. The prosecution right now is saying that he knew.
Mm-hmm.
I know about a month ago, me and June had hung out in Vegas, and I don't know if I told you or not, but Dre, the man, had so much anger in his heart.
Really?
Man, I ain't never seen June like that before. It was just anger, um, mad at the world, all, all kinds of stuff. And it was like, why did the girl mention my name? Lisa Van Allen. Lisa Van Allen, he hates her.
Really?
Yeah, he hates her.
Now y'all heard what he's
Quite a
saying.
few people.
He's saying that he met up with June Brown about a couple months before the trial started, and June Brown was very mad, and he said he had a whole bunch of hatred in his heart. But he said June Brown said that he hated Lisa Van Allen because Lisa Van Allen is the one that brought up June Brown's name. Remember when she said June Brown was the one that took her to get abortion? June Brown was the one. Who was that? Nia, I think Nia said that he gave her the hotel keys when she got to the hotel. What's the other one that Robert wasn't found guilty? He was found not guilty for Crooked Face. What is her name? Who was the other one, y'all, that he was found not guilty for? I can't think of her name right now. The one that lied and said that Robert was at that she was with Robert at that show in '98. Well, I can't think of her name right now. I know one of y'all know her name. Just put it in the chat for me, please. Thank you, Tracy. She said that June Brown was the one when she stopped talking to Robert. June Brown called her phone to talk to her because Rob was trying to get in touch with her, and she claimed that June Brown would be the one to give her the envelopes for the money. But we all know Robert was found not guilty of Tracy Sampson lying ass too. But this is what he's saying, the talk that he had with June Brown. So I'm gonna let him finish. And this is Jiggy for some of y'all that's just coming in. Some of y'all might not know who he is by name. I don't want to put his face out here because a lot of people who's been watching my channel, I have been getting phone calls back about people making people think or feel a type of way about different things. And my channel has always been never bashing Robert's family, never bashing nobody who he has a genuine, real relationship with. The people who is like the fake people that just claiming them that I know for a fact he doesn't have real relationship with that wasn't around. I might talk about them, but I never bashed the family, never bashed the brothers, never bashed Lily, never bashed uh Blackie, never bashed JoJo, never bashed nobody who I know he's close to. Keith, none of them. So the only reason I'm not gonna put Jiggy face out there because I don't know if people do know who he is or if you don't. But you do your research out here, you'll find out. So let's finish.
People do. But you say he really is feeling like that about it?
Yeah, he's feeling like that about it. He was like, I can't wait till this trial is over. I want to be doing every interview I can, and I'm going to badmouth her. He was telling me his interactions with her and stuff. Like I said, I ain't gonna say it right now. That's a side note I have with you. But what they got June on, from what I see, and I thank God, but it could have been any of us. It could have been me. It could have been Bud, Van, George. It could have been anybody. Because I just went to the bank a bunch of times, picked up money, dropped it off. I ain't Rob, what I'm going to get this money for? I ain't asked him that. The man called me and said, "You go get this." I go get it, bring it to him, but drop wherever it's supposed to be off, and that be it. And according to June, that's what they got him. But wow. But I think just because she said his name, that made him a part of it. Allegedly taking her to get an abortion
Did I tell you
all this kind of stuff. But from my understanding, I thought she was of age when the abortion took place. Right. I mean, I could be wrong, but
See,
to my
now,
right,
now he's saying she was of age when abortion took place, but from what we found out in the trial, it wasn't even she didn't have no proof of no abortion. Now she said that June Brown took her to get this abortion and everything, but she had no proof of it, no paperwork of it. And from what I know, we should have already knew. Well, we already knew Lisa Van Allen was of age because you're not going to go get no abortion underage. She claimed June Brown was there. That's how she was able to get it because she was underage. June Brown wasn't a parent guardian. June Brown wasn't her parent. So if you was underage, how the hell was June Brown able to take you to get an abortion? And secondly, when you get an abortion, nobody could go in the back with you. You go sign the papers and stuff in the front, but when it's time for you to go back there to get the procedure, no one can go in the back. So if she was underage, she would have had to have a parent or a parent guardian. So I don't believe the abortion ever took place, but we all know that she was of age.
It was.
Well, my time of seeing her, like I said it on Vlad TV too. I mean, my time of seeing her, I remember she was doing just abnormal shit. Like we in the studio, and all of a sudden she would just walk in, and I know dude told her to do this, but she walks in and just stands in front of the big board with her booty poked out. I'm like, what? Who is this for? You know what I'm saying? Because you dare not say anything to them, let alone if he catch you too into it, if that makes sense.
Right.
So it's like, you ain't really even paying no attention. And at that time, at that point, since we had been doing this for so long, it was kind of normal to see that kind of behavior happen, because this is what he would do. So it's like, but other than that, I mean, I thought she was grown. Honestly, I thought she was actually grown. I never thought she was even close to being underage. She didn't look it at all.
She never was.
No, not even from the times, because she had been around even when dude was married to Drea. I remember us on tour. Mm-hmm. And the mom, I'd be walking with Drea, and this dumb fool walking like 10 feet behind us.
Wow.
You heard that? You heard that? So I thought they said Drea was always locked in. He said they would be on tour. Rob would be in the mall walking with Drea, and Dum Lisa Van Allen would be walking like 10 he said like 10 steps behind them. So all that stuff about Drea and Lisa Van Allen didn't know each other, I told y'all they knew of each other. Because when Lisa Van Allen was in the I Wish video, she's sitting there braiding Robert hair on the steps. And little Joanne is sitting right next to Robert and her on the steps. You think that Drea didn't know who this chick was that her daughter's sitting next to in the video? You think Drea didn't see the video? You think Drea wasn't at the video shoot? She just wasn't in the video. But he said Robert and them was on tour. They went and stopped in the mall. Robert is walking with Drea, and Lisa Van Allen is walking 10 steps behind them. So when Lisa Van Allen put out that little quote, what I read to y'all the other day, when she was coming at Drea, oh, you wasn't able to do nothing. I was the one in the videos. I was the one that was always out. I was the one that did trips, and I did this, I did that. I wasn't never locked in like you. So you knew he was married. All that the security guard found out he was married and he oversaid it and she heard it. That was lies. Lisa Van Allen found out he was married. She accepted it. Period. She accepted it. And you know what else I don't understand? Why Lisa ain't talk about her having threesomes with Drea? Because we know it happened. Come on. We know it happened. But one thing Drea don't do, she won't talk about Rashana Lamphere, Lisa Van Allen, Tracy Sampson. And Tracy Sampson said Drea came at her. Oh, you look good. Your body is nice and all this. That's what Tracy Sampson said. That Drea came at her. But Drea won't speak on none of that. She heard what people out here saying. She heard what people was out here saying about her and Rashana. She heard it. And what made Robert Kids, I think, upset, which they all still follow each other, is because Rashana, you go out here and slander their father, but then on the other end, you talking about you love his kids and y'all was like family and everything else. And you used to babysit his kids to help Drea. So if I was his kids, I would look at you funny too. But you going on the stand saying my dad did this and my dad did that. But the whole time you was around us, basically was a lie.
Yeah. Okay. Gucci. Oh, that's some Gucci glasses.
Right.
Oh,
no medical records.
So my take on June, because we met June
in abortion,
in the early stages. Like it had to have been around like the 12 Play album.
In Chicago, yes.
And I think
I don't know how it goes in California, but in Chicago, if you are underage and you going to Planned Parenthood to get an abortion and you're a minor, you need consent of a parent guardian, or you need a consent of a guardian that's over 21 years of age. Because when you go to the back to get the abortion, you can't bring nobody back there with you. So in the front, you got to sign all the papers. You got to sign all the release forms, because if something happens to you in the back while they're doing a procedure, they have to sign off documents who, they're signing off to also give a consent for you to get this abortion. Because again, something can happen to you on the table. When you go back there to get abortion, nobody can go back there. Not a family member, not a mom, not a sister, nobody. You go back there by yourself for the procedure. But in the front, in the intake, you have to sign documents. So they make you have a witness down, because if something happens to you, then they have to run back there and say, or whatever surgery they got to do or whatever. But that's when you're underage. And I know for a fact, because 2 of my cousins in Chicago had got abortions and they were underage. And my aunt had to go with one of my cousins, and my older sister had to go with another one of my cousins to get the abortions at Planned Parenthood. I'm talking about Chicago. Well, I know for a fact in Chicago and Philadelphia. Because again, when you go back there to get the procedure, you cannot go back there with nobody. It's not like the regular doctor's office where you can have somebody go back there with you. No, you go back there by yourself. So they make you sign documents in the front that if something happens, who are they releasing to give consent to do this or do that? And that's why you have to have proper information on the documents. Because you could go back there and something happened during the procedure, who they gonna, give consent to do this or do that if you're underage. So I know that and even if you're of age, you still you still can't go back there with nobody. You go back there to get the procedure by yourself.
Already left at that point. And June, he always appeared to be like almost like a white dude. If I'm making sense. Almost like a white dude, not in a bad way, but just like not on no hood type of stuff. He was always just a regular dude. He was always running to just go do whatever dude said do. So, and then, like you said, later on, I remember a time
exactly
where June came to the studio and Rob wasn't there. He pulled up in an excursion sitting on 30s. You remember that?
Yeah, the black one.
Yeah, on 30s. Had ice on and everything. I'm like, dude, what you on, man? He says, Rob here. We like, no. He's like, I'm finna get out of here. He's like, I can't wear this type of stuff around him. Because I remember a time when June would walk in with a nice sweater on or whatever the case may be, and Rob would say, June, take that off. Make him take it off, man. And then paid him for it. Yeah. Yeah, he made me take off some, we was on 106 in Park. And that's when Tom was around. And I think I had on a jersey or something. So Tom saw me because Rob asked what Dre got on.
Tom Arnold.
And Tom told me, oh, well, he got on a jersey. He said, is his arms out? He was like, yeah. He was like, give him this and tell him to take that off. Made me put on a t-shirt, and then this mother comes out with a jersey on, peels off, right there on 106 in Park with a jersey on. I say, I'll be there. I was like, but this is just the normal thing. Now, let me ask you this. It's people saying on YouTube that June has been ill, like sick or something. Is he okay?
Yeah, he all right. He just mad. But other than that, he all right.
Okay, so you saying
he's about a month ago where me and him had hung out. So unless he got sick since then.
Right.
But yeah, we was out having a couple of drinks and had a stogie or two. He was all right to me.
Wow.
And shoot, I'm trying to figure out what they see the man, because the man don't come out the house at all.
Really?
Mm-mm. At all.
Wow.
Yeah, well, this ain't nothing. But that night when I was sitting there talking to him, and he was like, he said, gee, I knew it was bad for me, because the people who monitor the bracelet, the ankle bracelet or whatever, they told him to be gone from his house on Halloween.
Wait, who told him that?
Whoever monitored the ankle bracelet.
Oh, they told him don't be gone on Halloween?
No, they told him to be gone.
Okay.
No, that ain't what happened. They told him don't have his lights on. They called him back and told him, no, just leave your house. And June asked them why. And they said, because you can't be around nobody under the age of 18.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Now, listen, June Brown was never charged with nothing about no minors or none of that. He's saying when June Brown was on house arrest during the waiting of the trial, that the Homeland Security called him on Halloween and told him to turn his lights off at the house and leave his house. And he said, why? He said, oh, because you can't be around nobody, no minors. Now, this man in his own house, it's Halloween, but he's in his own house. Leave your house. Go somewhere else. Because you can't be around nobody under the age of 18. What did that have to do with this man's charges? His charges ain't had nothing to do with him, with nobody under 18. The charges was obstruction of justice for June Brown and conspiracy. June Brown didn't sign the paperwork to say that he was a sex offender. So if I was June Brown, I'd be suing my ass off because June Brown was found not guilty of all charges. How you gonna tell me to leave my house because it's Halloween? That he didn't sign no paperwork to say he was a predator. So that's out of pocket. That was out of pocket. And then for this man to be found not guilty of all charges. So he need to be suing the hell out of Lisa Van Allen, like he said, because she put a lot of people in the situation. McDavid, June Brown, and whoever else she was trying to get of rob employees. For the whole time, this girl had always been of age, 18, at the Home Alone show. So everything else, she was even older. But like I said from the beginning, this woman has started so much in Robert's life. I don't care what nobody say. The main person to all of this stuff is her. Is it other people involved? Yes. But she's the main one when it comes down to I stole the tape. She's the main one that went to did all of them spoke to the grand jury. Oh no, he don't mess with minors. No, I never seen him with minors. She did a whole another meeting with Ed Jensen, Robert's ex-attorney. No, Robert doesn't mess with any minors, never seen with no minors. We don't have threesomes with no minors. Then after that, she started to claim that McDavid threatened her, and that's why she started working with them with the case in 2008. But that case was because of Lisa Van Allen. Lisa Van Allen, he wasn't charged for in 2008. The only charges was the child pornography. That's it. He ain't had no charges against him against Sparkle, against him against Lisa Van Allen was a witness. Just like the case in Chicago, the federal. He wasn't charged for her until she claimed it was another tape with her, Robert, and Rashana. Then Lisa Van Allen claimed that he paid the parents $500,000, which she said on Vlad. So not only was she a witness in Chicago federal trial, but also she claimed that he was abusing her as a minor, okay, and that he also was in video with her and a minor. Then she comes back and causes all this drama again in 2019 after he was found not guilty in 2008. So Lisa Van Allen is a major big part in all of this. All of it. Even before, when Sparkle came forward, now Sparkle talking about she want DHS to go and investigate what's going on with her niece and Robert at the studio. I believe, in my opinion, Sparkle and Barry got together and Lisa Van Allen. Because when I was at the 2008 trial, when Barry testified, I told y'all what he said, that he couldn't testify because if he did, it might lead his family to being prosecuted later on. That's what Barry Hankerson said, that he could not testify because his family might be prosecuted later on. Then Jim Derogatis testified and pleaded the fifth. This was all in 2008. But when Lisa Van Allen testified in 2008, her whole testimony was about Rob loving her and all he did for her, and he just so loved her. And when it get to the tape part, she never says nothing about he has me and Rashana and this person. No. No, he didn't. Hey, Unique. T-girl. Well, this is Rob ex-assistant Jiggy.
I feel bad for June.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I really do. It hurts my heart, man, because he really has a good heart. I think he got caught up somehow. I don't even know how. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because he was a really good dude, man.
Yeah, but he's a good dude. It's yeah, I'll call you later on that one, because I don't know something that everybody can hear or not. But I'll call you later on that again. If you decide to put it out there again, okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as, you know, how he would have gotten involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this dude, man. He always, you know, regardless of what dude said to him about how to orchestrate stuff and all of that, he still would treat everybody with respect. Because he was trying to have June do the dirty work. You know what I'm saying? Like, put this nigga over here out. And I was watching him do it, but he was doing it in a decent way.
Yeah.
So I always respected June, man. He always was like just on the calm down. So I'm actually praying that he will be okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
You loud and clear, sister.
No, my earpiece had went out. As a matter of fact, it was Davey calling me.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you want to insinuate what you possibly heard?
No, not right now.
Not right now. Yeah, that's what I think too. Not right now. Because I don't truly believe it, and that's why I don't. And that's why I don't want it to come from this channel, something like that, because that's like extra. But ladies and gentlemen, when we do get an update, me and Jiggy will be back on here to bring it to you.
Yeah, I hope that ain't for real.
Wow. And Angela Jackson said, I just put a comment on the screen. She said, they sound like R. Kelly did this. What y'all think in the chat? I don't know what to think, Angela Jackson, because I ain't never seen him do it. So I don't know. Jiggy, have you seen him do it?
Never. Never. And that's you know, that's what I tell people, Dre. I'm glad he kept me away from them brawls. That way I can't say I seen nothing.
Yeah. Matter of fact, he kept me not only away from them, when that first tape came out, weren't you there?
Yeah.
When the first tape came out, he said, I'm sending you to the crib.
Yeah.
Sent me home.
Yeah, me and you, it's, as a matter of fact, it's a video that they show on TV whenever they talking about, dude. It was me, you, Rob, and Daryl McDavid when we was in Utah.
Right.
When it first came out. And then we went Dre, man, that was some wild stuff, man.
But all I know is I got sent home.
Yeah.
And I didn't come back until the day he got acquitted. He called me.
Listen to this.
He said, man, come on down. This, that, and the third. He was excited. And Bond dropped me off.
Yeah.
Bond dropped me off. I met him downtown. Met him in the middle of the street. Jumped out of Bond's car, grabbed my bag, and jumped into the Phantom. I'll never forget it. Jumped into the Phantom, and we was out.
Oh, but you went to hang with him then, though.
We was out.
Because when we had left, I was told I couldn't tell you where we was at.
Wow. Yeah, that's why I say if people always trying to insinuate like I know more. No, I know nothing. I've never seen this man do jack shit. Nothing.
Oh, y'all say the same thing, but
and
you still
I feel it was to my benefit. You know what I'm saying? It was to my benefit because all these things that's getting alleged right now, who wants to be involved in that? So I feel like I got blessed. Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
Right.
Because guess what? People that seen me in all type of videos, G, they done seen me there. And if I was actually there in the BS, allegedly, I would be involved in all this shit. Think about it.
Yeah, I know.
It makes no damn sense. But hey, this YouTube, man, it is what it is.
Yeah, like, they questioned me, and I told them the same thing I told them the first time.
Look, and before he got arrested, I don't know if he was around at this point, but I was talking to him, and he wanted me to come down there. He was by himself. He wanted me to come to Chicago, and I was like, well, I don't know about that, brother. And I just didn't go.
Yeah.
But I talked to him right before it all popped off.
Yeah, because I don't know if I had told you, but I had talked to him, and I was out here in San Diego, and matter of fact, me and the wife was talking to him, and she told Rob that he just needed to just pack his stuff and come out here. Oh. So Rob, he was like, find me a spot, blah blah blah. We had found him a nice little spot, man, in Coronado, right across the street from the basketball court. Dre, it was beautiful living right on the ocean. Called Rob, told him that everything was good to go. We called his accountant, so they can get the money to the complex. The next day, they picked him up.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
And you know what, man? I just wish he had listened to just the people that gave a shit. It seems like he only listened to the people that gave.
I will say, Dre was crying the day that Rob was found guilty. Dre was crying on live, saying that it wasn't fair. He shouldn't have got no 30 years. Yes, Dre was crying when Robert got sentenced in New York. Okay, but this is one of Robert's assistants. Now, you heard Jiggy say that him and his wife told Robert to pack his things up and to come stay out where they at for a little while, while all of this stuff was going on. And he said, right when they talked to Rob, the next day they came and arrested him. Okay? So that's why I said Jiggy was around, when Darryl McDavid was around, and even was working with Rob all the way up until the stuff with the females. Okay? So let's finish.
Right. In his backwards mind, though, and that ain't bashing him either. It's just telling the truth. The people who cared about him, he thought that we were the ones who was out to get him.
Right.
Because we knew him. But the people who didn't know him, he treated them like he known them 35, 40 years. Right?
You hear that?
And you know why I think that was, G?
You hear that?
I think that was because they had that fan thing in their eyes.
You hear that? Listen.
They had that fan thing, like they were so...
Listen to what they say about the people that really care for Rob. Rob felt like, they're feeling like Rob felt like they wasn't really in the corner. And the people that he really didn't know, that he was saying he knew for years and all of this, how they was fans to Robert. Hint, hint, Levi. Okay? That's what I say that Rob moving forward is going to have to separate himself away from people like Levi. Ones that's fanned out. He don't need that besides at a concert or something like that. But to be kicking with it on a regular, to have them around his house and partying with them all the time, no. Because as we see, those are the ones who later on puts him in messed up situations. Those are the ones who switch up on him because they be so fanned out Soon as he don't do this for them or he don't do that for them, they switching up. And with that fan stuff, they ain't telling Rob what's good for him and what's not. No, they just gonna lead them down a rabbit hole because they fanned out. And like Bruce said, you got a lot of male groupies out here. That's the worst. That is the worst. That's scared to tell Robert that the sky is blue because they so fanned out. You got a grown man that's in his 50s, almost 60, on the internet for 3.5 years, arguing with everybody, ready to cuss you out when you say he ain't the cousin. We all heard Robert say, he calls me cousin. But you know, he's a good guy. But he will swear up and down that Robert just said, oh no, that's my cousin. That's not what he said. He said at the end of the conversation, yeah, so, you know, tell him to go follow my cousin Levi. You know, if he gonna break down the case and stuff. Because Robert was being funny, meaning he calls me cousin. So yeah, tell him to go check my cousin Levi channel out. He want to be ignorant. You calling him cousin. So he like, all right, you know, cousin. But that's what Jiggy just said. The ones who he barely don't know is the ones who Robert start, you know, getting all close with. And they be the ones that mess him over every time. That's why I said, when he said up there and said, oh, I met Levi around 2001. Then he paused and was like, yeah, 2001. Let me tell you something. We all seen Robert never called no Levi. Robert never mentioned this man's name. And 3 years, going on 3.5. You mean to tell me if Robert knew this man since 2001, he wouldn't have been spoke of him? Then Levi gonna lie today and say, oh, I could have been got my cousin on my channel, you know, to say that he knew me. No, you couldn't have. You made Robert think that you helping him out with this case. And if none of y'all didn't hear that audio, the first audio, after Debowski put out that audio of Robert singing to him and saying, thanks, man, you know, please, I'm going to need you out here for the duration. After Debo put that out, everybody went ape shit. Mad as hell. Oh, that's fake. Oh, that ain't Robert. Oh, this, oh, that. Right? Then Levi came out with an audio. Y'all remember? When he was talking about, all right, bro. Never called Robert cousin the whole video. He kept saying bruh and brother. Never said cousin. Not one freaking time. That's the audio he gave to Storm. That's the first audio Levi put out. Where he told Robert, this was after the New York case when Robert was found guilty. And he said, yeah, man, I'm getting all the paperwork together for her. I've been working all day getting this stuff. And he said to Robert, man, you believe in me, man? Man, you trust me, man? I got you, bro. I got you. And Robert said, man, it's hard for me to, you know, believe people. So much stuff has been done. But he said, you know, all right, I'm going to believe. He said, man, I got you, bro. You got to trust me. Y'all remember that audio? Just put a 1 in the chat if y'all remember what audio I'm talking about. The first audio that Levi put out after the New York trial when Robert was found guilty. This was after Levi went on Choke No Joke. He put an audio of him and Robert a couple weeks after that. And Levi was telling him he was getting the paperwork and stuff together for somebody. He kept saying her. And man, I've been working on it all day. I got everything, man. I got you, bro. And he said to Rob, man, you trust me, man? Y'all don't remember that? Please, somebody put a 1 in the chat if you remember what audio I'm talking about. Thank you, Jasmine West. Anybody else remember that audio? The first audio that Levi ever put out. This was after Robert was found guilty in New York. And Levi was on there promising him something, saying, yeah, I'm getting it all together, bro. I got everything together for her. I've been working all day on it and all of that. Do y'all remember that audio? This was the one where he didn't call him cousin at all. He kept saying brother and Rob. Nobody else remembers this audio? Put a 1 in the chat. This was the first audio. This one wasn't on Storm. He didn't meet Storm yet. The first audio he gave Storm was the one where Robert was talking about the album being released that he didn't put out. I'm talking about the audio that Levi put out right after Rob was found guilty in New York. Because remember, Levi wasn't talking at all during Robert's New York trial. Even a couple months before it started. All of a sudden, when his trial started, Levi went muted. He wasn't making no lives. He wasn't going live. He wasn't on nobody else live. Levi didn't come back out here until Robert was found guilty. And about a week after that, he went on Choke No Jokes channel. That's when Levi came out here saying Robert was coming home for Christmas. No later than New Year's. Then Levi put out an audio with him and Robert. And he was telling Robert that he was getting the paperwork and stuff together for her. He kept saying, I got everything together for her, man. I've been working all day. I'm glad you called me, Rob. And he said, you trust me. Do you trust me, man? And Rob said, man, I'm trying. It's hard. He said, man, you got to keep your head up in there, man. I'm gonna get you out of there, Rob. I'm gonna get you out of there. He never called him cousin. He kept saying bruh and Robert. And whatever Robert was calling him about, he was reassuring him, Levi was, whatever paperwork he was getting together for somebody, he kept saying her. I'm getting all of it together for her. I've been working on it all day. Okay, so Henrietta, Leslie, Summer Gill, and Jazz, the only one that heard it. That was the first audio. Okay? Before that, there was never an audio with Robert or Levi. That was the very first audio. Robert never called him cousin in the audio. He never called Robert cousin. Okay? So what Jiggy is talking about is people like that is who cling on to Robert. And the problem with it is because they're fans. But they're not regular fans and supporters. They are the fanatic fans and supporters. The yes men. The yes women. The ones that'll lead Rob into a rabbit hole. Okay? That's who they are. The ones that come around him to record him. To get information. To go pass it over back to the ops. That's the fans that they are. And he's saying that's the ones who always get Robert in the bullcrap. Look at Levi. You claiming you a cousin. When we all heard the audio, we don't gotta keep playing it. Robert never said this is my blood cousin. We know this. But because Levi promised him since New York, since Robert was found guilty in New York, that first audio I'm talking about. If y'all remember, he told him he was getting the paperwork and stuff together for her. He kept saying, I've been working on it all day, man. I got everything together. I got you, bro. You trust me? He said, you trust me? Rob said, okay, all right. He said, you got to trust me, man. And he said, we going to get you out of there. You just got to trust me. That was the first ever audio that Levi ever had with Robert. And he made sure he recorded it to put it out here. But you never heard cousin. Levi never called him cousin one time. What did he do? He was promising Robert something. He was promising Robert that he was doing something. Okay? So this is how he put a leash on Robert. He was promising him that he was doing something for him. He was promising him that he could do something for him. This is how he put the leash on Robert. Now, Robert feels like he got to talk to him. Now, Robert feels like he's an asset to him. Y'all get where I'm going? And these are the type of people that Robert has to stay away from. Because Levi's looking for recognition. He's not looking for, oh, I'm just supporting him. I don't need no recognition. You know, I don't need nobody to say I'm a cousin, none of that. I see what's going on with this man in these cases. This is not right. This is for anybody. But when, anybody, what happened to anybody? No, Levi's not talking like that. This man will literally cuss you out if you say, no, man, he didn't say y'all was no blood cousin. He just said, you call him cousin. For going on 4 years, this man has told us he was on Robert's visiting list. This man has openly said he was getting R. Kelly supporters arrested. But then today he said, man, how can I get somebody on house arrest? Or how can I get anybody on charges? You openly said that. So let me bring y'all back again. After Choke No Joke, they cussed Choke No Joke out. Remember? And Choke No Joke read the text messages from him and Levi. And how Levi told him every day, man, make sure you tell everybody come to my channel and like, share, and subscribe, man. Make sure you tell everybody like, share, and subscribe, man. Bro, don't forget, tell them to like, share, and subscribe, man. Tell them to like, share, and subscribe, man. Yo, bro, don't forget to make sure you tell everybody to come over and tell them to like, share, and subscribe. It was like 50 messages that Choke read that specifically he was telling Choke to tell people to like, share, and subscribe. And he wanted Choke to push that narrative that he was the cousin. That's why he went to Choke channel right after Robert was found guilty. And Choke said, how you know he coming home for Christmas? He said, because I'm a part of the team. And I know stuff that other people don't. Y'all remember that? Because before that, nobody was following Levi no more. People was done with the things he had to say. Because people was really going to court. People was really going to trial. So he couldn't defeat those people. Because they showing up. People on doing interviews with Court TV and different media platforms. So he couldn't compete. So he had to come out here and find another way for people to start following him again. For people to start going back to his channel. Now, how he got in touch with Robert with that first audio, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's because of whatever he was offering Robert that he could do. And for y'all that said they heard the audio, thank you very much, because that audio is very important. On a part where he said to Robert, I'm getting the stuff together now for her. I've been working on it all day, man, and doing everything to get everything together for her. I don't know who her is, but I can take a guess in my head who her was. Because at that time, everybody started being on Levi's panel. Now, every day he got 3-4 people on the panel. Everybody was going over to his lives because Levi said he was the reason that the lawyers were fired. That he put in paperwork with the feds and I think Homeland Security on the lawyers. He said he was the reason that all of this was going on. He said, oh, I ain't letting nobody take what I did, my work. I'm the reason that the lawyers are not on the case. It's because of me. So when you go back to the audio, he was saying to Robert, oh, I'm getting the paperwork together, man. I got it. I'm getting everything together. It shows that he promised Robert something, which leaves Robert to have to be connected to him. Okay? So when Jiggy is saying that Robert latches on these type of people, that is true. And it is a shame because you would think that Robert would want to vet these people, like, what's their job, what they do for a living, what's the background, what are they doing now? You understand? But no, Robert's vulnerable. He already got 30 years in New York. He had sentencing this month. So he's vulnerable. He's desperate. That's why he said in specific words, I don't care if a roach gets out there and say that they're helping me. So what does that tell you? He don't care if it's coming from the bottom of the bottom. He will accept anybody to go out there and fight for him. But that's not a good thing. Because by you saying they can fight for you or speak about your case, that's different. But not being able to get direct communication with you. Yeah, Robert said that too. I'm not going to say who told me that. But yeah, people was writing 5 to 10 papers. But look, they had to be writing for damn near 3 years. 3 years. Because Robert came out his own mouth and told multiple people he didn't know the man. So Robert can't make these people out to be no liars because he told them that. So when Shawn went to the jail today was because when Shawn came on live the other day, he told y'all Robert is vulnerable right now. So somehow Levi got to him through somebody, and all Levi did this for was to get validation, to get recognition from YouTube. Oh, I know him. See, I know him. But that's all about ching ching. That didn't have nothing to do with helping Robert with his case or nothing. And shout out to Shawn Harris, because that man just don't talk. He walk and mean what he say. And that man went to Chicago and visited Robert today while Levi was on live. While he was on live. And said, I just got off the phone with my cousin a couple minutes ago for 14 minutes. But Shawn was in a visit with Robert. So how did you just get off the phone with him? But you see, Levi deflected when he was asked, well, what's up with Shawn saying you was on the phone with Robert, but he was in front of the MCC? I know that made a lot of people's mouths drop like, oh, snaps. He's at the damn visit. But he's on live telling everybody else he was just on the phone with him. So imagine if Shawn didn't come out here and say he was at the visit today. Everybody would have believed Levi saying he was just on the phone with him for 14 minutes. Levi keeps slandering Shawn. He keeps telling y'all Shawn was fired. He keeps telling y'all he was never hired through the defense team. But Shawn is able to get up, go across the damn town, and just go visit Robert and pull him right out for a visit. You know what that means? He's on Robert's list. You know what else that means? That Robert ain't denied a visit. He accepted the visit. Because like when Doug Anton called me and said that Robert denied his visit and all that, Rob could easily deny it, no matter how many times you come up there. But Robert didn't deny Shawn's visit. And you think Shawn didn't sit down with him today and tell him everything that's important for Robert to know? Because Shawn is the private investigator on his case. Shawn can't come out here and say, oh, well, tell us what you did for Rob. He's a PI. He has to keep that stuff confidential for his client, because a lot of the stuff that Shawn did played part in the trial. Now, he let a couple things out inside of the live the other night, which cleared a lot of things up for us. Just like now we know this $250,000 defense fund money. You think Shawn didn't tell Rob that today? Hell yeah. Because they never knew what was the exact amount. It was always, oh, it's 8,000. Oh, it's 20,000. Oh, it's 32,000. Well, now they're saying 250,000 at the least. That's the least. So why would Robert have to ask Levi to ask his supporters for money to pay for Joy's rent when Levi was a part of the defense fund? Why he didn't tell Robert, hey, bro, you can go get your defense fund money. There you go. That's more than enough for whatever you need to do. They said the money was just sitting over in an account that Rob and his boys and his team knew about. That's what they said a couple months ago. It ain't no way Robert out here searching for money if he had any access to that defense fund. I already knew Queen E, but I was told to keep my mouth shut, and I did. But what got me was people think people is a game, and people think people a joke, that they can't get up and go to these places or go confront these people. That's what gets me. Like Sean say, I'm showing proof. Y'all want to be listening to these people that's on YouTube that won't even show you their background. And that's the problem. When people like myself and others that went to court dates, went to trials, they would rather listen to the person that ain't never show up to nothing. I done been to all of Robert's birthday celebrations in New York, right? And I thought to myself, the first one, like, oh wow, you know, the ones that claim they knew him for 20 years, cousins and all this. So I'm like, I know this dude Levi, he gonna come to that. The rest of Rob's cousins is there. Matter of fact, his main cousin is the one who sets the fair up every year. But Will, even some of y'all that don't like Bubba, but Bubba's there every year. JoJo, Key, Blackie, all of them. But when I see after 3 years, this dude ain't at none of the family events. Something wrong with that. Then when the press conference came about, the sister, Lisa, contacted me to talk to Bruce. And I figured, okay, you know, they say they family. She said she wanted all the family to get together. They need to get together to support Rob. So I didn't think nothing of it. So I passed Bruce her information. Bruce got upset because he was like, no, they're not our sisters. No. What do we need to be talking for? Me and her we don't need no conversation. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought like maybe they were sisters, maybe they wasn't, because I wasn't all indebted into it. Want me to tell you why? Because once I know it never was a blood test involved, I left it as that. But if Rob want to call them his sisters, I left it as that. But my opinion, should they get a blood test to just clear it up? Sure. But that wasn't my I didn't have no say so over that. Because Rob came out here and said, yes, they are my sisters. So I let it go. But when it came down to Levi supposed to have was meeting Bruce at the same press conference, he didn't reach out or he didn't send the information about who his mom was and all that. Because remember, at that time, he said he was related to Rob through the mom's side. But he think people forgot all this stuff. And this is why Bruce was done with it. And he was up to here with it. Because it was plenty of times that Levi was supposed to provide information of who the family was that he's claiming that he's related to Rob with. Then you see him start bashing the sisters. Oh, the sisters ain't real. Dr. Rogers is going to jail and all of this and that and the third. So everybody like, okay. But then you start claiming dad's side. Exactly. And I was right there with Will. He left because the person came. And then when the person left, Will came back. But Will was like, he couldn't be fake. He couldn't do it. And I didn't understand at first why Will was leaving. But then I understood it. Certain people can't deal with that fake stuff. Once I say I'm done with you, once I say who you is, you stay over that side. Some people is just like that. But when it come to Bobby, same way. He act like he's scared to tell somebody. hey, we talking over here, holler at you later, bro, or talk to you another day or something like that. We got business to take care. Act like he's scared to say that to somebody. And this is why Sean said you have eavesdroppers and people that sit around to get information because people just let them come around. And that's why I said I think a lot of Robert friends, then a lot of people, like some of the lawyers, they start liking this fame that they start thinking that they was like Robert or something. They liking everybody running up to him and hey and all this and that and the third. That's not what it was. That's not what it should have been. Them lawyers should have been talking to nothing but Robert and the main people who Robert said they could associate with. It's no reason that people off YouTube, bloggers, should have been anywhere near a conversation that the lawyers is talking about at lunch during a high profile case. It's no way. It's no way a female was able to get close to lawyers as if, she knew these people. When come to find out she's another one, she was only a fan. That bothers me. I would never want a lawyer, my lawyer, to let a fan of mine get that close because you don't even know if this is truly a fan. This could be an undercover goddamn fan or agent dressing in regular clothes to make you think that they just a fan. So some of the lawyers slip with that. It's like everybody, like whoever's close to Robert, they want to be close to them to get this like fame and this like I don't know what it is. It seems like it's like a drug. And I think during the trial, a lot of people should have stood back and waited to the ending of the trial. But every day the lawyers was coming out, oh yay, shout out to the lawyers, boo boo boo, and blowing, being loud and clapping and shouting them out. And it was happening every day. I think that should have stayed silent until at least the trial was over. Because it's like we giving these lawyers more credit and they ain't even finished this trial. And I think that they took advantage of that. They liked it that, like, I can't explain it, but it's like some type of like fame, like how they do Robert. I stopped by Doug's office more than I could count. I started going to Doug's office more after the first march in New York when Robert had that court date the next day. Matter of fact, this was the same time as Brandon and Sylvia and all them ordered the Airbnb in New York. That night that me and Randall was in New York when we squashed our differences. After I left New York, I went to Doug's office that Wednesday. But remember, at that time, the defense fund was still like kind of rolling because Doug Anton was coming on different platforms and everything. But when I really got indignant with Doug was the New York trial. After the New York trial, I was fed up because supposedly his email got hacked. But the difference between me and others, and this is why I get mad at people, because Doug's office is in Hackerson, New Jersey. My job is literally 13, 14 blocks from there. Literally 4 or 5 minutes. You can walk. Doug's office is inside of the building, which other attorneys and other businesses is in the building. Doug doesn't own the building. It's not just Doug's lawyer's office. No. He's inside of a building with other businesses. Okay? He's on a suite, like a regular, floor. And after the New York trial, Doug had COVID. But I didn't know that as me going to visit the office. He recently had hired him a assistant. So at first when I called her, she told me that she was going to give me the receipts to let me yep. I know. I'm heavy New York, sis. They can't tell me nothing about the big NYC. See that was the problem. when I first started being around people, they thought that I was going to be bullshitting like them and lying, saying that I'm at the courthouse, or lying, saying that I'm going to court, and I'm not. But see, when I start showing up, that's when they had to get rid of me, because they like, oh no, she telling the truth. Oh no, she really going to these places. See, that's what played them. I'm too close to these places for you to try to say, for you to play me and act like you going to court and you really ain't. Or for you to tell me you got a hotel and all this and you really don't. They couldn't do that with me. But back to the assistant. She never told me Doug had COVID. So when I got there, she was supposed to be giving me a printout of the information. And she just said to me, oh, you know what? Doug has COVID. And I'm like, okay. She's like, so he's been out the office. So the information is in the vote. So I'm like, oh, all right, I wait. I sat down, like, go on the vote, get the information. So then she comes back with a little note off the notepad, and she gives me Doug email and give me the office number again with the extension. And I'm like, what's this? She was like, because I want you to call me in a few days, if Doug is back, or I'm going to contact him to see, if I can just give you the information over the phone, or, a date for you to come back in. So I'm like, well, what is the problem? Why you just can't give me the receipt? Well, just let me know how much of mine is still in there, because I had other people's receipts of the money they sent plus mine. So I was trying to get her to give me that total if our money was still accumulated with the defense fund. So at first, before I got there, she was telling me she was going to do this. Then all of a sudden it changed to it's in a vote. He got COVID. I can't give you the information right. So I'm like, if it's in a vote, you can't just press the code or whatever, go into the vote. So I guess Doug must have told her on the phone, don't give it to me, Doug. I don't know. She just switched up. After that, I went back 2 weeks after that. Doug didn't have COVID, but he was out, I guess, doing another case or out with another client. So then here we go again. Doug's not here. I'ma leave the message for you. So I'm like, well, at this point, can you just tell me whether or not Doug passed this information over to Nicole? Because I was told at that point that Nicole was supposed to be opening up a trust fund, and that they were waiting for Nicole to open this trust fund so that Doug could transfer her the money out of the bank that they're claiming the defense fund money was in. And Greenberg was supposed to have checks that when Dabolsky had that affair where all the supporters bought checks to give to Dabolsky to give to Greenberg. Well, when Dabolsky gave Greenberg those checks, supposedly Nicole was supposed to be opening this banking account to collect Doug's money and the checks from Greenberg. So she was telling me she didn't know if he passed it forward. She would write that in the message, a whole runaround again. Then it comes to Doug's email being hacked. Now, a couple people I associated with told me that they also emailed Doug. Once we all compared the same emails, it did seem like, why was he talking like that? Like, it was like the way he was responding back. It was a little unprofessional type of thing, and I didn't think it was really him. So then I finally get a regular email where we going back and forth, and now the money's supposed to be in this still in this trust fund. That's when I got the messages about he wasn't never connected to the defense fund. It was just, no, he wasn't never connected to Dollar for the King. It was just defense fund. Robert never got anything from the Dollar for the King. Robert never agreed to a Dollar for the King. It's like he tried to push everything on the Dollar for the King now, and that everything for the defense fund was legit. And I think when he was getting mixed up was when people start asking about money and things like this, and this was about 7 months after the New York trial, he started thinking, I guess, that people were donating to the Dollar for the King and not the defense fund. But once I started giving him the receipts from everybody who did donate to the defense fund, which is the PayPal, and then people sent actual checks and money orders to his office in Hackerson, New Jersey, he still claimed that everything was supposed to be getting sent over to the new attorneys. At this time, Comedic and all them withdrawed. So we still on this waiting game. Then Nicole, she's withdrawing. So how was anything getting sent over to Nicole? Yup. And then we come to realize that it was 2 postcards. Doug Anton was sending out postcards, and there was another postcard. Now, how we know that Doug didn't send out one of the postcards and the other postcards from other people who sent me their receipts claimed that that postcard came through Levi. But what Levi did was, on the postcard, he has Robert's picture. Matter of fact, I think I have it here. He has Robert's picture, but on the front, he makes it, here we go. It's very big, where it say Dollar for the King campaign. Then it adds R. Kelly's Legal Defense Fund. Then it has the PayPal, and then it say Law Offices of Douglas Anton, 3 University Plaza, Suite 407, Hackensack, New Jersey. All donations are received by Attorney Anton. Now think about it. Doug is separating himself from Dollar for the King. But this postcard that's going out, they making it clear as day that Doug is connected with Dollar for the King. Now, Doug's postcard, I'll show y'all, is totally different. Give me 1 second. We're just saying, no, we can't do it. Wait a second. So that's my thing. Like when Doug tried to like separate himself, and like I said, I don't know if this has something to do with because he's starting to get information on disinformation or not. But when SHAWN said that, I don't know if y'all remember before a while ago when SHAWN said, no, I'm not. He said, I can't say. How did he say? He said, I can't say I am investigating the defense fund, or I can't say I'm not. I think he said it like that. But in the mix of that was around the time that SHAWN was supposed to have contacted Doug. But SHAWN say he's never, he can't tell what the conversation was about. But the conversation was never that Thank you, y'all, for waiting. I heard that. I can neither confirm deny. Wait a minute. But I do know for a fact, I don't know why Doug did this, but like I said, he separated himself from the Dollar for the King. He separated himself. And when I start seeing that he was doing that, it was kind of funny to me because I'm like, I remember when they said, oh no, we just said Dollar for the King in case somebody wanted to give up $1. When they think about Rob, they can just donate $1. And I remember Doug saying out his mouth, oh yeah, because they was sending in dollars. They was sending me, dollars. But then when people start contacting him about this money, he separated himself. Yes, he did. He separated himself quick and said that they never gave Levi no permission. And he said that Levi never even confronted, and he said that Robert don't know Levi. Hold on. I know I got it. I just had it in my other thing. Hold on. Don't tell me I gotta go all in my email to get it. I shouldn't have to. I just seen it not too long ago. It's a yellow card. If I ain't got it here. I know I can go somewhere else to get it. It ain't about nothing. I just don't feel like going out of here because I'm already on live. Cause I just want to show y'all the difference. Cause some of y'all might have even got it. I know some of y'all probably, if some of y'all sent money to the defense fund, then most likely you should have got it. But some people sent money to Levi, and he sent them the card that's on the screen. So that's what I'm saying about it was two different postcards. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. There we go. I got it. Good. Perfect. All right. Got it. Sorry for having y'all wait. So some of y'all that might got sent money to the defense fund. So this was the one that people claim they got from Levi, right? And this is the other one. Let me show y'all the other one. Y'all see this? Y'all see that? Just put ones in the chat if y'all see it, because I'm going to flip through both of them. So this was the one from I remember that, Queen E. Okay, so this was this one from Doug. Remember it looked like this? And sorry, I had to put this out because I don't need nobody knowing no addresses, because you know how these people are. So you see how at the top, at the very top, where it say law offices of Douglas C. Anton Esquire, and you see how that's stamped into the card. I forget what you call that, but it's stamped into it. Like it's not a sticker. It's written into the postcard. The postcard Doug, I guess, got professionally done. So every postcard from Doug had the address already on the postcard. Do y'all see that? Okay, and let me show y'all the other side of the postcard. Now, this is Doug's postcard. This is not the one that I just showed y'all, that blue one. Now, this was the back of Doug's postcard. Like I said, he must have got his professionally done. And his said, Dear R. Kelly Legal Defense Fund supporter. Defense Fund, not Dollar for the King. The postcard is to both acknowledge your financial support for the legal defense fund of the law firm client Robert Sylvester Kelly, and to thank you so very much for this contribution. Of course, you know it is not a tax deductible contribution, but it is a step in the right direction to build an account of funds to help Robert pay for expert fees to challenge the government's evidence. Your assistance is greatly appreciated by Robert and his legal team. Your continued support is always welcome in the future as well, so that you can be assured this money will remain in the account and be used only as Robert directs for his legal defense. I would scratch that part. Damn. I think it say Robert will receive a list of names of contributors and amounts of contributions for those who help him, and he will always remember his supporters and fans whom he loves deeply. Robert is innocent until proven guilty. Myself and the rest of his legal team will do everything under the law to keep fighting for him and to prove his innocence. Thank you again for your contribution, Douglas C. Anti. Now, y'all see that, right? And y'all see that he say Robert will know everybody who sends money, and he will give him a list of the names of the people who does it. So this was my issue with the assistant. Now you can't go in a vote to let me know if mine's and others, money's still there. Then why don't Robert know who the people that's sending it then? Because she's new. So she didn't know about the postcard. So because we knew about it, and when Robert wasn't coming out here thanking nobody for the defense fund, bingo, we knew he didn't know nothing about it. We knew it because it says here you were going to be giving him a list. Now remember, when Doug was fired, remember I talked to him a week before that. Well, about 4 or 5 days before that. And I didn't really think he was going to get fired. He thought he was going to be fired the next day, but he wasn't, from that night that he called me. Now, from that day that he originally got fired, because when Doug called me, Robert already had it in the making. He was firing him. I didn't know that. And from the people I talked to that night, they was like, oh, ain't nobody being fired. Tell him to chill out. And he specifically said to me that Robert had filled out some paperwork, and that if the paperwork goes through the next day after 12 noon, that there's nothing he can do about it. He just has to follow Rob's orders and withdraw himself from the case. So it wound up happening 4 days later. Like I said, Rob already had this in the making. That's why Rob denied that last visit from him. But that day that you found out that you officially had to withdraw, why wouldn't you turn over the defense fund that day? Is my issue. It was way before the New York trial, way before some Chicago trial. Why wouldn't you turn it over that day? Because remember, people were still saying donate to the defense fund. Even when we came out here and said that Doug was off the case, we had to come and show proof off the damn Pacers to show all the lawyers that were still retained and how Doug's name was gone. And it had wound up going all the way to the bottom. When Greenberg came out here and said, oh, we looking for some new attorneys, and we just moving around some of the attorneys, he didn't come right out and say Doug was being fired. He said that they were making some changes. But myself and others, we knew what the language was. That's why when it came out, we wasn't shocked. And because how Doug was moving out here. And then after that, of course, Greenberg too. But this is my point, y'all. Why is that one different than this, y'all? Why is the address not engraved? This postcard got one side only. Now, Doug didn't send this postcard out. Doug didn't send this out. Why was somebody else sending the postcard out? If Doug is the only one who's receiving money then why would you know to send a postcard to somebody unless they sent you money? Right or wrong? So Levi can't be mad at nobody else because they didn't say Dana sent them this. They said Levi did. They didn't say Dana sent it. They said Levi sent this. And a lot of people that lives in overseas, a lot of people that lives in the UK, a lot of people that lives in I ain't gonna say nobody names, I'll just say the different states. California, Mr. Baton Rouge, I think this is Baton Rouge, Mississippi, UK, London. I guess this is Maryland. Yeah, this is Maryland. And then there's 3 more. One from Sacramento. Another one from, I guess this is saying Mexico. Yeah, this is Mexico. And then there's 2 from, I guess this is, okay, this is Chicago. And then there's 1 more from Arkansas. Arkansas. A-R-S-K. Yeah, Arkansas. It is Arkansas. Yeah. So this is about, that I know of, 8 people that got this one. And I ain't gonna get into how much they sent. You know, I'm not gonna get into that. But they got theirs from him. So let me show you where Doug separates itself from the defense fund. I keep saying defense fund, the dollar for the king. Sorry. This was the other part of Doug's thing. Dear R. Kelly supporter, you are receiving this thank you postcard because you are recognized as having provided financial support to the R. Kelly Legal Defense Fund that is maintained for R. Kelly by my office. We are honored by your support and to be representing this client. Your support is greatly appreciated. As you know, we are now, have always been, and continue to be the only legal defense fund authorized by this client, and every penny goes for his legal defense. Thank you for your continued support. Keep this card and spread the word. And see, he got his address and then it on there again. So then, let me go back. Sorry, y'all. Y'all got me working my behind off over here, boy. Oh, boy, and then jumps right off. Dang. Oh, boy. All right, here goes the I'll just read them like this and then I'll go to the next one. So it says, I don't know who Levi for Kelly is, and I have not seen any emails from him. My office has nothing to do with the dollar for the king. We simply receive funds from anyone wishing to help our clients' legal expenses. Then he say, did you send a check or money order to the office? Did you donate by PayPal? I don't see these things as they come in, so I will have to check. Please explain your email to me more clearly so I can understand. Then he says, we have had a lot back and forth on this, and I still have no idea what the problem is. I don't know Levi. Wait a minute. And Levi is not collecting money that goes towards Robert's legal defense expenses. There is only one place, and that is my office. As I understand it, Levi has something else called Dollar for the King. I have no idea where that money goes or what he uses it for. I will tell you that he has never donated to this office legal fund, nor has he ever been in contact. Wait a minute. Okay, I can finish it. Okay, and he say, nor has he ever been in contact with me about making such a donation or telling me where that money goes. When I last spoke to Robert recently, he advises that he has never received money from any Dollar for the King program, and he has certainly not. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, he got all this. That's why I'm telling y'all it's a fake of him saying he knew Levi for 30 to 2001. That's bullshit. That is BS, sis. Trying to tell you, when Sean told y'all, when they said to Sean the other day, well, how did Robert say that when Robert was on the phone and said that he knew him? Sean said, Mr. Kelly is vulnerable right now. He said, I'm not gonna speak on what made him, start taking up for Levi. He said, but he told me out of his own mouth he didn't know him. No, I'm trying to put the one where he said he doesn't know him.
I'm trying to pull up the one where he says he doesn't know Levi. Does he say on this one, that Robert said, as he spoke with Robert, he said he doesn't know him. And he's certainly not. And that does not. Yeah, see, I got to pull up the one where he said he doesn't know him and he didn't give him permission to collect the money. Okay, that's not it. This is not it. I'm just trying to look for the one where he says, okay, that's not it. I don't know why it cuts off after that. Oh, this is the one right here where he says, and I don't know why it cuts off. Oh, here we go. I don't know Levi. Levi is not collecting money that goes towards Robert's legal expenses. There is only one place, and that is my office. As I understand it, Levi has something else called Dollar for the King. I have no idea where that money goes or what he uses it for. I would tell you that he has never donated to this office legal fund, nor has he ever been in contact with me about making such a. And then I think that's when it goes into here. Such a donation or telling me where that money goes. When I last spoke to Robert recently, he advises that he has never received money from any Dollar for the King program, and he has certainly not authorized it. Okay? So not only is he saying he doesn't know him, he's saying again, I don't know who Levi Kelly is. And I have not seen any email from saying. My office has nothing to do with Dollar for the King. We simply receive funds from anyone wishing to help our clients' legal expenses. Okay? So, when it comes to this whole, even though we jump from one thing to another, but I give my hat off to Sean, like I said, because this man stood on his ground and said what he was going to do. And he simply said the day before yesterday that he's doing this because this is his client. And that people are really like getting over on his client. And that's basically what's happening for real. And if Sean's just sitting here watching it would be wrong. And that's why I feel the type of way I feel when it comes to sometimes like when others that have a relationship with Robert who just sit back and don't say anything. Because it's not fair. And if you know somebody's doing somebody wrong and you know that it's not right, why would you not say anything? Why would you just sit back and act like you don't know what's going on? And then what hurts even more is, like I said, Doug Anton waited until after all of this stuff blew up, until he was out of the job, to disconnect himself from Dollar for the King. Now you see he don't say nothing about Dana. He blames the whole Dollar for the King on Levi. But remember, Dana said Levi came up with it. And since Dana and Levi have been going back and forth, did y'all hear Dana say that one day Levi came to him and said, let's do a fund
and let the people donate, and we'll take half of the money or something. And it's enough money, me and you could buy a house or buy cars or something like that, and we'll give Rob the other part of the money. Did y'all hear that? Now, I know everybody say, oh, Dana's a liar, da-da-da-da-da. But it's like, okay, do you think he's lying about that? Because a lot of things he said, yes, we could come out here and say was not true, right? But when people get mad at each other, which they all going at each other, people come out and they start telling everything that was going on amongst them, right? And he said that Levi asked him to open up they were supposed to do some type of fund or something. And Levi said something like, we could keep this percentage and we'll just give Rob that. But we could keep all of this over here. And I think Dana said he didn't do it, or I guess it never happened. I don't know. You said he's covering for him? Oh, so they're not beefing no more? What do you mean he's covering down? Well, it doesn't matter. He said it. He said it. He said that Levi came to him to start a fund and said, and we can keep such and such percentage of the money. That's what he said. So, like Sean Harris said, you can't change your story once you came out here and you said it. He said they collected $250,000. That's going to put Doug Anton. And see, that's what a lot of people saying. But that don't make him or nobody else that he said things about look good. If you having a fake beef, then you say things that's, for games or for fun or something like that make, the person laugh. But you don't come out here and say he wanted to start a fund and da-da-da-da-da. Then you come out here and say, he ain't the cousin. Then you came out here and say he touched Holly. And something about Robert Team beat him up at a concert because he was drunk. And Trent spoke of this when Trent was on Sean's panel the other night. That's what messed me up. Trent said it. So where's this story coming from? Because I never heard of this story. That Levi went to Robert's concert in 2001, they saying, and got drunk and was in there trying to touch the females or something, and the security beat him up. So then he sued Rob for $10,000. And this is how he know Robert? This is what Trent said. And Dana said something similar the couple days before that. So where did Trent get the story from? Because somebody made the story up. And do I think a lot of fake beef was going on? Yeah. But again, you can fake beef all you want. You came out here and slaughtered that man. And everything that was going on behind the scenes, you put it out here. You said that he made you do this. And Larry came out here and said that you was they hoe. And he made you say this and say that. Oh, I've been knew that, sis. Sis, I've been knew that. You don't remember the Sun Brother Love account when Prima Donna started acting funny towards Keith? And around the time that the Nobody's Supposed to Be song came out, and they all went on a campaign, don't support the song, go to Apple, report the song because Julia stole the song, Robert didn't give her permission, and then she went and doxed Keith and went to the label that the Nobody's Supposed to Be song came out on and said it wasn't a legit label. But what everybody didn't understand was Robert couldn't put the song out in R. Kelly because Sony still owns that name. That's why they put the song out as Rob under the album cover Rob. But remember, she came out here and said that the Son Brother Love account under Keith was fraudulent and that it was in the indictment and that the feds indicted that account, and then they had that account in the indictment because they claimed that they confiscated that account. They went through the account, they couldn't find anything in the account, but they was looking for fraudulent activity and they couldn't find it. Around the same time that they told the lawyers that they had to present their banking account. Exactly. Exactly. When they sabotaged that, then the defense, you know what? Let me bring y'all back. Let me bring y'all back. Remember I told y'all when Don Russell got indicted, okay? And Doug Anton put out this motion. Let me bring y'all back to speed. Let me see how many people really been here for a long time. Okay, now here we go. Remember when supporters said that Doug said if you get any information that could help Rob, give it to him. If you find anything, So supporters said that they was giving Doug information that they thought could help Rob. Remember? A couple of the things was Texas Black Diamond live that Don Russell was on talking about Faith Rogers, was lying about Robert threatening her and forcing her to do this and that, and it was just regular text messages with Faith telling Robert, I miss you, daddy, and this what I'm wearing today, and what you doing, daddy, so on and so forth, right? That was sent to Doug, and then remember, Don's mom, her business, the business thing, and they said that she didn't renew her thing was expired. Her I can't think. If y'all you know what I'm saying, put it in the chat. Her whatchamacallit was expired, right? And they was giving this stuff to Doug because they thought maybe it could help Robert. Well, remember when Doug did that audio with Dana, and Dana told him, yeah, because now Don had the notary. Thank you, sis. Remember when Dana said to Doug, yeah, because he's threatening me now. Don bought this guy out, Kevin Terrell. They working together. They told me if I come to Chicago, I ain't gonna make it out of there, and this, that, and the third. Well, remember the other day when Dana played that audio of Larry. Y'all don't remember what Larry said on that audio? Don't go to Chicago, man, because Don, he know real killers. And Don from the South Side. I'm telling you, man, them boys will come through there, man. They'll do something to you, man, and you won't be able to make it out Chicago, man. I'm telling y'all, don't play with Don. See, y'all think y'all wonder who doing this and that. No, it's Don. Don can pay them niggas to come do this and that to you, and they'll really do it. Don know them real killers. Y'all remember Dana played that audio the other day, right? And then all of a sudden, they made it seem like Don was this big kingpin, right? And remember when Dana was talking to Doug, and Doug was saying that Don was saying, oh, you won't be working here long. Rob's going to have a new lawyer come in. And Doug claimed he called Brian Nix, and Brian Nix said, oh, I'm sorry that he put that out on social media. And Doug was like, well, what you talking about? And he said, I apologize. And he said, well, is it true that, Michael Jackson lawyers coming in? And Doug said that Brian Nix said no. So Doug said to Dana, well, it doesn't matter. Long as my client doesn't say he doesn't need me or whatever, I'm still here. And that Dana told Greenberg that Doug put a cease and desist on Don and Brian Nix. Y'all remember that? Okay, here's the motion. This was the motion that Doug put in right when Robert was getting his bond hearing. All because of what Dana was saying about Don. And then the information for the video from Texas Black Diamond. Listen. So, with this knowledge, it was clear that Robert Kelly did not either draft or file the purported answer or the October 22nd, 2018 letter that is attributed of having come from him. Mr. Kelly is clear that he heard about the case, talking about Faith Rogers, but never saw nor knew of the actual complaint. Answer on or October 22nd, 2019 letter, he never hired an attorney to answer it. And it was not until only recently that he retained my office for this matter, and I employed my co-counsel in this case, respected attorney Thomas Pernella, to address the New York case, which makes the same claims as this particular Jane Doe makes in this federal criminal matter in Eastern District, New York. Never before, Mr. Kelly makes clear, did he hire counsel for that matter or give anyone the authority to act on behalf in this matter. Let me tell you what Doug did. He basically said that Robert didn't hire Brian Nix. Remember when Brian Nix sent in a cease and desist to Faith Rogers' lawyer? Remember when Brian Nix sent in the paperwork to Faith Rogers' lawyer? Well, Doug is saying Rob said he didn't know nothing about it. Rob never hired no lawyer. That stuff came from Dana. Okay? Dana was telling Doug that Rob ain't know them, that Rob don't talk to them. But let's finish. He said he advised only that Don Russell and others told him about it. My office sought to reach out to Don Russell in late 2019 and ascertain what, if any, involvement Mr. Russell had in the two documents mentioned above. Don Russell refused to speak to my office about those items specifically and would not confirm. Instead, Mr. Russell, damn, can't see that part. Mr. Russell went on to talk about his sovereign citizenship and other absurd statements and comments. Now listen to this. Now remember this. This is when Dana came out and started saying all of these people names was in this motion. But remember when Doug Anton first did it, it was only Don Russell name, if I'm not mistaken, and that was it. But now look at all the names that's in it. Don Russell with Kevin Terrell, a.k.a. DJ Tyson, Sylvia Tusimi, Felicia Michelle Johnson, and Texas Black Diamond, Dubowski Gun, and One Papoose, aka One Pap, Texas Black Diamond, and others. This was the motion that Doug sent to the prosecutors during the bond hearing. This is how Don got indicted. Doug was so stupid that he sat up there and told these prosecutors that Rob didn't know Don, that Rob didn't speak with Don. And when the prosecutors came back and pulled out the text messages between Don and Robert, Doug looked as stupid as hell. And like Don said, it made it look like his lawyers were freaking liars. That's why Don said when they act like they didn't want to talk to him, when he was trying to talk to them to give them the paperwork, they wouldn't take the paperwork. They cut him off. And Dana said to Greenberg, oh yeah, Doug gave Don and Brian McNix a cease and desist. Greenberg said, oh, he did. Doug did that? He said, yeah. Without even consulting his client. Because if you consulted your client would have told you. Yeah, he knew who Don was and Don's mother. Did Rob tell Don to do illegal activity? No, but did he know who Don was? Yes. Did Robert know that Brian McNix put out the cease and desist to Faith Rogers' lawyer? Yes. But Doug listened to these people on the sideline, took it upon himself to put a motion in, to put a damn motion in during this man's freaking bond hearing. And then Don got indicted, and they said that Robert was seeking Don to do intimidating witnesses. Now, this Sylvia, DJ, Felicia, Texas Black Diamond, remember, none of these names was in the motion. Soon as Dana started beefing with these people, remember, all of a sudden, he brought the motion out on his channel, but then had all of their names in it, which let us know that Doug gave him a copy of the motion. So much so that he was able to edit it and put everybody's names in it. Because remember, one Papoose was snapping when she went on her live, Texas Black Diamond, because Oko and Dana and them was going around saying that all of these people was in the motion. And everybody just watching it from his channel, so they like, what the fuck is we in the motion for? Are you serious? But no, this wasn't the original motion. The original motion, if I'm not mistaken, only had Don's name in it. And I think that's it. I don't believe it had DJ and none of them in it. All of these names got added because he edited and brought out the motion after Doug submitted it to the prosecutor. So when you see words up here that Doug says, like, my client didn't advise, he didn't know nothing about, and my office sought to reach out to Don Russell in late 2019 and ascertain what if involvement that Mr. Russell had in the two documents mentioned above. First of all, how did Doug not talk to Don when, I'm going to let y'all hear this, when he's on here admitting that he talked to Don? Okay, let's go here. He admits it when he talks to Dana. He said, yeah, he called me and he told me, oh man, you know, you're not about to have a job because Rob's getting a new legal team. So he's not going, you know, you're not going to be here too much longer. And he says, he told him, well, you know, I'll put in a good word for you, Doug Anton. You know, I see, you know, you're a cool guy and everything. So when the new lawyer comes in, I'll put in a good word, you know, to see if you can still stay. Now, the only thing I'm saying is Don wasn't too far from the truth, because not too long after that, Doug was withdrawn. Robert even kept Tom Fernella way longer than he kept Doug. So that says something. That says a lot, in my opinion, because Doug brought him in. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure I got it. 1 second. And that's what I'm saying by how you have a lawyer that don't talk to their client. Like how you didn't talk to Robert. Hey, do you know Don Russell? Hey, do you know, have you talked to him? I mean, you know, did you talk to his mother? Like how you didn't talk to your client is so ridiculous to me. That you went out here and made these decisions without your client, and then this man bond hearing comes up and the damn prosecutors, they bring out a whole freaking thing showing your client knows them. That's what messed me up. Like, damn. Like, you not only just made your client look crazy, but you also just made it look like the defense team was lying. And that was the sad part. That was the sad part. Okay, important. Why is not going there? So I guess I gotta go this way. Because I want y'all to hear the actual audio of Doug saying that he talked to Don. But he put in his motion, oh, I talked to him, and all he talked about was sovereign citizenship and this, that. Boy, you talked to that man about way more than that. Because you sat up here and you told this dude that Don told you that you wasn't going to have a job. So how the hell that's all y'all talked about? Sovereign citizenship. And that's why I said, in my case, how I feel, Doug messed his own self up. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He messed his own self up. Because who in their right mind is going to just go do a motion with not consulting with your client? And then you can tell that Greenberg and Doug wasn't on the same um the same uh the same thing either, because when Dana was talking to Doug that time and Doug said, oh, so Greenberg knows about this defense fund. And he like, yeah. Greenberg, I mean, Doug's the one that, set it up and everything. So Greenberg like, oh, okay, so Doug knows about this. Why would Greenberg be asking, do Doug know about this? That don't even make sense. Why wouldn't Doug tell Greenberg that he was, doing a defense fund? Because on the thing it says that all the defense fund, all the lawyers knows about the defense fund. This is from all the lawyers in Robert's defense fund. We all are aware or whatever. No, he didn't know. That's why he asked Dana. So Doug knows about this. And then when Greenberg sided with the sisters, he said on that interview, you're going to have people out here claiming that they are, allowed to collect money or that they collect the money. He said, but everybody is not, everybody is not, like basically Greenberg was saying, we're not, vouching for everybody to, be collecting money. He said the sisters is going to be opening up a fund, and I'll be doing the lawyer side, and they'll be doing that. That's what Greenberg said. So I don't know no lawyers that's all on one team that don't know about what each other is doing. That doesn't even make any sense. That's telling you right there, everybody wasn't on the same, they wasn't on the same thing. Wait a minute, because I'm going to let y'all hear. Doug Anton lied because he said in his motion that when he talked to Don Russell, all Don Russell talked about was sovereign citizen and what do you say, sovereign citizen and something else he said. But he basically said Don Russell didn't tell him whether or not he had something to do with them 2 documents that the prosecutors had in the motion. And those 2 documents was how they started the intimidating witness and how Don Russell got indicted. And that's why I said why I don't trust Cash Jones is because you were in that indictment. And it was stated that you walked up to Cash Jones, to Faith, and told her, oh, if you keep making comments about Robert, we're going to put these videos out of you. And now they're saying that the mother was on somebody's channel saying that she never said Cash Jones walked up to her and that the cousin had a gun. And the mother's a goddamn lie because I was in the court when she said it. So, like, huh? What you said? You didn't what? Girl, you's a goddamn lie. Yes, the hell your ass did say that. Yes, you did. Don't lie over here, because you said it. So if the mother's saying she didn't say it, that's the problem to me. And I would think that everybody would be, feeling the type of way about it. Oh my God, why is it doing that? Come on. You serious? Come on. Oh boy. Mm-mm-mm. Oh my God. I would be on that mom case. You said what? You said that you didn't what? Girl, yes the hell you did say that in court. I seen you. And that's how Don Russell was found not guilty. That's how he was found guilty. I'm sorry. Because the mom got up on the stand and said that he threatened her and her daughter. So why don't come up? Did she take it? Oh boy. Hi, self-love. So I'm gonna show y'all the regular one. Let me see. I thought I had it in this one. I got so many goddamn receipts. It don't make no sense.
I got Doug Anton, y'all. Nothing. I'm just calling to check to make sure you good.
I'm good. We had our court dates today with Robert. He appeared by video from Chicago with Steve.
Yeah, so how was court?
Yeah, Mr. Greenberg, it was good. I mean, it was a practice conference. The judge said in light of the trial that's going to take place in Illinois first, that we're going to move our trial date from May to July 7th. So our trial in New York is going to be July 7th. I think they have an April trial date in Illinois. Steve's got it there. He's got that covered very well. Excellent attorney, Greenberg and Michael. So they got that covered, and then we're going to kick it over here to this trial. So we set some trial dates. We talked about jury selection, jury questionnaires. We complained. Our side, obviously, we're always complaining that we don't have enough discovery.
That's right.
We don't have enough. We don't have enough to identify people and witnesses and things like that. The judge makes that she deems appropriate, which, you know, you don't argue with the judge. The judge lays down the law, and that's it. We would like to have a little more information so we can make certain determinations, but we defer to the judge. She's an excellent judge, and we always look forward to an opportunity to always ask more questions and find out more information just to keep it a fair trial. So I understand tonight that Kevin Tyrell had some issues with somebody calling the hotel he was at.
Yeah.
Something like that. You know anything about what's going on with that?
Nah, I was on my live because I was breaking down some parts of my live when it came to like some of the accusers, and I was breaking it down. And somebody from Kevin Terrell's chat was like, Dana, go over there because, you know, Doug Anton. Once I seen that, I'm like, nah, Doug is my guy. So I immediately ended my live. And then when I went over there, his was buffering. So that's when I called you, which is now. And I'm making sure that you was good because I didn't know if you was there or not.
Yeah, no, I'm here I'm back in Jersey, my house. But what I understood took place, I got a call from a woman who has been very wonderful and very supportive
right.
of our, and donating money to help his defense fund regularly. She's just a wonderful woman. She's from Newark, New Jersey. And she called me up, Doug, you got to help Tyrell. You know, he got some issues going on out there. And at first I thought it was you because Tyrell must go by another name, DJ or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought it was DJ Dana J, so I thought it was you. Don't get me wrong, I like Tyrell very much. So then when she said Tyrell, I said, all right. So I gave him a call. But it's very hard to shake Tyrell. He's a strong guy. So he's like, no, I'm cool. People making threats at me, but I'll call the police. I'll do all the law-abiding stuff. He's a good man.
Right.
So I thought, you were in trouble or something. Like, that's my Dana J, my boy championship.
No, man. I'm just sitting up here battling. And it's like, but I'm saying people saying that people was pretty much going after Kevin. I mean, like threatening him and trying to get him kicked out the hotel and all that. But I mean,
what's that about? Why should people care what he's saying? I mean, are they anti Robert Kelly people? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
And is it any relation to any of the alleged victims?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess everybody got their opinion and stuff, but whoever the people are who made the accusations, they got their day in court. It's coming.
Right.
So why don't we just let it all play out in court? Let all the truth come out the right way in court instead of doing all this back and forth causing everybody headaches. Kicking the poor guy out of this hotel, that's ridiculous.
Right. Well, so just like they said that, I'm stealing the money from the defense fund and I come and I jack you up and I take the money from you.
Yeah, how many times do we have to defend against that? That's ridiculous. We still got every penny that I haven't even written any checks from it at all for anything.
Man.
Work haven't asked for any money.
Man, I still had a flashback when you telling me, Dana, I thank you for doing it, but they literally sending dollars.
Yeah, man, because you said $1 for the king, and I was getting $500 $1 checks. My staff is like, "What the hell's going on?"
man, they said the feds was coming to get me because I'm stealing money for $1 for the king. Then they said I went and brought a truck off the $1 for the king money. I said, "Well, shit."
Pick me up at the airport next time.
Right, that part.
All right, I'm going to be in town out in Chi-Town in a couple of weeks to see the client, so I'll give you a call when I'm heading there.
That's what I need to talk to you about, and because I need you to. I got a name for you.
But don't say anything over the air.
Right.
We'll make a private call.
Okay, got you.
I go back to dinner, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Doug. I got Doug Anton, y'all. Nothing. I'm just calling to check to make sure you good.
I'm good. We had our court date today with Robert. He appeared by video from Chicago with Steve.
Yeah. So how was court?
Yeah, Mr. Greenberg, it was good. I mean, it was a practice conference. The judge said, in light of the trial that's going to take place in Illinois first, that we're going to move our trial date from May.
First of all, when he said Doug, I was up here breaking down the case about the accusers. That was a no-no right there. Why would you even say that? And then at the end, y'all don't hear the part where he say, oh, Doug, I needed you to look up. He was like, no, Doug, like, no, not on live, not on live. So that tells you that Doug was providing some information offline. Yes, he was. Soon as he say, I need you to look into somebody, look this, Doug say, no, not on live. It shouldn't have never been. Not on live, not ever. But this is what got Doug caught up. And when people want to say, oh, Doug was a good lawyer, we never really got to see what Doug did as a lawyer because he was going so fast. And at the end of the day, I would think with Doug being in the lawyer industry for 25 years, that he would have made, better decisions. And he didn't. There's no way I would have been talking to people outside of my client. It wasn't Robert's family. It is not a wife. And even with that, you still can't come out here and be associating with, I don't care if the person paid the lawyer. That's like me. I pay for one of my sisters or my friend's lawyer. Do you know that the lawyer still can't talk to me? Even though I paid for the lawyer? You just can't do it. So it doesn't matter if the person tells you they close to him or they right hand or they know him for 20 years. You're not supposed to associate with nobody outside of your client. Now, if your client tells you, can you go associate with this person? Okay, but even a lawyer still is going to be like, I don't recommend it. I don't, recommend you talking to this person about your case. Because the lawyer only has client privilege over their client. So if the client goes talking to somebody else about what's going on in the case, or the lawyer goes talking to somebody else about what's going on in the case, excuse me, the prosecutors can go interview that person and boom, that could come right into the trial. So that doesn't, that's why I didn't understand why Doug made the decisions that he made. And Doug has worked in the entertainment. He doesn't have too many criminal cases that he had, but Doug did he worked with a lot of entertainers cases for little civil cases, or the last little criminal case he had was the young guy in Jersey. And I think the guy was fighting like a little assault case. I have to look it up. I think it was like a little assault case or something. But that was like the last criminal case that I noticed that he had. Other than that. But all the rest of it was like, him being entertainers, musicians. He had a couple baseball players, but for little cases. but nothing like Roberts. No high profile like Roberts. None of them, except for Greenberg, had a high profile case like Roberts. Now I know not Greenberg, what's the other attorney? What's the other attorney that was with Greenberg? He just had a high profile case with the Sweeties, the case about the guy who they thought killed his nephew, and Drea was in pictures with him saying that she's supporting him. What the hell is his name? Yes, thank you, Tim Norman. So Robert's other lawyer, I don't know why I can't think of the other lawyer now. Stephen Greenberg and Michael Leonard. I'm sorry. Michael Leonard was just representing Tim Norman during the Chicago federal trial. So, and if you look in a lot of Michael Leonard's background, in my opinion, he was a better lawyer than all of them. In my opinion. Even though Tim Norman just lost that case, but if you research Tim Norman case, this fool not only was fighting with Michael Leonard the last 3 weeks of his trial, but he tried to fire Michael Leonard 3 weeks before the trial was over, and he told Michael Leonard to put him on the stand after Michael Leonard advised him damn near 5 times, don't get on the stand. He wanted to fire Michael Leonard. It was too late. The judge said no. I'm pretty sure if Michael Leonard could, he would have just let him, dismiss him, because this dude was not listening. And he could have had a good case there, because everybody else who they had on Tim Norman, they didn't actually have him with the weapon. They didn't actually have him at the murder scene. All they had was him and Nelly's old producer with the life insurance papers. And that guy said it was one time the nephew was there and signed the papers. So am I saying Tim Norman is innocent or guilty? No. What I'm saying is Michael Leonard is a very good attorney. But this fool begged Michael Leonard to put him on the stand 3 weeks before trial was almost over. And it doomed him. This fool went on the stand with a case that they're saying you set your nephew up to get killed for the insurance money, and then you basically went up there on the stand and admitted to obtaining these documents, and then said, "Oh, my nephew was there one time, and he signed them," and stuff that didn't need to be said. But now you're on the stand, giving the prosecutors all of this extra to point at you when your lawyer told you don't testify. So other than that, if you look at Michael Leonard's background, he literally beats all his trials. And he had a couple clients where, he had appeal cases. He beat them. So out of 100% of his cases, about 93% he wins them. Period. And he's very familiar with federal trials. This is why Greenberg said that when Nicole started acting crazy, that they wasn't comfortable with working with individuals that wasn't familiar and wasn't educated on federal trials. And this is why I said it wasn't no shade to Nicole. It wasn't no shade to Tom Fernella. But when it comes down to a federal trial, Greenberg and Leonard was more educated. And I believe that Leonard was going to be the one who, backs up Greenberg and them two bring what they both have to the table. And the only thing I could say about Michael Leonard that put a lot of light on the New York trial was that in the trial in New York, the lawyers failed to prove that it wasn't a RICO. That was the main thing. And Michael Leonard was right. Nobody cared about these females having a relationship with Robert and what was their sex life like and how she lifted her leg up and how he bent her over. Greenberg said the same thing. Nobody cared about that. It is what it is. That happened. Okay. But the main argument was this man who's a singer doesn't have a RICO. This is a freaking musician, and his employees are doing nothing but promoting a brand. None of his employees who got hired under RSK Enterprise or prior to that under who was paying them before it start with a B, the last people that was paying them, but none of the checks ever said Robert Sylvester Kelly. But none of them got hired because they came in to do criminal activity. And that was the whole thing of proving that this wasn't a RICO. And I believe what Michael Leonard said, if they would have did that, then it probably also would have brought more to the juries, because all the prosecutors did was threw in all of these extra bad acts, all of these uncharged acts, and the defense basically argued this female is lying, that female is lying, she's lying. And because Canning just coming in, he definitely showed the credibility in each accuser. Yeah, he did. And he broke down all the lies. But if he would have had help with another lawyer to take the other part of this is not a criminal enterprise, all of these employees who started working for Mr. Kelly was just promoting the brand, making schedule for tours, concerts. Mr. Kelly traveling all around the world to perform. This man didn't perform and have tours just to gain money to kidnap females and hold them hostage. And as much as the man worked, what time did he have to spend with these females 24/7? To actually sit in his house and hold them hostage 24/7, 365, if the man is on tour. Sean Harris said the other day, which I'm glad he brought to everybody's attention, because I was trying to tell y'all at the New York trial that the judge was not playing. She didn't want no character witnesses. And Sean spoke about that everybody was saying, oh, well, why this one didn't come and say this, or why he didn't bring me in to testify. If you was just going to go in there like, oh, Robert's such a good person, and I love him, and she wasn't trying to hear that. She wasn't trying to hear nobody that was coming in there just to speak good. She wanted people to come in there to answer the prosecutor's questions. And if they asked you, like, oh, did you see him abusing any females? Or, oh, did you see this or that? She didn't want nobody coming in there that was going to be like, oh, he was just always a good person, and he did this for me, he did that. That's called character witnesses. The judge didn't want that. Now, that is kind of crazy, because it's like, well, if you can't come in here and speak good on his character, what the hell do you want people to say? You really can't pick a lot of people, because most of the people that wanted to testify, like Sean said, that's what they would have got up there and did. And she wasn't having it. She was cutting Nicole off so much during the opening arguments when Nicole was speaking about his career and how much his fans and supporters love him and how much stuff that he did um to others affecting them, with his music, she kept, excuse me, Miss Becker, please let me see you over here. Didn't I tell you that we was not speaking on Mr. Kelly's character and what he does and how much music he has made? Nicole went right back over there, start talking, then she did it again. And Mr. Kelly has did over such and such albums and he has donated to Miss Becker. I'm not going to keep asking you over and over. I ask you, please don't do that. So Nicole tried to slip it in about 3, 4 times. Every time the judge, stopped it. But it just showed they didn't want nobody talking good of this man at all. And then when you take that, no character witnesses, and then the PI said how when he brought up that I was telling you about the Geronda Pace thing, where she tried to lie and say she heard when Robert called his lawyer and was talking to his lawyer, what he was talking to his lawyer about in Africa. And I didn't know Sean was the one that researched the information that the time and date that she's claiming she was with Robert in that room, the same room that she talked about in her book, that she took a picture in with fully clothed on, shoes, pants, shirt, and laying in the bed and just take a picture. A bed that's fully made, look like nobody ever even slept in the bed before. The sheets and the covers was so tightly tucked. Okay? She tried to say in court she was with him during a certain day and time, and Koenig was like, wait a minute, he was in Africa. So how did you say you heard what he told his lawyer when the conversation took place while he was in Africa? So I didn't know Sean was the one who got that information for the defense. But he said he was the one who researched that. Now, it's crazy because I didn't even notice that when that came about, because in the Chicago case, they didn't want the defense, every argument to be he was at a concert. He was on tour. Like whenever the females claimed they was with him, doing sexual uh activities or whatever, they did a motion that the defense couldn't argue back that he was on tour or he was at a concert. And I'm like, what? How the hell you gonna say that his defense can be he was on tour or he was at a concert? I mean, doing a concert. This man is a goddamn musician. This man is singing all over the world, tours, concerts, special appearances, and you gonna say his arguments can't just be he was at tour, he was doing a show? Well, what about if that's the case? So I didn't like that part. Like, oh no, all of his defense can't just be he was, because I guess they saying, oh, that could be his defense for everything. Well, how about it could be true though? So that was another thing. The defense couldn't say their argument couldn't be every argument that he was at that he was doing a concert or he was at tour. But Sean brought up that he was the one that found out that Robert was in Africa during Geronda claims. And I couldn't believe when she sat there and lied and said, so I don't understand why she wasn't, her testimony wasn't pulled back. Because she definitely said that she was right there when Robert made the comment to his lawyer. And Koenig said, well, how could that be? He was in Africa. So what you saying, you was on the phone with him when he talked to his lawyer? How could you hear what his lawyer said? And how could you be there if this man was in Africa? So she looked at dumb as hell in the court. But for some reason, I guess Judge Donnelly doesn't know what it means to perjure. And when Azriel did it the worst is when she specifically said she didn't say something. And no, I didn't write that. And then when Koenig pulled out the actual report from when they interviewed her and in the grand jury report, she said again, I didn't write that. He said, oh, so are you saying that the prosecutors, are you saying the prosecutors put this information down? And then what got me is when he said, oh, matter of fact, are you saying that somebody else was there at the meeting with the prosecutors speaking on your behalf? He said, because now if you're saying that, are you saying that maybe your parents was there and telling the prosecutors um things that basically I guess in your favor? And she said, well, he said, so are you saying that the prosecutors are lying? She said, all I'm saying is I didn't write that. She said, I didn't put that down. And then they went for uh whatever that's called when they go for a sidebar. And then that's when Canic was saying, Your Honor, can I please show her the video of her on Presidents when she said, I didn't have to call y'all. I called y'all such and such. And don't sit here and act like I never, was calling y'all. So the prosecutors tried to say, well, Your Honor, can we warn her? Can we show her at least? Because then she might say that she remember or whatever. And he like, no, Your Honor. How they gonna act like they don't know what video it is when they the ones who had the video in their discovery? So they had Shabazz video in their discovery. And Canic was like, how y'all not gonna know with the video? Oh, Your Honor, we need to see the video. We don't know this video like that he's about to show. Canic like, are you serious? Y'all the ones that had this video in your discovery. So I want to play her clips, and she's saying she don't remember. She's saying she didn't put this on paper, and she basically saying whatever y'all did it. She didn't have nothing to do with it. So then the judge finally let him bring it in, but the prosecutors was flipping. Oh, Your Honor, he's supposed to have that in before the trial. That's not fair. It says it's such and such um case law. He's not supposed to do that. So she let it in, and that's when they played President. But what the prosecutors did was they kind of like refreshed her a little bit, but they refreshed her with, how did they do it? Like they said something else which made her remember that to remember the part of the video. But it still was, in my opinion, perjury, because she said over probably more than that. I'm gonna say 15 times that she didn't say that, or she didn't put that down. And at the end, when she said she didn't write that last one, that's the one that they really did the sidebar, and we had went on break because they was discussing whether or not it was the perjury thing. Who's Tom Fernella? Self-love? Let me tell you, stop lying. When I read Judge and Donnelly's, what is it called? Her, when people speak on you, what is that called? Your, her review? Man, they was talking so bad about her, it was ridiculous. Man, damn near everybody that had to experience her courtroom, they was saying she was racist. Everybody said that she act like she's above the law. Everybody was calling her a bench judge, which a bench judge, hey 312, a bench judge is when a judge who basically sides with the prosecutors. So basically a judge who basically, side with the prosecutors and act like she's still on the prosecutor side, like she's still a prosecutor. A lot of people called her a bench judge. Then they were saying that the reason why the Supreme Court, the appeal court, is so backed up from her court is because she make a lot of rulings, and when they ask her, can she what is that called when they I think that's like when she drop herself from the case and she doesn't do it. So it makes the appeal court harder for them because now they gotta go back and deal with her fuck ups, basically. So a lot of people said during the court they asked her could she drop herself, and she didn't. So of course they had to take it over to the appeal court, and then they wound up, doing what she didn't do. And everybody, I mean, they talk so bad about her. It was ridiculous, and they said she doesn't know the law. They said that she basically all she worried about when you come to court is if you she didn't like Nicole. And why she didn't like Nicole, when Judge Donnelly was about to become a judge, you know that they do that thing with the Senate when they ask you questions and all that stuff. So I told y'all the real reason why I knew for a fact she shouldn't have never been on Robert's case is because when they asked her, if you become a judge or whatever, what are you going to take with you that you learned from, being a prosecutor and from the department you was working at? And the first thing she said was, I'm going to take with me all of the victims that I work with who were controlled by their abusers with money, and because they was controlled and they were so strong, and I'm just going to take their strongness and take it with me when I go, over to be a judge in the federal court. Now, when she said that, I was like, oops, she shouldn't have never been on this case. You talking about when you go become a federal judge, all you going to think about is the victims from the victim unit that you was working with? Oh, no. They knew from the gate she was going to side with victims. Period. Period. That's the first thing she said when they asked her, what are you going to take with you if you become a federal judge? And matter of fact, here it go right here. I'm going to let y'all hear it. Y'all know I try to bring receipts. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Can y'all hear it?
My wonderful father-in-law, Edward Toth, and my father, Jack Donnelly.
And our whole family was there.
Excellent time.
Her daughter, her mother.
I know that he is watching, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
And this is Judge Donnelly.
Thank you, Judge Donnelly. Mr. Bellardo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go to the end when they answer at the end.
Members of the committee, especially Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Leahy, for giving me an opportunity to, if confirmed as a federal district court judge, you'll be presiding.
This was the Senate confirmation in 2015.
What have you done or will you do to prepare yourself for that side of the law?
Thank you for that question, Senator Tillis. In my 25 years as an assistant district attorney and in my 6 years as a state court judge, I've been lucky to have been challenged by very complicated cases and have been required to get up to speed quickly on issues that I wasn't previously familiar with, such as complex securities, fraud, white-collar cases, and violent crime as well. With respect to getting up to speed on civil matters, I am committed to hitting the ground running. I plan to take advantage of all of the resources that are offered by the Federal Judicial Center, as well as consulting with my colleagues on the federal bench, and I look forward to that challenge.
Thank you. Senator Franken.
See, they was right.
Thank you, Mr.
She didn't know nothing about civil cases.
Meteoric rise.
Say that again. My mom's listening.
Mrs. Tillis, congratulations on having a son who is chairman. this early in his Senate career. You're welcome. And I don't think we've had this much family and friends here at a hearing. So congratulations to all of you for having a lot of friends. Ms. Hall, in addition to your considerable experience in civil litigation and commercial law, your background also reflects a commitment to public service. Former mayor of Bloomberg appointed you to serve on the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission, for example. But one experience in particular caught my eye, which is your service on the New York State Joint Commission on Public Ethics, which is tasked with ensuring compliance with New York State ethics and lobbying laws. Can you tell us how your experience on that commission, where you participated in confidential hearings and considered sensitive information, will influence your work as a judge?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that my work on the New York State Joint Commission,
and that black woman, she lost against Judge,
as well as my public service on the Tax
Okay, here we go.
Commission and my service in the United States Air Force,
confirmation.
has helped.
In criminal cases, not just
Confirmation.
in your current role as judge,
Confirmation.
but as prosecutor. But nonetheless, I'd imagine that sentencing, convicted defendants must be one of the most difficult jobs that you face as a judge. Could you talk about the approach you take to sentencing and how that has been informed by your time as a prosecutor, and looking forward how you would balance the need for sentencing with the need for rehabilitation in particular cases?
Thank you for that question, Senator Franken. Yes, you are correct that imposing sentence in a criminal case is among the most difficult tasks that a judge faces. And the factors that the judge is obligated to consider when determining the sentence to impose includes many factors: the severity of the crime, the effect on the community of where I am currently sitting in Manhattan, the effect on the particular victim, and the defendant's background as well. The cases that I have been presiding over most recently often involve devastating crimes to our communities involving gang violence and murders, and the sentences are necessarily heavy. But frequently in our courts, we see very young defendants, and that is the place where I believe that our judicial system has the opportunity to perhaps turn someone around. In New York, you have the opportunity of affording a defendant youthful offender treatment, which I have done on many occasions. It's certainly a risk to the that a judge takes when you do that, but it is certainly one of the tools that you have to perhaps save someone from what is bound to be a life of crime if they're not turned around.
Thank you very much. Sorry I didn't get to you, Judge, but
I'll deal with them.
But Senator Klobuchar is I don't envy you. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Klobuchar, would you mind? We have no Republican members present now. If I maybe ask just a couple more questions before you proceed.
That's fine.
Thank you. Judge Droz, when you were a defense attorney, you were quoted in an article saying, I believe this is the correct quote, "Now the judge is almost irrelevant. You can bargain around the judge. You almost have to. When drug defendants plead guilty in federal court, prosecutors usually drop some of the counts charged in an indictment, a move that frequently lowers the maximum possible sentence. In some cases, they drop all counts and substitute the charge carrying a lesser sentence. Does that accurately reflect your opinion? And do you believe there's any value in mandatory minimums? And if confirmed, will you apply the mandatory minimum? Thank you, Ms. Hall. Judge Donnelly, can you identify any mistakes you made early in your judicial career that will help you as you transition into the federal?
Well, the transition from advocate to a judge is definitely a learning curve, and I haven't cataloged the mistakes that I've made. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they exist. But my judicial philosophy, in my 6 years on the New York Supreme Court, has been one of a fidelity to the rule of law, a respect for the people who appear before me, according every witness, litigant, a juror, dignity, making sure that my rulings are transparent so that the reasoning is clear, and a work ethic which involves a thorough knowledge of the applicable law and the factual record. And I believe that adherence to that philosophy minimizes the mistakes that a judge is apt to make.
Thank you, Judge Donnelly. And finally, Mr. Velardo, you've represented numerous targets or witnesses in False Claims Act investigations. While attorneys most diligently and zealously represent their clients, your practice involving the False Claims Act has been focused on defending against whistleblowers' allegations. If confirmed, how will you handle such actions if they're brought before your bench?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I will handle them the same way I handle all cases brought before me, and that is fairly and impartially by applying the rule of law. District judges are not elected by anyone. They don't sit on a panel with other judges who can hold them in check. They don't have en banc courts to look at what they do. They decide cases based on what the law is, not on what the law should be, not on like handling any other case.
Here we go. Now listen.
Applying precedent.
Here we go. Listen here.
Future as a federal judge, if and when we hope you will be confirmed.
Thank you for that question, Senator Klobuchar.
Firsthand, the challenges we face in this country with the scourge of domestic violence and child abuse. I worked on those
domestic violence
issues, and I know
child abuse.
Your docket will be different now, but how does that experience inform your future as a federal judge, if and when we hope you will be confirmed?
Thank you for that question, Senator Klobuchar. You are right that these are among the most difficult cases to prosecute with domestic violence victims and with child abuse victims. Challenges in identifying the victims, many of whom are financially dependent on their abusers. Challenges with very young victims, and many steps have been taken. It's been some time since I've been active in that role, but the use of child advocacy centers where a child abuse victim gets all services at one location without the need for multiple interviews, and having the opportunity to work with those children was one of the most meaningful and affecting experiences of my life. To see children who have suffered so much to have been so resilient and so able to survive unimaginable situations. I hope that it will make me a better judge. I feel that it has in my 6 years on the Supreme Court. I'm very lucky to have had that chance, and I thank you for the question.
Thank you. Mr. Velardo, I see that you
So did y'all hear that?
Law Review and Chief Justice Rob.
And she talked about the child advocacy, the one where she sent John Doe 1 to get his plane ticket and stuff paid for when he was coming to sentencing with her. She don't think they should do many interviews. They should just go through child advocacy. But all the R. Kelly accusers was in interview after interview after interview. And she believed by her working in that department with victims is what made her a better judge. And she feels that all accusers are basically held by the abuser with money. You hear that, right? So what you think she thought about when Robert came to her courtroom? And him being a superstar and all that.
The editor. Thank you for your point, Judge Donnelly. Thank you for your service. And I know that you actually Also, in your very extensive background here, you were chief of the Family Violence and Child Abuse Bureau in the New York District Attorney's Office, and you saw firsthand the challenges we face in this country with the scourge of domestic violence and child abuse. I worked on those as a prosecutor for 8 years, those issues, and I know your docket will be different now, but how does that experience inform your future as a federal judge, if and when we hope you will be confirmed?
Thank you for that question, Senator Klobuchar. You are right that these are among the most difficult cases to prosecute with domestic violence victims and with child abuse victims. Challenges in identifying the victims, many of whom are financially dependent on their abusers. Challenges with very young victims, and many steps have been taken. It's been some time since I've been active in that role, but the use of child advocacy centers where a child abuse victim gets all services at one location without the need for multiple interviews, and having the opportunity to work with those children was one of the most meaningful and affecting experiences of my life. To see children who have suffered so much to have been so resilient and so able to survive unimaginable situations. I hope that it will make me a better judge. I feel that it has in my 6 years on the Supreme Court. I'm very lucky to have had that chance, and I thank you for the question.
Thank you. Mr. Velardo, I see that you served on
I'm very lucky to have that chance.
Chief Justice Roberts was the editor. So who do you think is the better editor of Harvard Law Review, President Obama or, no, I'm kidding. Don't go there. Don't answer that question.
I'll provide you extra time, sir.
Okay, so I was just thinking of your experience as a civil litigator, and a lot of times people that go into the federal judgeships are judges.
Like I told y'all just now, I told y'all, that's what she said. That's what made her a better judge because of working with victims.
Sometimes they also are.
And wait a minute, because I had one more of her. And everybody was jumping for her when Robert first got her on the case. Oh, she's good. Oh, she's a great judge. And, oh yeah, that she's gonna be. But man, I knew from day one when I seen her background and seen where she came from, and she worked with the child abuse and victim unit for over 13 or 14 years. Man, please, that's where she came from. I knew exactly why they gave her the case, so that she can be harsh on the sentence, harsh on any type of rulings, motions, deny them. She tried to act like she was being fair with the lawyers. No, she wasn't. And when Nicole got there, she couldn't stand Nicole because she don't like, and she's going to tell you, and this thing I'm about to let you listen to, she don't pay attention to lawyers that come dressed up and all that. She doesn't like that. She said she lawyers that worry about, how they look, hair, and dressing up and all that. She doesn't like that. And she's basically a judge that looks for that. But when you hear her writes about, being in her courtroom, they say that's how she is. That she's a judge that just worry about her hair, how she looks, and siding with the prosecutors. So I guess they saying she get intimidated if a lawyer comes in all dressed up and fly, because I guess she feel that's taken away from her. A lot of people tried to have her recused. From what I read from all the reviews, a lot of people, but that's very strong when she got Obama, who gave her recognition. So I guess it'd be kind of hard to get her And remember, when she first came on, they got her to come on so she can do that case with Trump. She's the one that denied Trump of that what was it, the wall thing? What was it? That case that Trump had when she first came on. She was the one that made the decision for that. Yeah, I told you she don't like Jennifer. No, I seen that all throughout the trial. I seen it during the pre-trial, and when I read the reviews of her coming out her own mouth saying that she don't like a lawyer that comes in and I guess worry about how they look and all of that. Oh, I knew why she ain't like Nicole, because Nicole coming in every day, yeah, with the illegal immigrants. Yeah, that's why I believe Obama and he wanted to put her in office so that she could get that case with Trump, because they all wanted that illegal immigrants thing. They wanted Trump to lose that case, so that's why they picked her, and she got a lot of cheers from her decision off that case. A lot of cheers.
What's my biggest frustration being a judge? It's honestly the inability to learn something from doing moot courts like this. So I'm from the Midwest, and I went to New York, and I never came back. So I've been in New York now for more than 35 years, almost 40 years. I was a prosecutor for about 25 years. As an appellate lawyer starting out, and then as a trial lawyer for a good portion of that. I don't remember what all the questions were, but I'm going to try to do my best. I'd say I think one of the questions was, what's the transition from going from being an advocate to being a judge? And I would say that the most important quality, which probably serve you well as a lawyer too, is just being able to listen, obviously be a good lawyer. But I find that I talk a lot less as a judge than I did as a trial lawyer, and that's because as Judge Ho said, I rely on lawyers to give me the foundation for the case, whether it's factual foundation or a legal foundation. And then I said that we do have just what could be characterized as a crushing caseload. I would say, having been in state court, sometimes those caseloads are even worse. But we have a full complement of civil and criminal cases. And I heard just one other thing that I've learned is that every case is important to someone. There's no case that is unimportant, and I recall that as a state court judge, if I would handle misdemeanor cases, sometimes people think they're not such important cases, but they are. And so I try to keep that in mind, that for litigants and for lawyers, these cases are all very important. And then the other thing that I try to keep in mind is that, having been a courtroom lawyer for such a long time, I have vivid recollections of being yelled at by judges. I think that happened more in the 80s and the 90s than it does now. I'm not positive. But I do remember that it didn't feel very good to be yelled at or embarrassed in court. And so I do try to remember what it's like to be a litigant, and how much work you have to do to prepare for your cases. So I hope I'm not mean to anybody, but just trying to remember how it felt to be
to be an advocate.
That's great. Thank you. I want to pick up on the very last thing you said, Judge Donnelly, and ask a question that's maybe of particular relevance to the 4 students who will be arguing later today, which is, what are the things that that advocates do in front of you that you think are particularly effective or particularly ineffective? What makes for an especially good or bad advocate in your court? Judge Donnelly, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Well, one thing that I always tell people is that there are 1,000 roads to God. There are 1,000 roads to be, 1,000 ways to be a good lawyer. So it's not always being the most flashy person in the room, but the critical tools that you can bring to your job as an advocate are preparation for your case, which always shows, and being straightforward with the judge or with the jury about what the record is, and making your case persuasively. You know, I've sat on the Second Circuit a few times as a visiting judge, and I'm always most impressed by people that speak plainly, but have a thorough knowledge of the record. One other thing that I don't find particularly helpful, I really don't like it when lawyers, I don't know if fight is the right word, but sometimes people feel very passionate about their position, and sometimes they don't treat each other very well. I find that not helpful. You know, in written submissions, when things are underlined or in all caps, or, you know, somebody using the word outrageous.
Listen, you heard what she said. You heard what she said about all caps. Remember, she got on Jennifer about them caps. Remember? And she told Jennifer she only accepts what was it? 100 and I think Jennifer went over 120. Was it over 120? She said. But I know she made Jennifer write that motion all over again. And Jennifer had some of the wording in caps. And you heard what she said. She finds that like basically like disrespectful if you write your motions in any wording in caps. And basically when you do your motions, she wants you to learn already how she want the way she want her motions written up. She don't like for you not to, you know, basically like follow directions the first time. I forgot what it was that Jennifer did, but I think Jennifer went over, I think it was over, was it over, how many pages was it? I think Jennifer went over 20 or something like that. And she was like, she only wanted, I think, like 9 or 10 or 8 or 9. But I remember the prosecutor doing the same thing. And she didn't pull them aside like that and tell them to do it all over. But when it came to Jennifer, she made Jennifer do that motion all over again. And said, no, you can't go over a certain amount of pages. And you need to do less pages. And I think it was the last couple pages where Jennifer was wording some of the things, and she had them in caps and said no caps. Because if you go to the website, it will tell you on her court website how she want, you know, her motions. Because I seen that soon as she was assigned as Robert's judge, where it shows you how she wants her, when you submit a motion, how she wants her motions and how many pages, the font that she wants. So I was able to see, you know, what the lawyers have to go research before doing a motion with her. And I remember when she went off on time one time, a couple motions right before the New York trial started, and she made him do a motion over before because of one of his having caps in it. And then when he did that very last motion, that was the day before the trial, the pre-trial started, and he just had got it in right before 12 o'clock. I mean, he was bad with that. Right before 12 midnight, I think he put it in like 11:55 or something like that. But right before 12 o'clock midnight, he put the motion in. and she went and answered to the motion around like 6 something in the morning. I think it was. I think it was like 6. I know it wasn't after 8 or 9 because we had to be outside in the line of court at like 8:15, 8:30. And I remember reading the motion before the sun had came on. So it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. But not only did she deny his motion, but she criticized it of the spelling. I think a couple words he had misspelled by mistake, but you could tell he only did that because he was rushing. The motion had to be in by 12. He got to be in at the pretrial first thing in the morning. So he's up all night, probably getting no sleep, putting this motion in. And not only did she criticize it, but from the rip, she denied it. Yeah, she had to add, but who does that? You got to add extra pages. I meant you have to ask for extra pages if you want to do extra pages, and then she said yeah, and then you all you're gonna do is do the extra pages. Honey, that wasn't no 4 hours. I swear to God, that was like 6 hours. That was the longest jury instruction deliberation I ever seen in my goddamn life. She went through that thing long as hell. And that's why I said I could tell that the New York juries also probably became tired. And that's why that Friday, I was praying up and down, like, I hope they don't have a decision today. Please don't have no. And that's why I said it was not no sequestered jury. Okay? I know people who had sequestered jury, and they have put like curtains, and I have been to somebody's trial where they even had the jury on one side and they had the defendant all the way in the back where the jury couldn't even see the defendant. Okay, so this wasn't no sequestered jury. The only reason that Judge and Donnelly, the prosecutors, the defense, Robert, the witnesses, and the jury, and the marshals was separate from everybody else was because of COVID. She was very strict on the COVID. That's why she didn't let no media in there or no reporters and stuff. And they was trying to get her in trouble. That's why the reporters was writing all them motions and trying to send a motion to the Supreme Court because they were saying that she was violating Robert's rights by not letting him have media or reporters inside of the courtroom. So they take that kind of serious when you deny a defendant of having, an open trial. But she really did that because of COVID. Okay? Because that Friday that they went in deliberation, them lawyers were able to go home. The first day of deliberation, they went home. From Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They didn't come back until Monday. That's not no sequestered jury. They would have had them stay in hotels near the court for that weekend if that was a sequestered jury. They wouldn't have let them go home. And in my opinion, once they went home, how you gonna know they ain't looking at a computer or they not looking up stuff on their phone? Now, see, in Chicago, I was shocked because they were allowed to be on their social media. They was allowed to get on the internet, but they couldn't look up R. Kelly name. They couldn't look up like the accusers, but they were allowed to be on their social media and on the internet in Chicago. That's why when Jennifer and the prosecutors were going back and forth about Jennifer making that comment she did on Twitter, and Jennifer was like, Your Honor, well, I'm hoping that the jury is not following me or looking up my Twitter. She was like, and at the end of the day, it's freedom of speech. So she was like, you know what, Your Honor, I won't even write on Twitter no more during the trial. Don't even worry about it. She made that decision. So then when she said, you know what, forget that. I got freedom of speech. And she went back on Twitter. All these people on the internet That's not for Robert. Oh, look, she violated what the judge said, and she jumped right back on social media. They need to know about this. The judge need to know. No, she's the one that said that she wouldn't get back on. The judge did not tell her, "Oh, you can't get back on the internet." She's the one. Jennifer's the one that said, "I won't." But then she said, "Man, is they crazy? I got freedom of speech. They can't tell me not to be on the internet." So she got back on the internet. But I couldn't believe how people was really on the internet saying we need to let the judge know. The judge need to know she came back on the internet after she was told she was banned. No, she was not. She made her own decision and said that I won't, tweet back and forth. But then she said, I have freedom of speech. And they can't stop you from having freedom of speech. They were just mad that Jennifer, and all she said was, Robert thanks all his fans and supporters. We're truly still in the fight, fighting against these I think she said crooked prosecutors or something that she said about the prosecutors. And they got mad. Right, because not bringing up the whatchamacallit trial, but what's his name? Oh, my mind is not clear. Um the football player. His jury was sequestered. They kept those people in hotels in downtown LA for months. That man trial was what, about 6, 7 months? And the hotels that they stayed in, they made sure each hotel room had no cable. They didn't have no cell phones. So they was just in the rooms with books and magazines, stuff that you can just read. They was sequestered. So all that Larry and them told everybody, oh, y'all supporters, y'all made that man have a sequestered jury. No, that was lies. They even came out here and said that Jennifer was the reason why it was a sequestered jury in Chicago. Which sequestered jury in Chicago? Those juries was in the same courtroom with the supporters, with the reporters, with the media, with the witnesses, with the prosecutors, with the defense. Judge Leonard Weber, he ain't care. That's how we was able to see the jury in Chicago. You can actually see their faces. You can see their emotions, if they laughing, if they got a serious face. You seen all of that in Chicago. It was nowhere near a sequestered jury in Chicago. Nowhere near it. Judge Leonard Weber, he wasn't going for all that. He like, the jury's here, we here, media here. He even gave the media an extra room. And he allowed the media to bring in their laptops, cell phones, for them to do their notes and report on what's going on in the case. No, they couldn't pull it out to take pictures or to record videos. They can only use their computers or their phones to write up what's going on in the court, or again to do their notes. Now once lunchtime or whatever, then they can go outside, and if they got to get on live and report the case or whatever. And if you were doing anything with your phone or video to do like live on video, you had to have a media pass, and you had to be located downstairs in the lobby in Chicago, and your equipment had to already be set up. So like if the lawyers or anybody was walking past that you wanted to interview,
you already had to be set up down there, and you had to have a media pass. So you couldn't be a blogger and just come downstairs and pop your phone up and just do an interview. No, you had to have a media pass. That's why some people had got the tickets, the fines or whatever. Like the Hollywood chick, she called herself going at Sylvia and all that other stuff, that she was so hyped, she came outside the courtroom and went live right then and there. That's how she got caught up. Nobody called on her. And if Sylvia and them did, I don't know. But that's not what I seen. What I seen was her come out the courtroom. She was in the courtroom. As she was walking out the courtroom, she was on her phone, boom, live, and put her camera up and start talking to live in the hallway outside of the courtroom door. That's how she got caught up. And then she got caught up again the day that she just came, and she got there a little late. So she was outside on the first floor, and she was down there interviewing different people while she was live. That's another reason she got a ticket. And I believe they warned her. And they was being nice, like, no, you can't interview nobody down here unless you have the media pass. That's why I said all that. She went to school for the media pass, and she got her credentials down. That's bullcrap, because if she had them, then they wouldn't have gave her a problem in Chicago where the media stuff was located with their equipment and stuff when she was doing that interview. So she didn't have no credentials to show them. She might have had a badge that said the name of her channel, but she didn't have the real media credentials. And I believe they gave her a warning. And then when she did that dumb stuff and came outside the courtroom and went live right outside the courtroom door, that's when she played herself. And let me tell you, when we was in New York, that's how Dennis gave her a badge. Because the first day she came to the trial, that's why I told y'all, all these people that was acting like they was there since day one is a goddamn lie. They was not in New York the first day. They weren't in New York that first week. When all of them start coming, speaking of the Hollywood chick and the others, they came when Azriel was about to testify. Remember, Demetrius went first, and then she was about to testify. But it was a couple people before her and Demetrius. But when the Hollywood chick came up, we were damn near 2 weeks and about 3 days in already. Okay? And the first day she came, she didn't get in because all the seats was taken. It was enough spots. So she was out there arguing with her dude's sister, the lady that be on social media, on YouTube, that said she didn't like her. Her. And the lady got mad and said she was leaving. And the lady got her stuff and said she was going to go get a flight. They was out there arguing back and forth. Then the next day she came. Whatever she did, I don't know, she got smart with the marshals. She wasn't listening when they said do the line thing. I don't know. We was already in line, had our spots, whatever, because a lot of us was going at 5 and 6 in the morning. So you already have your spot. So if you coming back and forth outside, you good. So others would be coming at 7 and 8. People already got their spots. So she came the second day, and whatever happened, they put her out. I don't know what took place, whatever. But that's the day that she was out there crying. Oh, forget this. I ain't going through this. I'm out. I'm leaving. Oh, well, I don't got to be here in this fucking trial. Da, 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 da. And Dennis Bryant
walked past, and I guess he was asking her what's wrong, and she told him she couldn't get in. They did something or whatever, whatever. And that's the day he gave her the badge. Okay? And he was out there telling her that she has to be respectful now because you basically represent him, and because she got his company, you know, name the thing on her, and just do what you gotta do, take the notes. He was telling her don't engage with nobody, none of that, none of that, none of that. Right? So she gets in, and remember I told y'all she was arguing with Faith's father. No, sorry, Faith's uncle. And the father was there too, but she was really arguing with the uncle. I think that was the uncle. And whatever he said, I couldn't catch it. But he said something, and she said, something what? Oh, bitch. Something. Don't fucking don't fucking say it to me or something, or something. You mad as shit because your fucking daughter got your daughter got herpes. And then he said some bitch. What the fuck is you talking to? Whatever. Oh, bitch, you mad because your daughter got herpes, the mom got herpes, the dad got herpes, oh, family got fucking herpes. I mean, she went in like a fucking kid. First of all, you was trying to pick with the man for him to say something. We all seen it. You kept like trying to agitate for them to say something. All you had to do was walk away, pay that man no fucking mind. Period. But no, she gotta go in and say she gotta make a damn scene. She gotta be all loud. So the man got loud with her. But what messed it all up was after that happened, the marshals came, split everybody up, boom, boom, boom. You know what Faith Rogers' dad did. He ran right down there to the court once court was getting back in service, and the prosecutor jumped right up. Excuse me, Your Honor. Excuse me, Your Honor. We would like to address something before court starts. Is that okay? Judge Donnelly, yes, that's fine. Okay, Your Honor. I'm about to say a few things. Please, do you mind if I cuss? Okay, whatever you have to say to get it out. Okay. Well, one of the victims, a father and family, um, not too long ago was attacked by one of R. Kelly's supporters, where she sat there and told the victim, um, fuck you, that's why you have herpes, and called the father a bitch and to shut the fuck up. And Your Honor, I just want you to please make it very clear that um the same way you say that they have to have respect as if they was actually in your courtroom, that they have to behave that way in any courtroom that's here. And out of respect for the victims, Your Honor, um we would really appreciate if nobody would say anything to the victims, the family, because they were approached, Your Honor. I'm like, oh my fucking God. No, the hell they didn't just say R. Kelly supporter. I'm in the fucking room ready to go run and snatch this dumb bitch by her fucking hair. Like, you dumbass. Now they done went and told the fucking judge this shit. And the judge come back and say, okay, this is the last warning. Even if you were in my court, even if you're not in my courtroom, you're supposed to behave the same way as if you're in this courtroom. And if we have any more issues or you act like you don't know how to behave here, then all of these supporters or anybody here nobody won't be able to come and view the trial. I'm like, oh shit. And Robert is even looking like, what the fuck? I don't know who that is. Like, he looking lost, like, well, who the fuck did that shit? Like, I'm just like, oh my God. Then her dad out there doing an interview with the media. He telling the media the shit. Yeah, because just now one of his supporters attacked me and my family while we was upstairs and traveling through the hallway. And I don't
I don't say anything to anybody. I'm just here to support my daughter. I don't understand why, they want to, attack me and my family. I'm like, oh my God. Like, what the fuck did you do all that for? And I was really mad because right after that, that's when they kicked everybody out the regular courtroom that we was in. And they start making everybody go over to the reporters with all them stinky ass underarm reporters. Now you got to basically bunk it up with all of them, beg for a seat. Then there's only 2 monitors in there, so if you get a back seat, you barely can even see the monitors. So she messed it up for a lot of people that just was coming in, because a couple of us that was sitting in the main courtroom, me, Sean Harris, Keith, Will, Bobby, Yellow Michelle, Glenda, I think Mercedes wasn't coming in the courtroom now at that point. What's her name? Uh, um, that lawyer. That lawyer. That chick. She was in there. There's like 2 marshals. One watches inside, the other one watches the door. But that was the courtroom that we was going in from the beginning, when it wasn't barely nobody coming to trial. And then them other courtrooms, all the reporters and the media, they was going over there. So she messed it up for people that just wanted to be comfortable, to just don't have to sit with all these people. You only have like 10 of us in one room. You ain't gotta worry about smelly underarms and being all close up to people with the COVID. You can actually see the court. You can actually see Robert. You can actually hear. So a lot of people was mad because people that wasn't there from the beginning, they wasn't able to go into the regular courtroom with the family because of the shit she did. And then after a couple days after that, more people start coming, and everybody's starting to switch now. People starting to bring people in the family room, and other people got to suffer and go in the media room now. But all that shit was because of her. Because of her. Because of her. And then when she supposed to choke Lisa, Cassandra outside, I was at the hotel eating my lunch. Glad I wasn't right there, because I probably would have pimp slapped the hell out of her if I seen her doing that. But that was the same day that the officers said that people was fighting on the side of the damn courthouse. Come to find out, um, Cassandra was out there crying and stuff, saying that she choked her up. So I'm like, choked her up? Why she ain't fight back? I'm like, why y'all ain't whip her ass? I'm looking like, wait a minute. Is Lisa and Cassandra, both of y'all is like, good size. Y'all ain't fuck this girl up, and it's 2 of y'all. Oh my God. I don't even know how that happened. I don't even know how it started. Like I said, I was all the way around the corner. By the time I got back, the marshal that I was talking to, like I see every day, he speak, I speak. And he was like, just mind your business. Don't even get into it. He's like, because any more problems, he said, I'm pretty sure that they're going to probably stop a lot of people from coming to the courthouse. And he was like, they probably won't be able to even attend. I'm like, are you serious? He like, yeah, because we just had a altercation on the side of the court. He said where a woman was attacked. I'm like, what? Then after that, what happens? Sylvia, everybody come to court that morning, line it up. Here go another incident. I come down the parkway, but I was inside the court at this time. I forgot what I was coming out for. It was something. As soon as I come out, I see her all in Sylvia's face, loud as shit. Like you can see the spit. Like when somebody talking real loud and fast, you can see the sparkles and spit coming out their mouth. That was her. Calling herself trying to fight Sylvia. Oh, what you gonna say now, bitch? Say what you gotta fucking say. I'm fucking tired of you, Sylvia. Fuck you, bitch. Don't fucking play with me, bitch. I'll whoop your fucking ass. And Trevin,
he got mad as shit and he just started fucking snapping, pushing everybody out of Sylvia's face, telling them to go over there. So then it looked like Trevor, I guess, was attacking the women. But in my opinion, I think it was just him trying to get everybody out of Sylvia's face because she was sitting there crying. So it's like, why even try to fight somebody that is barely, arguing with you back, or barely, you know, like trying to, even be rowdy. And it seemed like every time I would come there, that chick would run to the other side, or she'll run to the down the street, or cross over. That's why I said she knows who to fuck with and who not. Literally, she knows who to bully and who not. Like she planned on seeing Sylvia. You could tell when she first came, and then she got all cool with Dana at the courthouse. They planned on waiting to see her. Her whole thing to come to the trial, she probably came there to take notes or whatever. But I don't care what nobody say. She planned on attacking Sylvia and them sisters. No, that was me. Stop lying. That was me. And I'm the reason why the fucking interview ended. And when I sat down and I was talking to it was me, Ebony, T. Lynn, Keith, Shawn, Bobby, and Calvin, the other lawyer. And we was sitting down to eat. They sitting there, we sitting right there. And as we walking past, Kenneth was admiring Ebony's shirt that Mercedes made. That Kenneth, what was it, Kenneth, mechanic, or something like that. And it was like, oh wow, let me take a picture, send this to my family. They gonna be hype about this. That's me on the shirt. And we like, yeah. I'm like, Kenneth, I didn't tell you. So nobody knew that she was having no fucking interview. We down at the court. We're not on YouTube. So when she said, wait a minute, my interview, I'm like, what? Oh, all right. Well, nobody knew you was having no interview. I'm like, but you ain't got to say it like that. So as I'm walking off, I don't hear her. But Ebony was like, did she just say groupies? So I guess she said something about groupies, something. Man, I got out my chair so fast. I told Ebony and T. Lynn they could chill. I walked the fuck over there and was like, what you say? I'm like, bitch, I ain't Sylvia. I'll drag you up and down this motherfucking street. Matter of fact, come over here. And that's when she start walking. Canic, is that all? Bitch, that is the fuck all. He ain't doing no more fucking interviews, and he ain't talking no more. Then what you trying to fucking do? Because I told her, I told her like 10 times, I'm not Sylvia. I will break your fucking jaw and drag you up and down this motherfucking street. She all, anyway, get your dirty ass across the street. You ain't even fucking welcome over here no more. Bye. And she was running the fuck across the street. That interview was done. Kenny was like, oops, I don't want no parts of that. Kenny got up. He ain't want to do not near another interview. And he went right down there and sat with us. And she was looking dumb as shit. Yeah, you interviewing Kenny. But as soon as I said it's time to fucking end this shit, he got right up and went over to his seat and started talking to us. Yeah, she was talking to me, Ebony, and T. Lynn. But she's a punk. Because when I went at her, she ain't do shit. But that would have been Sylvia. She was all in Sylvia's face, trying to fight her and everything. And we wasn't probably in front of the courthouse. She probably would have swung on Sylvia. All jokes aside. I ain't gonna lie. And that's why I was so mad at when this shit happened about her saying that Sylvia hit her or whatever. Because this not about who likes Sylvia, who don't. This is about I hate bullies. And I literally watched this lady bully Sylvia in New York. So all of a sudden, y'all, we in Chicago now, and now all of a sudden I'm gonna go attack you. I asked you for a ride, and now I just knocked you the hell out on the ground, and you so hysterical, you call the cops on me. And then the next day, not even the same day, the next day you come to court and you tell the officers Oh, the person that attacked me, they're here in this court building inside the court. She literally wanted the cops to go inside of Robert's courtroom to grab Sylvia out, y'all. Do y'all not know Sylvia was inside the court? Court was in session. That I think that was Dottie. I'm not sure, but one of them went and told Sylvia, "Yo, the cops is downstairs to arrest you. Just come out the courtroom." Because if it wasn't for that, they were going up in that courtroom to get Sylvia. You know how embarrassing that would have been to have to stop the court and say, "Excuse me, Your Honor, we're in here to, we have a warrant for such and such," in front of Rob, all the media, the family, um, supporters, the damn prosecution. You literally was going to send these people up inside that courtroom to arrest her. So that's why they brought Sylvia down. Sylvia came downstairs. And then they arrested her on the first floor. And that's why I said that video that she put out showing Sylvia crying and stuff and talking to the cop. She tried to lie and say that somebody gave that to her. That was her. That was her. She recorded it. She was sitting in the lobby, kept moving around everywhere they was there with Sylvia. She kept over here recording it. Then when it looked like they was looking at her, she like turned the camera over this way, but gonna lie and say somebody gave her the footage. You recorded it. And then when they finally got Sylvia outside, she recorded Sylvia getting in the car. Y'all ain't see 3, 4, 5 medias out there. It was only one media man outside. He never came in the building. And they said he only came because they got a call saying that somebody was going to be getting arrested. So she planned all that shit. She planned to go down there and call the cops while Sylvia was inside the court. She called the media right before it took place so they could hurry up and get there. That girl is sick. And now they supposed to have a court date and you postponing court dates. What you postponing court dates for? You the one who started all this shit. And if I was Sylvia's lawyer, I would be like, man, forget that. No, we ain't postponed. We ain't keep getting another date. None of that shit. Let's go. She brought these charges here. Yeah, acting like a whole ass. But what it was is she called herself bullying Sylvia. Whatever took place with this CPS stuff, I don't know. Because I thought she called CPS on Larry. But now they're saying that Sylvia called CPS on her. I didn't know nothing about that because that day when everybody was on Sylvia channel, what was that, 2020? When everybody was apologizing to each other and everybody claimed everybody was going to come together to focus on Rob's case and nobody was going to do no more fighting. Everybody was on, Sylvia channel. She called in, hit the link. It was begging Dubowski to forgive her for talking about his mom and all that stuff. And at first, Dubowski wasn't trying to give in. And then Dubowski was like, you know what? All right. But everybody was on that live. So why would you go to New York, go to Sylvia and Airbnb, get all drunk, all trying to lick on Dubowski balls, all trying to kiss DJ down his throat, all drunk, peeing on yourself, drinking, you all on live, and get mad the next day because you didn't know you was on live and you see yourself the next day looking like that. Then she started attacking DJ, thinking DJ was the one that put the video out of her. Then she tried to split Debo and DJ apart, start trying to talk Debo to stop messing with DJ. Man, that girl ain't shit but a devil and a shit starter. She was nothing but to come and cause confusion. She ain't never go to one march, one rally. She literally came to Chicago, see everybody marching, and then you show up once everybody start drinking and all of that. What sense does that make? Then when she came in 2021, to come bring Rob balloons to the MCC, but you didn't come for the march, the rally. What you so good that you can't march and say free R. Kelly, but hid in the hotel the whole time she was in Chicago because she didn't want to go to the rally. Same thing with New York. It's a whole rally, and then it's a whole court date. She didn't go to either one, but she wanted to party and drink in the Airbnb. I knew she was fake as shit. Tried to do that fake ass apology to Sylvia and Randa and Dubosky and them. And all she was doing was recording people the whole time since she came in and shit. And she was mad because nobody was messing with her. So that's why she came in. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, let's all come together. She was all going back on DJ channel, all in this chat and everything else. And split like a light switch. And I don't care how full. I didn't like her ever since she said, talked about that baby like that. And when she said, she hoped Mama Mary got COVID. How you gonna wish COVID on that old behind lady? Lady 70, 80 something years old. That chick is foul. And the stuff that she said out her mouth is a disgrace. And she was the first one out here talking about, I moved me and my kids to Robert's house. What? I'll pack me and my kids' stuff right now. And we'll move right with R. Kelly. That was her. She was the one out here attacking Azriel. When they kept saying people was attacking accusers. That was her. She was on Azriel's Instagram every day. Oh, you just mad because Robert don't want you, and you lying. Robert ain't say that, and Rob ain't never had sex with you. He never touched you, and da-da-da-da-da. She was going to Azriel, not nobody else. So that's why I said some people. I know that a lot of y'all, that didn't, attend a lot of the court dates and stuff, but some people came in this fight to cause distractions and to start fights and stuff on some all dead up stuff. And yeah, some people went through stuff, but I feel like that a lot of people wouldn't have went through stuff if it wasn't people orchestrating it. Because when Dubosky, and I know some of you ain't gonna like that I'm saying this, but I have to keep it real. When Dubosky, 312, all of them, over there, they used to be on Dubosky channel. Man, they was a team. Then when everybody on DJ channel came together, with Dubosky channel, and everybody was just, doing their thing. And then that time when Trent even came down and he joined the movement. No, it wasn't cool about them running up, talking about bring R. Kelly downstairs, and no, we want to bring my uncle down here now, and no, that wasn't cool. But everything else was a movement, and these people came out in the mix of a pandemic. That's why when Levi tried to sit up here and talk about, oh, that shit wasn't nothing. No, because you wasn't involved. These people got kids, jobs, but they put their lives to the side to bring awareness in the streets for Robert Sylvester Kelly. That's what that was about. That wasn't about everybody getting together for joy and fun. Now, what everybody did after they did the marching and stuff, that's on them. They grown. But this dude literally was sabotaging the movement. And every time he came back, it was, oh, that shit wasn't shit. Oh, they was having sex all on the bus. And who's having sex on a bus? And that little boy that was on a bus was accompanied by an adult, his parent guardians. And if he wanted to be on there with his grandmom and his mom, he could. Wasn't nobody having sex on no bus. It's a damn pole. They are dancing. Like, so what? He's with an adult. His adults. His guardians. But he wanted to say something so bad, but that's his cousin. That's his cousin, though. but he ain't get out there and start his own march. Why he start a rally in Delaware, in Detroit? I don't understand that. If you got a problem with how somebody else doing it, why you didn't show him what to do that's better? I ain't see that dude not do a march or nothing. He could have started his own march in Detroit, Atlanta, wherever. He didn't do that. So don't talk down on theirs. And everything was good. And then y'all came and infiltrated that, started all these problems between all the people in the R. Kelly sector, where it had everybody beefing and arguing, and that was corny. Everything was fine when everybody was together. Everything was fine when it wasn't all about cash apps and being monetized. But as soon as them debates started, oh, we did the debates because I was a leader and it was trying to get everybody focused. Nah, Larry said that the debates was about making money. He said it. He said it was to get money so that his people could get new programs on their channels and to pay the moderators. That's what Larry just said. What was it, last week? So Levi talking all that, oh, it was, I'm a leader and it was leadership and all. That debate ain't help Robert. That bought y'all more subscribers and viewers. That didn't help Robert. Exactly. You said I was 312? No, but 312, you gotta be serious though. All jokes aside. When you was still over the Boski channel, you, Chi-Town, everybody, Trevin and DJ channel, all the channels was together. It wasn't like no splitting up. It was a movement. You ain't gonna tell me, besides the little things, that personal beefs or whatever, besides all of that, it was a movement. Everybody came. These are strangers. Everybody don't know each other, but they literally came to a damn city to meet up, to all come together to bring awareness for Robert Sylvester Kelly. And it wasn't no beefs. Like, people didn't even know each other like that. And I thought that was a plus, that people was able to come together and even do that. And it was the middle of the pandemic where people was dying. People were dying. Okay? And at the end of the day, I remember when 312 was when she was right there with Debo and 31 and Chi-Town, man, Debo was loving them. That was his team. Period. And I'm telling y'all, people hated it. That's when y'all was loving DJ too. And it wasn't no one team, this team. Everybody would go to Deboski Live, DJ Live. Some people go to my live. Some people was going to Sylvia Live. It was just back and forth, but it wasn't no beefs, because that's when we was like really in on the case, really reading. Like, people get mad at me when I say, when I first seen Deboski, he was reading Indictment in the dark. That's really how I first met him. I'm like, who the hell is this?
And he was reading an indictment in the dark. And I was at Sky's on channel one day. And I remember she was like, yo, everybody like really appreciate what you doing. Yo, put a cash app up. And he was like, oh no, I'm good. I'm good. She was like, no, no, no. Listen, everybody appreciate what you're doing. You know, you reading the paperwork. Give me a cash app. I'm gonna put your cash app in my chat. So she asked Debo to put a cash app up. And after that, I start seeing all these mug shots of Debo. I'm like, damn, what the hell? They like, oh, he a stalker. He beat women. He break in houses. And I'm like, the hell? This man mugshot? And I first start seeing it on Larry channel. So I don't remember what took place that they first start doing it, but I don't remember him putting out like nobody else's mugshot or nothing like that. That's the point that I'm making. And that the R. Kelly supporters was the first ones getting attacked. And then when they start having R. Kelly supporters on their team to go against other R. Kelly supporters, it was over. It was over after that. They knew what they was doing. Had people turn against each other and fighting each other and giving them information on this one because they used to hang with this one. And definitely the Doug Anton thing. Oh, if y'all find anything to help Mr. Kelly, yes, you can give it to me. And people going over there giving Doug information, he putting it in emotions and shit to get Don Russell indicted. Like, goddamn, what the hell you doing, Doug? You just played the shit out of us. You talking about using this to help Robert? You using it against Robert. Like, and then you seen Doug hopping from one live to another. I think it was one day I literally seen him go from Dana live to DJ live. Then later on that evening, I think he was on Debowski live. He called in. I'm like, yo, what the hell is this lawyer doing? Is he tripping? Like, it was just all this stuff. And then after that, the movement was done. It was done. It was done. DONE. A wrap. It was a wrap. Everybody start talking about each other behind the scenes. People start taking pictures of people. It was a wrap. Just like in New York. I don't know what happened with the Glenda the Glenda thing. I know I was in New York when Mercedes was going back and forth with them because she said that they was taking pictures and stuff of her. But while we was in New York, Janet didn't act like she had an issue. They didn't act like they had an issue. Then all of a sudden the next day, when Trevor and them pull up, is an issue. So my thing is, none of it helped Robert. Was it personal beefs? Yeah. But when everybody look back at it, go all the way from the beginning. How did it start? Who pumped it up? Who instigated it? Who was out here saying, you better watch such and such, or oh, such and such did this to you, or such and such did that. Oh yeah, they were saying they go. It was so much instigating behind the scenes. And Larry said he was using people to come and do this, and Angelo, come do that. Come on. They knew what they was doing. To get everybody sidetracked, get everybody up in the uproar and the beef, to give them more content. So now they got content to talk about the R. Kelly supporters for a month. And what we doing over here. Oh, then they start making cartoons and shit. 2 whole channels made over 100 cartoons off the R. Kelly sector. Now make that shit make sense. They got a whole cartoon series of the R. Kelly sector. I'm like, are you like, did they really just go make cartoons about what's going on over here? And then that's when the focus really became unfocused. Like, people taking it as a joke that they made it our damn cartoon series. He said it. He said that he said Dana was his hoe, him and Angelo hoe, and that they used they hoe, they'll go tell him something and he'll go run and do it. Or they'll go tell him like, I guess to go beef with DJ and Daboski, and they said he would do it. It's crazy. That's like basically they was using him as a Muppet. Monkey see, monkey do. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Angelo on the internet arguing every 5 minutes, but you ain't even go to the damn trial with your daughter. But you sit up there and lie. Oh, I'm gonna be at the trial. Watch, right there with my daughter. Don't worry, I'm gonna be right there with my daughter. Ain't nobody gonna see nothing to my daughter. Ain't nobody gonna see nothing to me, cause I'm gonna be right there with my daughter. You wasn't even right there. The wife wasn't there. I couldn't believe that. All this mouth they had on the internet, and they couldn't even be at the trial with their daughter. Sorry ass parents, man. All this mouth, and you couldn't even be at the big day, the grand finale, the goddamn trial, because they knew what Azriel was gonna say at that trial. They knew it. We didn't. They did. Just like I want to know when do Sylvia and them trials start, cause I want to be there. Cause I really want to see how this chick is gonna get away with lying. How you postponing the trial when you the one who brought these charges? Chicago don't care about this shit. You better make sure your ass get there. Now you trying to pull a fast one now. Oh, now we got to reschedule. Now we got to have another date. Oh, now you got to do something. Oh, all them times you was on live and oh, I got this and y'all gonna see this. And I'm going to be right there for my case, and this is a real case. I can't talk about it because this is real, and y'all going to see. And why are you postponing this shit? If I was freaking Sylvia lawyers, I'd be like, Your Honor, I ain't postponing nothing. She put these charges on my client. She had my client sitting in jail, suffering, and now got something on her damn, she got a damn charge on her, record. No, we ain't postponing. New date. What? New date my ass. She would be having to be up at that courthouse. She trying to postpone shit because she don't live in Chicago. Well, that ass would be coming to Chicago if it was me. Ain't no pick another court date because she trying to figure out why the hell her ass even put these charges because she don't have no damn defense. And I know the goddamn the prosecutors don't have one. Or you mean to tell me the prosecutor's really about to go up here and lie and say she attacked? Well, I guess that's how prosecutors roll. So they is gonna go up there and say that, yeah, she said she attacked her. Yeah. Because she's sticking by the lie. But you mean to tell me the prosecutors ain't even do their due diligence to go tell that this chick is lying? And if Dennis Bryant really gave them a video of Sylvia walking down the street at that time, I'm pretty sure the prosecutors know about the video, unless the defense really kept that under wraps. But if he gave that to Kim Fox, as he said, that's a part of the DA. I'm surprised they ain't say, let's throw the case out. From HLS. Yup, stop lying. And it really started from the lady Passionately Gangster. That live I always be playing, y'all. That day when we all was over there, which somebody invited me over there, talking about girls' night or something. The live was supposed to be about. And when we went over there, it was all of this about this person doing this and people tired of this person and I'm like, so what we gonna keep going on with this every day? The beefing and cause at the end of the day, I never had no problems with Randa. My problem with Randa was me taking up for somebody else that claimed that she was attacking them, that claimed that she started with them. And I'm just thinking like, well, damn, they all supposed to be friends and all that. Why would she just be out here attacking him like that or attacking these females? But of course, I was manipulated and nobody wanted to take responsibility or accountability and say the things that they did to her or Sylvia. They just made it seem like Randa was just picking with them and she did everything and she started the whole thing and that wasn't the case. So we all fighting her for him when at the end of the day this come to him having a crush on her and mad the way she decided to leave or move on or whatever. And then when I started seeing the lying, like when we was in Washington. Well no, it really started in New York. New York was first, but everybody else wasn't in New York. It was just me and a couple other people. And he told me he had uh he booked his hotel a month before. He gonna be in New York for a week. And this, that, and the third. And then when I was on my way to New York, he never answered the phone. Then when I got to New York, I'm like, yo, bro, hit me up. We probably can go get breakfast or something in the morning. I'm here. I came 2 days before because I got some stuff I got to do in New York. I got family out here, but hit me up. I'm going to come see you in the morning. Still no answer, no text back. Then finally, the second day, his people called me and told me, he ain't in no New York. He in Atlanta. And remember when he did that video asking for Debo and DJ, what do you say, they location or something? Drop your location. I'm in New York. Man, that was bullcrap. He wasn't in New York. So after that, I start seeing the little lies. Then the Washington thing. Oh, I'll be there in the morning. All right, y'all. See y'all in the morning. No show. And then you mean to tell me the next day you pop up at Vegas with Larry? So it was just too much with all of that. I start seeing the consistent lies. And the crazy thing is, Brenda is my witness. She probably sleep. I don't know if she live or not, but Brenda would tell you that night that me and Randa talked out our differences, that same night she had went live at the Airbnb. This when we all was in New York. And that's that same night that Larry hit her link. And behind the scenes, Larry was saying he was leaving YouTube and he didn't like what Dana was doing to her. It was out of pocket. He don't rock with that talking about kids and disrespecting women. And he said he was going to check him and all of that stuff. I heard everything that he said. But after that night, that's when I guess he start. I don't know if he started acting funny or whatever, but I remember when me and her was talking and I still was taking up for him. And she was like, I'm telling you, just be careful. And I'm like, well, I didn't hear him say nothing bad about me, so I can't just jump to judgment. And she was like, oh, well, he said that you was Teresa Kelly. And I was like, he never told nobody I was Teresa Kelly. And she was like, yes, he did. And she pulled out a recording and let me hear the recording. And he was on the recording saying,
all these people in his chat was Rob family and his kids, and that I was Teresa Kelly. So when I approached him about it, he said he just told them that to see would they say it or something like that, he said. So I even let that fly past me. But then when I start seeing a little mini shot stone and seeing how they was literally keep trying to do this attacking stuff, and you attack somebody, you gotta feel that they're gonna attack you back. You can't just sit up here and say you don't want nobody to attack you, but you up here attacking back. And then it was all the stuff with Sylvia and her husband with that car. It was just a lot. And I couldn't deal with it. And other supporters couldn't deal with it. So I'm like, nobody came to this fight to be going back and forth about you and Randa beef. No, we didn't come here for that. So I rolled. And what was sad about that is Randa was so right. I swear, for God. She was like, watch when you try to leave, he gonna attack you. Watch when you try to leave, he gonna switch it around like he never messed with you. Watch when you try to leave, he gonna try to show text messages and recordings, and everybody who literally left, he did it to. And that's my issue with him, because everybody else who he had problems with, he probably still never seen them in person. But I told him, I'ma catch you. After he did that to my brother with the fake murder for hire shit, saying my brother was dying snow and all that bullshit, I told him, I'm going to find you. And when I find you, I'm going to step to you. Or I'm going to see you if you come to the court or whatever. And I stood on that shit. So when I seen them in person, it was a whole different story. That's what really be making me sick, because it's like when Sean Harris said he's not that person in person, and when Atman said there's a difference between a YouTube person and he telling the truth. That's real shit. Like, the nigga don't even do all that bitch cussing. None of that in real life. None of that. He acts like he's like a gentleman. No loud voice. None of that. None of it. None of it. The whole time I stepped to him, he deflecting. Oh, this person did this, and no, you know, I know Jazz is the sis. I know Rob called Jazz his sis, so I respect Jazz. I don't got, uh, never disrespected her. It was other people around her that was starting with me, and all my husband told him was keep my wife's name out your mouth. Don't speak on my family, or this next conversation, it ain't gonna be like this. No, no, bro, it ain't even that. I mean, you would have thought, like, all right, he ain't gonna say nothing else. He ain't gonna say my name no more. He gonna go about his business. I'm gonna go about mine. But that didn't happen. Soon as he got back to YouTube, he started that mouth up again. And when I see him doing it to Sean and all of that, it don't even be funny no more, because it's like I sat there and watched him at the sentencing. He was crossing the street. Sean was on one side, and he kept going the other way. Sean come over this side. He kept merging the other way. He walked off with what's her name, Diva, and them from Oko, because Janet just cussed him out when he said, "Yeah, I'm the reason Daboski got charges," and she was like, "What, motherfucker? You fucking snitch, bitch. You fucking rat, motherfucker." And she was cussing him out bad. So he started walking off with Diva and them. Wasn't no R. Kelly supporters fucking with him after he said that at the court. Because we was sitting there like, you up here bragging about getting somebody arrested and charges. Oh, well, he was talking about my kids, and you talking about talking. You up here talking about you got the man arrested and put charges on him. Who does that? I don't condone no female going to jail from none of this shit. No man going to jail. I don't care what type of arguments nobody got, but it don't take that much to go to jail. And where I'm from, you got a problem with somebody, you meet up with them, It's plenty of space and opportunity. Y'all get that shit off your chest, win or lose, and keep it pushing. And if you can't do that, then to me, it ain't really much to talk about. Where I come from, because I'm not going to keep doing the talking with you and arguing with you and all of that. I'm not going to keep doing that. I can't. And if I know it's going to be an opportunity for me to see you, I'm going to see you, because I'm not about to get police reports on you. I'm not about to get none of that shit, because I don't need no paper trail. But all these people, right, me and Randa got court papers on us last year, trying to put us in jail and talking about scared for they. And that's my thing. You put court papers out on somebody and say you scared for your life because we said we gonna do this to you or that. But then you get on the internet, I'll beat your ass and I'll fuck you up and all. But you got court papers on me saying that you afraid for your life. Then I'm gonna do something to you. Make it make sense. It's either you afraid for your life or you not. Like, I would never go get a court paper and say that another chick or nigga got me afraid for my life. Huh? Nigga, you bleed just like I do. You crazy? But I see what people be saying. You can't play street games with police niggas, because you try to go that way and they gonna go the police way. Then they gonna go start getting police reports and shit on you and trying to put you in cuffs. But then they on the internet talking about they whoop your ass and how gangster they is. You can't go back and forth with them type people, because all it's gonna lead you into is court papers, either them trying to put charges on you, them trying to put you somebody indictment. That it's not gonna work. You think you talking to a person that about their business. When they see you, they see you. No. Mm-mm. Yep. And that's why I said it's not taking up for nobody and none of that. But literally, me or Randa, even when we was arguing back with that chick, I never not one time seen Randa post nobody kids or nobody family member. Me neither. I never posted nobody's children or their family, because my beef is not with them. Now, could I have did it? Yeah. The same way they can pull people families and all that. You think we couldn't do the same thing? It's just the integrity and the morals of it. I know what people would do to you if you go fucking with their family or their kids. So I'm not gonna come out here and push that behavior knowing I know what people would do to you. See, the people that do that, they never got their chin checked. Because if they got their chin checked, then they would know the consequences of fucking with people's families or their kids. Now, if you gangster enough to fuck with somebody's kids or family, then you gotta back that shit up. Don't go get no police reports and shit. Back it up. Now, these people not with that. That's why I said this whole R. Kelly thing, we gotta be honest. Coming in this, it was never nothing positive. It was never nothing positive about this whole R. Kelly fight. It was drama and negativity from the start. That's why I hate when everybody be like, oh, it's the drama. And this R. Kelly whole thing was nothing but drama from day one. Not amongst the supporters. Like I just said, everybody was cool at one time and supporting the movement from city to city, state to state. But I'm talking about far as the R. Kelly situation, the accusers, the parents, the employees, and this one talking to Homeland Security, and this one talking to the parents, and somebody named 97 Baby Girl making up a Instagram account to go tell the parents that their daughters are being kidnapped and being mistreated. It was drama from day one. If we didn't come in this fight, then it was like beautiful and all prissy and no. If you came in this fight to either learn about what was going on, to either support the movement, you came into drama. This case was nothing, and it was drama almost every other day. Don Russell get indicted. Now Richard Arline got indicted. Now here come this fire. Now Michael Williams get indicted. It was nothing kosher about it. When it became extra drama is when the supporters start beefing and stuff with each other. But that didn't just start from out the blue air. It came from surrounding this R. Kelly case. The parents, the Angelo, starting drama with people on the YouTube streets, which connected him with Larry and the Team Truth people that start attacking our people in the R. Kelly sector. It ain't never been kosher. It been drama since day one. And if you ain't been here since day one, I get it. But it ain't never been nothing where it's just been all cool and dandy. Never. This R. Kelly thing been drama since day one. And if you was here way before the Don Russell indictment hit, then you know what I mean. One day, Don Russell get indicted. The next day is a wire, Ezreal got Richard Arline on the wire, on the phone, wiretap. Next thing you know, they talking about Richard Arline getting indicted, and Dr. Rice getting indicted too. Then when you read their indictment, they talking about Lily and Nicole and Dr. Rice and Richard Arline and Keith. Then here goes the night that we see on the news, this house is car set on fire, and the guy left a hoodie or the half of his hoodie laying on the ground. And next thing you know, everybody like, oh shit, that's Angelo in the house or car. Then Azriel posted pictures the next day smiling in front of a burnt vehicle. Then she says, oh, this happened because I'm testifying against R. Kelly. Next thing you know, he's indicted. Cash Jones is all in that indictment. Then even with the Don Russell with the bomb threat at the Lifetime. I mean, nobody's not gonna sit up here and tell me that this case ain't have drama since day one. And R. Kelly was sitting in a jail cell while a lot of this stuff was going on that he had nothing to do with. But again, I never seen so much in a case that more went on the outside than the investigation that they had on Robert. Like if Don Russell didn't get indicted, if Richard Arline didn't get indicted, if Michael Williams didn't get indicted, all of that stuff didn't take place, then the lawyers getting fired. This man probably would have had more than a chance with flying colors. If it was just the 4 females at the beginning when Steve first came in, yeah. But you talking about multiple people get indicted. But you know what? Stop lying. Let's keep it all the way real though, right? I think they was been putting paperwork on people way back in 2020 because when emotions start coming out, when they had DJ in the motion, of course Texas Black Diamond, then they had Dana in the motion of his channel, the Doug Anton was on it. Then they had ceased for the lawyers to
give them show them records of their banking account. Remember they went at the lawyer's banking account talking about because they wanted to see if Robert was hiding money. They really told his lawyers, we want to see y'all banking accounts because we think that y'all are hiding money for R. Kelly. I'm like, what? Then the twins thing. Then the Julius thing. I mean, nobody ain't gonna tell me that this case ain't been no drama. I don't care what nobody say. This case has been nothing but drama from day one. And after Robert got indicted, it got even worse. Every day, every week, we was reading a new motion about this going on. Oh, here we go. Another indictment. Superseding indictment. Oh, now here come New York. Oh, man, New York indicting them now? Oh, man. Chicago indicting them, then New York coming out. What the hell? Then Minnesota. I mean, it's no other way. Nobody's not going to tell me that. Even when you just sat back and read the paperwork, it still was drama. Because even reading the paperwork, you're reading drama. And whatever drama came in between it. And then people that was really just reading the paperwork was getting attacked. All because we wasn't reading the paperwork how they wanted us to read it. Or because we wasn't running with the narrative of that an indictment is facts. Because it's not. Anybody would tell you an indictment is not facts. This is why you have trials. This is why people go to trial. Because an indictment is not fact. But we had people for 3 years arguing that an indictment was fact. Like, that's how bad it got. And it's sad because a lot of innocent people was attacked along the way. And that's why a lot of people now supports behind the scenes. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. But I came in this fight knowing damn well if it was going to get worse, if it was going to get harder, if we had to go out there in the street and march, if we had to go in front of the damn White House, in which I did, and others went in front of the White House. So my whole point of view on it is probably different than other people, but I came in this fight willing to fight, not to back down, not to hide and run and tuck my tail under my ass, none of that. Because I would do the same thing for my family, which I have already did, cousins, brothers. And when you care for somebody, or when you know that is real injustice, and the judicial system for decades and decades have been doing this to black people. I'm not even going to just say black men because I know females who have been wrongfully convicted and basically shipped off and given a sentence that was crazy as hell, and still trying to fight to get back down into court for a new trial. And then all working with the government, I never understood that. How you working with the government, the same government, Homeland Security, that put these charges on Robert? Please tell me how that makes sense. Because I would never, ever understand it. And for Levi to be a grown ass man and other grown ass people out here that literally brags about putting paperwork on people, I think he said it today. Don't worry, cause Sean Harris, he's the main. What do you say? He's the main person of the terrorists, and I'm gonna make sure he get every charge there is of my cousin, and I will make sure I go to every agent or whatever the fuck he said. That nigga is a bold rat. I don't care what they say. Oh well, when is a rat? When y'all can go head on with that street stuff, rat and all that. No, 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 no. This ain't got nothing to do with street. This got something to do with a grown ass man that can't take a fight with another grown ass man. So the way he cop out is, I'm going to get you in an indictment. But you screaming, you heavy Detroit. I'm from up top. Man, I know a lot of dudes from Detroit. They would never come out their mouth talking about they getting somebody in an indictment. But, man, they head to be knocked off before they say the ending of the sentence. Literally. You remember that stuff, Lion? Y'all don't read the transcript. Y'all, but this what I don't understand. I never understood how they start saying that when, like I said, the Boski was one of the first ones. And then we all start reading them. Everybody start paying for Pacers. We had the documents. We was reading not only the indictment, the damn motions. Every motion that came out. If I ain't mistaken, I think we was the reason why they all start reading the paperwork. Like I said, I think the Boski was the first one reading the paperwork. And I think that was just something to say, because how we don't read the paperwork and everybody was on their channel reading the paperwork. That wasn't even a logic argument. It's just they didn't like the way we was comprehending the paperwork. Because they were running around here acting like the paperwork was facts. We wasn't. We was saying allegedly. Just like for a whole 2 years, 100 devices. And I went to that court date. And for God, I still can't understand how anybody say at that court date that the prosecutor said we have 100 devices worth of child pornography. Y'all have to come down to our office to view it. I was at that court date in New York and never heard that. Y'all don't read the paperwork. That's your problem. Y'all some dummies. Y'all don't read the paperwork. The paperwork is right there, and y'all don't even read it. We read the paperwork. We read the paperwork. We read the paperwork. We just don't interpret it how y'all do. We read it and say, yeah, allegedly, yeah, that's some bullshit, because it's alleged. The indictment is not facts. If the indictment was facts, then what the hell would they have a trial for? There would be no point in having a trial if the indictment was facts. It would be no point. Y'all, then we heard P-Hive. But the crazy thing is, only a couple people used to do that. That's why I said there's some people over there who I literally I never heard them call me that. Now they might have called other people that, but ain't never called me that. But I did hear them saying it, to other people. But that was disrespectful. P-Hive. And then they get mad when they see people and I never even seen like nobody just outright attacking the accusers. I seen people talking about the accusers and bringing up stuff the accusers said and what they did, but I never just seen nobody outright just, threatening. Levi said today, I'm the one that told everybody to stop calling the accusers houses. I was like, what? Who the hell was calling the accusers houses? Yeah, I went to the one I'm talking about was the New York one where Larry said that the prosecutor, this one Angel Cruz was still on the case. And he said when they were saying yes, we have because remember Ezreal just said switched over. And they said that they had obtained, they had some electronics that they were still going through because they were pressuring them about discovery. And Larry said, they said, oh, we have over 100 devices of child pornography. That's what he said. They said that they had electronics, which we knew because Ezreal was on the president saying that to the federal agents. Oh, in his storage, he got a lot of iPads, and he has iPads with one girl on there making her have sex with her own like niece, a little cousin, all the stuff that she said. None of the shit was in court. That's what messed me up. You said he just showed you these videos. They sure wasn't in the court. Now I know when I went to the preliminary hearing, Judge Donnelly said it was a lot of other stuff the prosecutors were trying to bring in, but she said that they couldn't because a lot of the stuff wasn't time stamped and a lot of the stuff was edited. Like it wasn't, I guess, original videos or whatever. But we knew that they were going to say they had electronics because we knew once they said that they had the storage. Greenberg said, "Okay, what they gonna do? Put a song out?" He said it ain't nothing but a bunch of freaking music and a bunch of old music that he recorded, a bunch of um uh beats and empty videos with his concerts on it and different shows. And he said, okay, they got electronics, all right. Like nobody was worried. And then when she came out and said that it was all this stuff on these electronics, that's when they went crazy. And that's when Larry said he got firsthand from people that's, a little younger that told him it's a bunch of male sex on there, a bunch of gay sex on there. And when he said he learned this information from somebody that's younger, we knew he was talking about Ezreal. First of all, anytime you got a DA that sat on a public platform and said that the docuseries sickened me, And with me being a victim myself, it sickened me. That was out of pocket right then and there. And when day one, she was calling the females victims. That's what automatically pushed that Robert was guilty. When you call a female a victim, you're automatically saying that the defendant is guilty. You're basically saying that it was already a court case and that he was found guilty, which is why you're calling this female a victim. So that was another tactic that they did to persuade the public. Because how you gonna call this person a victim? The man didn't even go to court. They was calling these females victims, and the man didn't even go to trial yet. They was calling the female victims, and he wasn't even charged. Mute R. Kelly was calling these females victims. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to say alleged accuser or accuser. So when they was out here pushing, and that's another thing that gets me mad too. You're not supposed to just sit up here and because you think that the person is a victim, you can't get mad because the next person don't think they a victim. You can't get mad because the next person won't say, "Oh yeah, you know, that's a victim," whatever. You can't do that. And that's what's wrong with our society now. Because you said this, I gotta be like, "Oh yeah, she's a victim." No, I don't. You can't force nobody because of what you think, and that's the problem. And what I think wasn't fair is that people start lying and saying that people was attacking them and what is it called, victim shaming and all that, all because people didn't rock with them, or all because people was calling them out on their lies, the things that they put out here, their inconsistency. But because we didn't go with what they said, you was victim shaming. That's not cool. That's not how it's supposed to go. If that's what you believe in, look, I respect your opinion. Keep it pushing. But I'm not about to sit up here and say you victim shaming and you threatening them and no, I ain't about to do that. All because you don't agree. And what else I don't think is fair is we supposed to respect all victims. You supposed to respect who you think is a victim. You can't tell the next person that they have to respect them even as a victim. Because if the next person don't agree that they are a victim, they don't have to respect them. And they damn sure ain't got to call them a victim. That's the part I don't agree with either. That's why you have a court, a judicial system where people can fight for appeals and fight to get back in court. Meaning, because I didn't agree with that them charges, that sentence. So apparently, whoever was claiming themselves as a victim in that case, I don't agree with that either. So therefore, I don't gotta go say nobody's a victim. If I'm fighting to get back in court for an appeal, that means this whole case and whoever called themselves a victim in this case, I don't agree. So that's the other part that I don't like, and I think it's not fair. Because you call them a victim, I gotta respect them. I gotta like praise them and bow down to them. No, I don't. And in my opinion, I don't respect none of them. Do I go out here and threaten them and all that? No. But I speak my mind of them being inconsistent. I even said it on the goddamn news. They didn't even play all the interview that they did when we was in New York. Because I did one with the New York Times, Court TV, and what's that other one? It's that main one that's in New York. And with them, and the one that I did with New York Times was way longer. we was talking to that lady for about a good 25 minutes. I read the whole flyer I had. I read the whole other the regular long paper that I had that was about the whole a summary of the case and the accusers and the people that played a part. I read all of that. And then when I finished that, we sat back and continued talking about what we believed about the case and a summary of what we, been seeing and everything since the case started. So I just feel like you can't force nobody to say that somebody's a victim, because you feel like they're a victim doesn't mean the next person do. And if the next person want to talk about their inconsistencies and they lying and that they feel that they are a liar, that's not victim shaming, because it's still a process of an appeal, which means I'm appealing that that person saying that they were a victim is lying. And I feel that they are not a victim, period. So I think that should give other people a chance to also say that they appealing the simple fact that they don't want to call them a victim. But it's like everybody wants you to like soak you into it. Wow, I ain't never see Choke on this late. He must be bored. Damn, he was on as long as I was. Let me see what he's saying.
How did your daughter end up in this situation?
Oh,
I just gave you a background.
oh, he did the whole summary
Music.
when he talked to Levi and everything.
As far as living with him. Living with him came later. So that's the problem where everybody keep putting together. My daughter met. Well, I'm asking you, as this particular show is not about R. Kelly.
Oh man, this one he had Levi come on the show.
Now he say he don't introduce himself.
And this is what I'm. Wait till y'all see. Wait till y'all see what I'm my documentary. Boy, well, it's really not a documentary. It's just all the things that I have recorded and saved and the stuff that I endured ever since 2019 up until after the Chicago trial. But mine's is going to probably be like 5 days long because it's really long. I thought that once all the edited got in and everything, it would like break it down, but I'm still not done, and I still got one of the people still doing some last touches and stuff with it. But wait till y'all see it. Y'all gonna be like, oh, this is nice. And it's really good for Robert, because I have certain parts in it where I'm I've asked people could I use their little um content and stuff in it. And there's a lot of legal stuff in it. I have a couple individuals that's lawyers speaking from when people was on my channel in 2020, 2021. People that I met with going back and forth to the court dates and the trials. Other people who I did little interviews with behind the scenes. I'm just waiting for a couple people, well, two, to give me the okay about their interviews I did. I'm waiting for them to say it's okay, and I'm gonna add them in it. But yeah, it's really really coming together really nice, and I'm happy because everybody was telling me to do a book, and I wasn't really like like trying to do a book. I just wanted to show the injustice and all the different plots and the schemes and the drama that surrounded with just supporting this man as a regular human being, and how much a person endured with supporting him, and how you were attacked, and how your your just you having regular freedom of speech was attacked because you said I support R. Kelly, and how you were called rapists, and you would let your own children get raped, and I got all that in there, and how different people was friends and became friends because of R. Kelly, because everybody met each other through this man, and because of fighting for the injustice of this man, and how those people fell out and people came in and distracted friendships, relationships, and how Robert was just sitting in jail the whole time when a lot of these people was catching these indictments and stuff that he had nothing to do with. And it has I got the Michael Williams thing in there, Richard Arline thing, Don Russell, and I also talk about how I went to Don Russell trial and they didn't even have the audio of them saying that he put this bomb threat in. And that the guy, the only witness that they had, said that the person that put the bomb threat in was New York, and that they had a New York accent, but yet and still the jury found him guilty. Now you tell me how that make any sense. So I hope y'all like it when it's done. But I got a lot in there. And that's why I think I'm gonna call it something else than a documentary. Now the reason why I said docu, because it's really me documenting everything from point A to point Z, and literally how you can come out here and support somebody and all the things you can endure just because you have your own beliefs and that this person is innocent, and how you literally can be attacked to basically to stop you from using your freedom of speech, and to stop you from advocating for this person. And that's the whole thing of the docu-series, is like you're gonna hear me throughout of it saying, my question is why? Why was people attacking? Why is people trying to put people in indictments? It make it seem like that Robert is innocent. Because why would so many people want to stop people from supporting him? You want to stop him from getting support. You want to stop people from going to court cases. People was actually calling the judge, sending the emails to try to stop people from attending the court. You want to take people channels down on YouTube. You want to put people in indictment. Why? To try to stop people from supporting them. And that's what really made myself and a lot of others fight harder. Because it's like, well, damn, why is they trying to stop him from getting support? Why is they trying to stop us from continuing to research what's really going on? And then putting out this information, why is you getting attacked more and more? And that's what really makes myself and others feel like this man is innocent. Because if this man did so much stuff, you would just let the court deal with it and go to court and deal with it that way. But to see so many people trying to shut people up, actually take your channels down, put lies on you, who would ever think that the Homeland Security put these charges on Robert, right? And you in this R. Kelly sector, and you going live with other people and talking about the case and advocating for him. Who would have thought that people that claim they supporting him and claim they in the same fight you in is actually trying to put you in an indictment? Like, how the hell do Sylvia go to court and a female actually calls and make a report and say that she knocked her out, all because she went to Chicago to support him? So this female was jealous that Sylvia stayed for 30 days and she was only able to stay for 2. She says it on a video. She literally says it on a video. Y'all should have gave me that money. Instead of for her to stay 30 days, y'all should have gave it to me. Because all y'all gave me was not even enough money for a full day. So I went and put mine to the second day. So I'm only staying here for 2 days. And that's it. So basically, that argument was over somebody else being able to stay longer than the next person. Or that somebody else channel is got more numbers or more subscribers. And it literally start changing people. But back to my original question, why was people being shut down since day one? Because they supported this man. Why did people put people through so much? All because all they wanted to do was to support Robert Sylvester Kelly and expose the different things in his case that will show that this is a feminist terrorist organizations who use social media and mainstream media to take down our men that's wealthy. Charlotte, you have to email me, sweetheart. All my phones are not working. I said that since last week. You can only email me. And when my son or my daughter is around and I can use their laptop, then I can go ahead and email you back. But if they're not here at the second, then I can't. But anything to my phones, I cannot see them because it has been broken for almost 2 weeks. So you can only email me. I said that since last week when I spoke about the packages. But back to what I was saying. So hopefully I can get the docu-series out before the end of this month. But I got a lot of stuff going on. I don't really speak about what goes on in my life. Even though I know everybody has stuff that goes on in their life, but I don't really bring my problems to y'all. Um, Literally, all I ask y'all to do is please hit the like button. I don't never ask nobody to donate to the channel. I be having the cash up there, but y'all see it, y'all don't. I'm not monetized. I literally came in this fight to bring awareness for Robert Sylvester Kelly and to bring awareness on this Mann Act and this RICO because I have a son, I have nephews, I have cousins, brothers, etc. So I'm pretty sure everybody else is the same. And with letting them get away with this Mann Act and this they could just put a RICO on anybody, then it'll be next to our sons. And like I said, they used to always say, oh, y'all fighting for this man. I bet y'all don't fight for your own family members. The good thing about me is I have fought plenty of fights with my family members. Some that's home and some that's still in. That's why I said I don't speak about what goes on in my family, but I have 2 people incarcerated right now. And one that got incarcerated while Robert was fighting his New York trial. Somebody that's very close to me and my children. So it don't be just me out here supporting Robert, and that's I don't support or we don't support people in our own family. No. The same way I support Robert is the same way I support my family members on the deli. So he's not the only person that's out here fighting for his freedom. But that's just me. I've been in and out of court cases, trials, um, all of that since shit. I can go way back with my family members because my cousins was catching cases left or right. And anybody know Chicago, Philadelphia, or New York, a black man getting charged, they always either throw extra charges on you or they make up a whole case and that you be fighting a case that you didn't even do, but they done made up some charges. They done do some fake evidence along the way. And here we go again with the um, wrongful convictions and the corruption of the judicial system. And do I think it's bigger than Robert? Yeah. But I also think that people that don't got resources like Robert or men that is on a celebrity status, how they gonna be able to fight? Because they might not have a Jennifer Bonjean like Bill Cosby and R. Kelly did. That's why the laws have to be changed. And I know in Chicago they held back the law, which they claimed that they was going to be letting a lot of people free for that new law that y'all got coming, the no bond law. So like if people what is it? The charges, so I guess the charges that don't hold enough for you to get like for you to have a bond, whatever. The no bond thing. So a lot of people in the jail, they were supposed to release on January 1st if they had those charges and fight it through the street. Or some people whole case is supposed to be thrown out. And I think the charges is like it's some serious charges too though with the no bond thing. No no, what is it? Yeah, you don't get no bond no more. Well, they can't give you no bail thing. You just you don't have to pay bail, I think. Yeah. The judge either says if they're gonna keep you or they're gonna let you fight it through the street. But I think the charges is witness intimidation. Um, I think is robbery 1 or something like that. Assault and no lie, it did say attempted murder. It was attempted murder, witness intimidation, the carjacking thing, whatever that is. It was theft. I think it was robbery 1 and 2. Threatening a official. There was a lot of them, but I forgot what they said, why they put it on pause. But I'll find out tomorrow. I'm gonna ask about that. But for Chicago, I hope y'all, aware of that because once they do release that law, they will be letting a lot of people out, and I agree with it on both sides because um the Senate who fought for this law is because a lot of brown black people who get arrested who can't put up their house or their moms don't got assets where they can put them up or sell them so that their child can pay a bill. So that was another reason why they wanted the law. for people like that who are not guilty, but they get a high bail and they can't afford it, so they sit in jail for 2 to 3 years on a freaking bail because they don't have the money. So that was one reason why, and they said the other reason was, I think it was, yeah, also for people that, yeah, that's not guilty and they get charged for a charge and can't bail out. And it was another reason that they was doing it too. It was another reason too. I forget. But I know that the Senate, in his article, he said all of the white politicians who didn't agree with him pushing the law was because they so used to leaving people with brown color skin in jails to basically rot, and that they can afford for their children to put up a house or assets if they get arrested, but other parents and people can't. But I think the judge still has the last say. Uh, I gotta find out because I know they paused it, but I know they were supposed to be pushing that law January 1st, and they supposed to be releasing like 70% of the people in jail. The only thing I am saying is now for the ones that's in jail that's guilty, who they claim, might have did the things that they did, but they're awaiting trial or they sitting on bail or something like that, like a lot of the gang members and stuff. That's what the neighborhood is worried about. Cause they like if they get out, of course they might go out here and do the same thing again. Because now they know they don't gotta pay uh, um the bail. But I was told that don't, take that to heart because the judge still has the last say. So like if a person I guess is like a repeated offender and they catch one of the charges that's on the list, I think the judge can still hold them. Yeah, I think because like I said, it's up to the judge. So that's another thing that's important because all of a sudden they bring this charge, right? And witness intimidation is on there, a couple things. And I remember the attorney saying, one of the politicians saying, "Oh, I feel so sorry for victims because this is going to be hard for them. If they got a case against their abuser or a person that attacked them, because now witness intimidation, they can get out. You can't hold them in jail for that case." But I was saying like, there's some people out here who are charged with that and that didn't do it. So I think that that is good because a female can lie on you and say you witness intimidating them. You got a charge, and then they give you another charge, and then you sit in jail on that charge, and the female lying, but you just sitting in jail. That's not fair. So you got to be fair all around the board. And when that judge and Gloria Allred, racist self, went to Chicago in 2018, when that judge lifted the statute of limitations to damn near to you like 80, I think it was 75 years old or 80. Um, she also voted for that judge to um lift the statute of limitations, and I couldn't understand why Gloria Allred was in Chicago pushing that law because I'm like, none of her Bill Cosby clients not from Chicago, none of Bill Cosby cases in Chicago. I couldn't understand why, but then I knew once they came with the stuff with Robert in 2019. I said, oh, okay, so she knew behind the scenes that these charges was coming and that they needed Chicago to lift the statute of limitations. And he did. Yep, he lifted them. Good morning, Regina. I'm glad you do because everybody don't do that. And I never understood this sector. That's why a lot of narratives and allegations get spreaded because people just take it and run with it. And some people, they can even get the research in their face. You know how many times me and Randa bought receipts and people still would run with the person that they like, or because they like their favorite blogger or whatever. That's why I said it been stopped being about Robert. People rock with their favorite blogger. Whatever channel they go to, it ain't about rocking with Robert no more. It's about that blogger now. Like if people stop talking about Robert today, tomorrow, they rock with that blogger. So you can put stuff right up there on the screen in their face, the facts, the proof, and they would still go around it and say, well, let me see. You didn't really put up anything. You didn't show anything. And you got the receipts right there in their face. Oh, well, that's Photoshop. Or, and you could have got that from any, I mean, they make 1,001 excuses. And it's sad. It's really sad. Okay, so I got it. So Choke, I guess he's doing, like I was saying with my docu-series, he must have did like a, what is this, like a marathon. It's called R. Kelly Chicago Case Drop. Let's look at why, let's look at why may have happened. So I guess he trying to say from some of the stuff he did too. So I'm gonna start here where he's playing Levi. Now this was the day that I told y'all. Remember when I said, did y'all ever hear that audio where Levi played with him and Robert, when he told Robert, oh, I'm getting all the paperwork together for her. I've been doing the papers all day, getting everything together. Do you trust me, bro? You trust me? That was after this live he did with Choke that I'm about to play. Now, this is the live that he came out of nowhere. Robert was found guilty in New York. He hasn't said anything the whole time. Then he just bust out of nowhere and went on Choke channel. It seemed like to me the same thing he doing with Storm and Rowe. Because Choke said he contacted him behind the scenes. He DM'd him. So wow, that's probably the same thing he did with Storm and Rowe. Wow. Yep. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yep. Because Storm and Rowe said that he said Robert's team contacted him. And then I didn't like how Storm and Rowe said, and tell y'all the truth, Robert's team really didn't want him to do that interview with Rick Party and Natasha. And I knew he was freaking lying. And then I thought about it. You know what? That's something that Levi probably said. Because I believe Sharon is the one that reached out to Rick Party. And Robert probably told her, reach out to see if Rick could do the interview. Because Rick is from Chicago, in Chicago. Now, why would somebody say they didn't want Robert to do the interview with Rick Party? So when Storm said that, I knew that was nothing but Levi. Oh, I talked to Robert's team, and to tell y'all the truth, his team really didn't even want him to do that interview. Oh, I don't know. That's what Storm called. He said Robert's team. He said Robert's team called him and told him to make sure he stay by his phone because Rob was going to be calling him. And that's when he said, all y'all keep saying I copied Natasha sequence video and all that. I'm not mad about them having an interview with Rob, but to tell y'all the truth, personally, they didn't even want Rob to even do that interview over there. So when he said that, I already knew that was Levi. Wasn't no team. Levi said that because when he was on Angie channel that day talking trash about Natasha sequence on a live with Tasha K. Oh, they look like a bunch of dykes. Like they was ready to kiss each other. One was all hyped because she was on Tasha K platform. And then when she said that she was on a live, she was on a thing with Sharon for 2 hours. That's when he said, she didn't even know I was on that. I was on that phone call that she's talking about. So he was basically saying he was on the phone. I guess when Sharon was talking to her, he was on the same line. But why would you hate on that interview with Rick Party and Natasha Sequence if it's supposed to be helping Robert get the word out? That's how I knew. I knew that he was hating. And for some reason, he the one that told Robert to call Storm Monroe. I knew it. I knew it. He must have been mad that, I don't know, that he didn't introduce Rob to Rick Party. I don't know. But I didn't understand why he was talking trash about the interview. But then it all made sense. Oh, so he contacted Storm Monroe because that audio that I'm talking about, the one where he said, you trust me, bro, and all that, the next audio that he put up with Robert talking about he didn't put out the album, that's the one that he gave to Storm Monroe first. And remember when I came back on my live one day and was like, yo, why Storm Monroe got that audio of Levi talking to Robert? That was the first one, and Levi didn't advertise it. He didn't tell nobody that Storm Monroe had the audio or nothing. That's how I know it was about money. Because Storm Monroe had his watermark on it and everything. And that's when Levi was talking to Robert. And he gave the audio to Storm. And Storm must have said, yo, try to see if you can get me on the phone with him. Or have him call me. Or Levi must have said, here, I'll give you this audio, put this out, and if you do this, I'll try to get you on the phone with him. Because Robert said, I was told to call you. He said, I was skeptical at first because I don't know you. He said, but I just hope that you on the right side of the truth. And I ain't gonna lie, I know people regret letting Robert talk to Levi. I know they regret it. But once you make a move like that, you definitely gotta feel crazy. Cause now all of this shit, my cousin, he said ever since Robert said stay focused, telling people to go over to his channel so he can break down the case. No, he ain't do that since day one. Since Robert said it. All we hear is Storm Monroe, is a storm coming. My cousin said on the phone, oh, don't we go way, 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 way back. Way, 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 way back. That's all we heard. And now Texas Black Diamond, he's getting her an indictment, and Sean Harris, and that's what I don't understand. How stupid can you be? If you know Sean Harris works for Robert, right? Professionally, why would you attack this man, his wife, when he's bringing something to Robert to help this man with his case? Just like the case in New York. Why would you attack this man, disrespect his wife, lie and say the defense never hired him and none of that, when this man can really go back and tell Robert, these people out here is attacking me. I can't do this job, man. I can't get people's attacking me. They saying that the defense ain't hiring me. Like, you see what I'm saying? In a professional way, they can not only quit, leave Robert hanging, but also go at Robert on people's out here saying that, slandering, defaming me, saying that I wasn't hired. And that's what I think why these people is dumb as shit. Because you want to be seen on YouTube so bad that you out here saying all this dumb shit about this man. When this man just proved to you today he could pull up on Robert whenever he ready or whenever you feel like it. So why sit on YouTube and do all that? Doesn't make sense. But I bet you that Levi won't be talking to him no more. I bet you that.
My show ain't had nothing to do with R. Kelly that day. Why was he talking about R. Kelly? Okay, now, just to make sure, you know.
That's crazy. Choke is live at 4 in the morning. He was live for 5 hours. Here we go. This is Levi.
What's the deal? First of all, how you doing, brother? I'm hanging in there, man. You know, introduce yourself, please. My name is Levi from Levi for Kelly. I guess you would say R. Kelly's cousin, which I'm not used to introducing myself like that, but my channel is dedicated to the complete exoneration of my cousin, Rob.
No,
we asking who you are, brother.
Right.
Say it again.
See what I'm saying?
I'm just asking you to introduce yourself. Well, I'm a bad dude. What's up?
See?
I'm a bad dude. Your name, not enough.
Wait.
Levi. Okay. And what's your name, nigga? Who are you? What's your name? And who are you? Rob's cousin.
See? That's all he said.
All right. How are you Rob's cousin? The same way anybody's cousins, they cousins. You feel me?
And guess
Your
what?
cousins are cousins.
Y'all remember this. He told Choke behind the scenes, whatever narrative he gave Choke of how he was Rob's cousin. That's why Choke was going to bat for him. Telling people, no, he is the cousin. No, he's the cousin. That's why Choke was so hurt when Bruce came on there and he kept saying to Levi, yo, just tell him the father's name. Man, come on, Levi, with all that, man. Come on, just tell. Choke was upset because Levi told everybody on this live, Choke said that he was going to come back the next day with the receipts on how he was the cousin. So not only did he do that when he lied, but then he sits here and he tries to act like he all that in a bag of chips because he told Choke whatever he told him behind the scenes to control the narrative before he even come on a platform. But that's why Choke was so upset because he vouched for him and come to find out Levi was lying. And I think, Choke did say that. I forgot when Choke fell out with him and showed us all them text messages. Levi was texting him 50 times a day. Yo, tell him to subscribe, like, and share to my channel. Yo, don't forget, tell him to subscribe, like, and share to my channel. Yo, don't forget, tell him to like. Every day he was texting Choke, tell him to live, like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Don't forget, bro, tell him to like shit. Like, damn. It was like 50 times a day. When Choke showed us that was crazy. So he flipped on Choke all because Choke didn't run with the narrative once he found out he wasn't the cousin. But he reached out to Choke. And why in my brain, I can't figure out why. Robert just was found guilty. All of a sudden, he reaches out to Choke to do this interview. Or whatever you want to call it. Well, Choke was trying to do an interview. I don't know what the hell Levi was doing. But I think that he did this because during the trial and stuff, nobody was going to his channel. Nobody was worried about him. So he had to get his views back up and some subscribers. That's the only thing I could think of why he went over there.
Does that make sense? No, it don't. Either your mother and his mother's brother and sister. I'm his cousin on his father's side.
Okay. It just would lie like that.
Now, how are you feeling right now due to the fact that your cousin was convicted?
Well, I mean, I feel that it has been a huge miscarriage of justice. I don't think anyone, anybody can see that. It's been a huge miscarriage of justice. How I'm feeling is
Why is everybody saying you're not R. Kelly's cousin?
Bro, listen to me, my nigga. Out of all the people on the planet,
see, listen.
You ought to receive confirmation.
Listen. See what he telling Choke? Out of all the people on the planet, you already received confirmation of that. So whatever he gave Choke behind the scenes, he tried to control the narrative before he even came on because he knew people was going to say he wasn't the cousin. And watch how he start trying to tell Choke that the people are terrorists that's telling you this. These the same people that been attacking me for years. They go from platform to platform to discredit me. And no, people saying it because they know you're not the cousin, dude. And you just told Choke, out of all the people, you already basically I told you behind the scenes what it was. But what the hell did he show Choke that had Choke thinking he was the cousin? I don't know if he played Choke or audio of Rob or what the case may be. Because after that, Choke ain't believe him. Choke ain't believe him after that. Once Choke talked to whoever he talked to them next couple weeks and got his proof, Choke was like, nah. And then when Bruce came, that was it. That was it. Queen E, I believe so. But I think that at that time, people was beefing with each other. And they was trying to get Don Russell, remember? To give Robert his stuff back. So people started linking up with each other to go at Don Russell. And all the other people that wasn't linking with each other, basically, people needed people to link with them to go at Don Russell. So I believe that's how he got linked in, because he linked in with others that had some type of reach to Robert. And since he was rocking with them with the Don Russell thing, that's how he was able to get that reach. In my opinion.
You understand? You're one of the very few that has received confirmation. And I'm glad you said that. This whole blogging thing.
Only confirmation that I had is over the phone.
Listen.
I never met him in person. Over the phone, he let me hear a recording of supposed to be him and R. Kelly on the phone.
I told you. Didn't I tell you?
Did not say in that phone conversation.
Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all? Because right after that, that's when he dropped that audio. Remember? That's when he dropped the audio of him talking about, yeah, Rob, I got you. I'm getting his papers together for her and all of that. So it makes sense. When he went over to Choke and emailed him to do an interview, he already had that audio. So this was his proof in the background to show this is my cousin. That was his way of getting around holding that freaking audio. See what I'm saying about this nigga, man? I'm glad Choke is doing this. Because I never knew what was the validation that he gave Choke to show him that he was the cousin. I told y'all it was that audio. I told y'all. That's the same audio, the first audio he put out. Right after him and Choke fell out, he dropped that audio where he was telling Rob he was getting the paperwork together for her. He kept saying, I've been working all day, man. I got all this stuff together for her. You trust me, man? You trust me, bro? All right, man. You got to stay strong, Rob. You got to stay strong, Rob. I'm telling you, Rob. We gonna get you out of there, Rob.
You gotta stay strong, man. That's when he wasn't calling them cousin. He kept saying bro and Rob. He ain't called him cousin not one freaking time. And that's when he went to choke, had the audio to act like he was going to use this to get his way around to big bloggers to try to get on their platform to gain subscribers. Damn. Because if this was your cousin or you really cared about him, what the hell would you need to be traveling to different bloggers for to get on their platform? That means you were using Rob to try to get you on different platforms. This is sick. This is really fucking sick. I knew it was an audio. I said it. Because there was no other way he could prove it. And Choke is saying Rob ain't even call him cousin and nothing in the audio. So how you was already pushing that you was the cousin then? So he want to talk about everybody else. Oh, Rob made confirmation I'm his cousin and all. You was running around saying cousin to Choke off of audio that didn't even say you was a cousin. This shit is sick. I never seen nothing like this. So that means he must have did this after Rob was found guilty. After Rob was found guilty, somehow, some way, somebody got him on the phone with Robert. And that's why he kept saying he was the reason why the lawyers were all fired. Because of the paperwork he been put in. Remember Queen E? I'm the reason. I'm sorry, nephew Dane and all that, but I ain't letting nobody take credit on what I did. I'm the reason why the lawyers were fired. I'm the reason for ineffective counsel dealing with terrorists and on terrorist platforms and all that. I'm the reason why my cousin is going to get out that jail and why the lawyers were all fired. So he promised Rob something, like I said from the beginning. He's been promising him that he's doing paperwork and all this and that and the third. I bet you he ain't never told Rob that he was putting his supporters in jail. That paperwork. I bet he ain't tell Rob that. I bet you he ain't tell Robert that. I can't believe this. So you used the audio before he bought the audio out on his platform. He used it to go do an interview with Choke to make it look like that's how he was the cousin. Let me play it. Stop pausing it. This is great. I'm so glad that Choke did this.
Yo, cuz, how's auntie? No, cuz he did not acknowledge him as his cousin. He just let me know that he knew Raw because how he knew him, because they had a phone conversation over the phone together. He never said he was his cousin.
See? It's crazy.
What you have are individuals who, from day one, who have tried to discredit you. You asked me a question earlier. You asked me.
This is how you dispel all rumors. When I ask you how are you Rob's cousin?
Yeah.
You show people the connection. Like
no.
Let me say something. I got a cousin named Omar.
See, right. You can't do that.
Omar is my cousin. Omar from 183rd. Everybody in the Bronx know from 183rd Grand. If somebody asks me, yo, how is Omar your cousin?
Right.
Omar has a father named Pete Henson. Pete Henson is Francine Henson's brother, which is my mother. right?
Right.
That's how me and Omar are cousins, because his father and my mother are brother and sister.
See, he can't do that.
You got that?
You gonna? I'm waiting to respond.
Okay, so when I ask you how are y'all cousins,
well,
people, hold on, because people in the comment is trying to dispel it. Now, regardless of what I know, a simple answer, biological answer, will kill all rumors.
No. For one, when it comes to me and my family ties, I want to be clear on something. I don't accommodate people in the comments. I'm gonna explain this to you.
Okay.
You do, if you're gonna allow me to explain this. I don't want this interview to get off to a bad start, but I want to make some stuff clear.
You want to control the narrative.
I don't dignify trolls. I don't dignify when someone says, how is R. Kelly your cousin? Mm-hmm. What people have to understand is that I have been the victim of death threats.
Here we go.
My family has been a victim of death threats. You, out of courtesy, I've allowed you to confirm some things with you. But as far as me, when someone comes in and says, well, what is your daughter's name? What is his mother's name? We got another blogger saying that my cousin's father is his grandfather, saying that my cousin's mother's father slept with her and conceived Rob. I don't play the YouTube game. Mm-hmm. I'm not in this for blogging, for goddamn money, for popularity. I love the man. So while some of the questions may be sincere, there has been a concerted effort by individuals to not only try and discredit me, but they've actually gone to great extents to try to get at my family. If you can understand that this is a life and death situation. So I'm not going to sit up here because somebody put in a check with your social security number, and I say, well, it's such and such, such and such, or how are you related to him? My first answer to you is normally how I leave it, and that is the same way your cousin is your cousin. But here's the problem. The problem is that you have a lot of people who are jealous of our relationship. You have a whole goddamn terrorist network who are primarily responsible for him being locked up, which is that's another story. These individuals from day one have launched attacks against me, launched attacks against my family. And I'm not the kind of dude that you threaten. Not you, but I'm saying to them, I'm not the kind of dude that you threaten. I'm from Detroit. And I take threats very seriously. I take doxing very seriously. I take individuals trying to discover my family tree to get names to.
You know what I can't get understand? He take doxing serious, but you dox DJ's fucking baby mom and his son and his kids and where they live. You doxed DJ's past when he was locked up in the family that was involved in the boy that got hit. You doxed that. And then called the family on fucking YouTube to do interviews with everybody all over YouTube to open a wound up that was closed for 25 years. You also had Miss Denise trying to do an interview with DJ's baby mom. Then you willed DJ's son over to Larry house. You got to learn about doxing? Are you serious? You done sit up here and looked up all the Boski's court records, all the Boski's court hearings, and you played a part in looking up the Boski's baby mom and T-Baby and all that shit, dude. Stop it. You got mad because that lady Yvette Church went on China Speaks channel and told people that your name was Gregory Stubbs. That lady put you out here. And then how you validate it is when you try to go out here and talk about the lady and her daughter. That's how you validated you knew the lady. And that everything she was saying was true. And every time she tried to go in your comments and write, why you taking money from R. Kelly? Why you taking money from these people? You need to stop, Gregory. Your mom will be turning over her grave. and how she said you don't take care of your kids. You ain't seen your kids in 17 years. You ain't got no woman. You live in somebody's basement. This was the lady. So please, bro, you act tough as shit online, and you mean to tell me, oh, and people threatening me and all this, oh, they threatening me, you know. But you supposed to be this gangster from Detroit, and the first thing you do is call an agent? Dude, please don't rep Detroit, because you got them looking real soft. Real soft. Like Bruce said, I don't get no death threats because I know Robert's my brother. And he don't get no death threats either. He's a goddamn lie. Where the hell is they at? Where the death threats? Did you make a report on one? Has anybody been arrested for death threatening you? Has anybody ever, like, climbed in your window or popped up at your home? Come on, dude, you are a fraud. Then you get out here and you act tough and shit. I don't play them games. And I'm from Detroit and all this, that. So if somebody was death threatening you, put that work in. You supposed to be a gangster. You a grown ass man. You serious? But it was okay for him to dox DJ and Debowski and other people surrounding them. But it was okay for him to dox them. Like, these people are so hypocritical. Like, I don't understand it. Like, he the type of person you gotta put earplugs in his ear or a muzzle in his mouth so he can't talk and just listen to everything a person say. He can't say nothing. All he can do is just listen and just say everything you gotta say to him. And he just sit there. He ain't got no choice but to hear everything. Because all he do is overtalk you, try to control the narrative, talking about Choke, I don't want this interview to get off start on a wrong on a wrong start and go left. Nigga, you went to him and asked him to get an interview. Because you wanted him to come up on the platform and say you was Robert's cousin. That's what you did. You wanted Choke to come up on a platform and validate you. Now it makes sense why you was calling in when Bruce was up there. Telling Choke, no, bro, please, bro, clear my name. I ain't never say I was related to him. He's not, him and Rob got different fathers. Please, bro, clear my name, bro. You was in the bushes watching Choke channel while Bruce was up there texting Choke. So he told you, call in. Then he told you to come in. You never even came in. But that's what you did. You tried to use Choke to come out here and tell people that you was related to Robert. And it backfired on you, dummy.
Carry out acts of violence against me and my family members. I take that shit, excuse me for swearing, but I take it very seriously. So as I said, I gave you the courtesy of providing you with proof.
Listen.
You know, yo, this is what it is. And you one of the very few people to understand it. And I'm not faulting you because you don't understand what I've gone through, what my family has gone through.
That's all he want to keep saying.
Most people that ask me that, when they keep going, and you know this for a fact, Joe, I tell them none of your MFing business. Now, I'm here to talk about my cousin, who right now is in dire straits, and I'm not going to spend an hour on trying to dignify or substantiate my relationship with him, my bloodline with him.
That's how you know that ain't your cousin.
If I ask someone, well, are you his cousin? Are you her cousin? And they say, yeah, I'm her cousin. If they choose to say, well, my mother's related to this, that's fine. But I'm not going to belabor it. I'm not going to disrespect anyone. And I'm not going to allow, not that you disrespect me, I'm not going to allow anyone to disrespect me, nor am I going to allow anyone to levy threats against me, and those threats are not answered and met head on.
So what about the threats you did?
Well, I mean, you said all that.
I can't wait to DJ get his
got to say it, yo, Choke. I ain't got it. I said, all you got to do is say, yo, Choke, man. I ain't got to explain nothing to those people. I think it's wrong, and we can move on. I think your audio is telling that stuff.
He really played the shit out of Choke.
Can y'all hear me out there?
Audio.
Oh, let me check with my audio.
And Choke said not one time did Robert say in the recording that he was a cousin.
Are y'all hearing us clear? Let me know.
I think we're unique because now, as you can see, we are in a studio atmosphere. We're not in a remote atmosphere anymore. But then how do we kind of continue to use StreamYard is
And listen, wait a minute, y'all. Let me pause it one more time.
Yeah, I did.
So think about it. When he went over Chokes to say that Rob was coming home by Christmas, do y'all think that's what he was fucking telling Robert? Do y'all think that's what he was out here telling Rob? When he told Rob, you gotta trust me and all that? Because why would he come on a platform and say Rob coming home? I see if he just went up there and said I'm his cousin and talk about his case. But he went over there to say that Rob is coming home by Christmas, no later than New Year's. And he knows because he's a part of the team. So this nigga just started going around talking all this shit because he had one phone call with him. See this shit? To try to get views and damn subscribers. That's why he kept calling Choke, talking about, yo, bro, don't forget to tell him subscribe, share, and like. Bro, don't forget to tell him to subscribe to the channel, bro. Don't forget to tell him to subscribe to the channel, bro. This had to be about money, nothing else. This is crazy. Now that I'm thinking about everything, this nigga went over there to say Rob was coming home. He went over there to give Choke, let Choke listen to an audio of him and Rob on the phone. He didn't drop it on YouTube yet. Then when him and Choke fell out, then he go drop the audio on YouTube because he was jealous that Debowski had an audio. But what the fuck was his point of coming out saying Rob was coming home? Did he promise Rob that shit? I really think he did. I really think he did. Probably told Rob, probably told him again something else this time. That's why Rob going so hard to come out here and speak and speak about the BOP and all this, because this nigga probably done said some more shit to him. Oh man, you be home before the summertime. Crazy, man.
That's all right, cool. All right. So,
audio.
Yeah, I'm good. You hear me?
The strategy.
Go out and come back in, because they hear me clear.
All right, bet.
So he reached out to Choke for this shit. And think about it. Why he ain't going Dana channel? Why he ain't just going his channel and share the audio and all this? What the fuck did he go all the way over Choke channel for? I'm telling you, because he wanted Choke to say on his platform, yeah, he the cousin. No, yeah, he know Rob. Because remember when DJ and all them came up here and Choke knocked DJ off? And Choke said, no, he knows Rob. That's because he heard this nigga on the audio. And we don't even know if the audio was fixated or some shit. What cousin is going around letting people listen to an audio to prove you a cousin? Now, this before Rob said anything about you. So what's your excuse now? Why would you come out here and say you swear to God that man was coming home by Christmas or no later than New Year? You swear to God. Choke said, how you just gonna say that? He said, I'm the only one on these YouTube streets that can say that. Because I'm a part of the team. They don't know what I know. Man, I got some more stuff to tell Robert. I know Shawn made sure he said everything today. But I got some more stuff because I forgot about this shit. I forgot. And that's why they were so mad when Choke got them letters. Because I think Rob stopped talking to him.
Awesome.
And then they started talking back to Rob when that album got dropped.
So, how you feeling about the verdict?
Well, I feel that the verdict was unfair, unjust. I feel that it's a good thing in the sense that I have gone on record, and you can quote me on this.
Listen.
You can say this live. My cousin will be home before 2022. Before the holiday season is over, he will be released. And I'm saying that on record. I'm saying that I'm one of the very few who's able to say that because I'm on the inside and I know exactly what has transpired and what's going on.
I'm on the inside.
But it's been nothing but a witch hunt from day one. There's been nothing but a mob attack from day one. So it's been a continuum of exploitation and mob attacks. But how I feel miserable at the fact that the wheels of justice and our justice system failed him. But at the same time, being on the inside and knowing what I know, I can say emphatically that he will be released within the next couple of months. And you can quote me on that.
But you lied. He couldn't even
well, as I said, I'm on the inside. You know, the same people that's in the blogs and that's not his cousin and this and the third. Listen, they're not on the inside. I'm on the inside.
Wow.
And I know things they don't know.
Now who would come out here and say,
I know things that they don't know.
I'm on the inside. You see what I'm saying? This nigga is a fucking cop. This nigga is an agent. Who gonna come out here and say, I'm on the inside and all this? No. Like what? Who's gonna do that? Oh, I can't wait to write this email in the morning. And I hope Sean said everything that needs to be said seriously. Because Rob need to hear all this shit right here. I'm on the inside. Rob don't like a nigga that go around talking shit like this. Rob don't like no nigga that go around talking like a female like this. This nigga talking like a female. I'm on the inside. They don't know what I know because I'm on the inside. No, what inside, nigga? Ain't no inside. Ain't no goddamn camp. Ain't none of that shit. That man got family, people he called that's like his brothers that he grew up with. That's it. Ain't no goddamn inside. You saying this shit like it is a goddamn a damn enterprise or some shit. I'm on the inside. Sound like a weirdo. Oh, I can't stand this goofy ass, rainbow ass nigga. Y'all should see Choke face. Choke got his whole lip turned this way like fucking liar.
I mean, what sane person would come on Choke No Joke show and emphatically say that R. Kelly will be released before 2022? Who's brave enough to say that?
A crackhead.
R. Kelly home, y'all?
Nope. You right.
What year is it, y'all?
2020.
I think y'all better go check y'all calendars because we're in the wrong year, y'all. What year is it right now, y'all?
Nigga, it's 2023. The whole
we not on the inside. We not on the inside, y'all. What year is it?
Ain't no inside.
What year is it? Clearly, we not in on the inside, y'all. Because it is goddamn going to be March 2022.
23.
That man said he's guaranteed his cousin coming home before 2022.
And it's 2023.
And y'all believed it.
I ain't believe shit.
Y'all believed it. His moderators believed it.
I ain't believe that shit.
Dummies!
I knew he
was. And that's not his cousin and this, that, and the third. Listen, they're not on the inside. I'm on the inside. And I know things they don't know. You feel me? I know things that they don't know. So what sane person would come on Choke No Joke show?
That's how you know he crazy. What
and emphatically say that R. Kelly will be released before 2022. Who's brave enough to say that? I am,
right,
because I'm on the inside. I know what's going on.
You ain't saying.
And pretty soon, you, Brother Choke, and those who are listening are going to agree with me. They're going to say, dude told the truth.
And now what do y'all say? Now what do y'all say? Is Rob home?
Now you saying that this will happen even before sentencing and an appeal?
Yes. His sentencing, I believe, is in May. We're not going to wait 2 years for an appeal. If the judge has demonstrated what she's demonstrated, his sentencing, if he's made to go to sentencing,
listen what
you can expect and best believe it will be a life sentence.
You heard that?
However,
and it wasn't even a life sentence.
R. Kelly's cousin.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? If he goes to sentencing, but we ain't waiting to no sentence, no appeal, nothing. But best to believe, if he go to sentencing, it will be a life sentence. Robert ain't get no life sentence. He got 30 years. Okay? And in the feds, good behavior, and worse kind of worse, he wouldn't do them whole 30 years. But this nigga just said he was going to get life. This nigga just said this man was going to get life. That's what this nigga just said. He was getting life. Fucking clown. Oh.
Has come on Choke No Joke Show.
I don't know. I got him though.
As I've said on my own show, Levi for Kelly. And I've said that R. Kelly will be released from custody before the year 2022, before the holiday season is over, before the New Year's Eve ball drops.
Nigga, that's hard to believe, bro.
Oh, I understand. Just like it's hard to believe some people are convinced I'm not his cousin. A lot of things are hard to believe, but I don't do cat.
That part ain't hard to believe. You know what I'm saying? And you could be his cousin, but like I don't know what you know, but if he come home before Christmas or New Year's Eve, God bless that brother. I can't see that happening before an appeal or the sentencing. I don't know, because then I don't know. I don't want to get all into it because he got all the other cases and all that shit. So for him to get out, and still have that other shit flowing above his head, I don't know how that shit happened.
Yo, like you say, you don't know what I know. And I'll say it again, I don't want people to think that it's cap or it's a fluke. As a man, I put everything on it. I put my word on it.
Listen to this
that
shit.
He will be released.
You put everything on
totally released before New Year's Eve. And that's a fact.
And y'all still fuck with this nigga?
I got a question for you. Mm-hmm. If that's the case,
y'all still fuck with this nigga?
If that's possible, is that due to these rumors out here that he's going to tell on people?
Oh, no. I would never disclose how and why, but I will say this. I'm able to totally dispel that. I'm able to totally dispel the notion, the idea, the rumors, the conjecture, the innuendo from bloggers. A lot of prominent bloggers are saying this. You know, when you hear someone says, I'm gonna answer your question first. No, it has nothing to do with that. However,
where did that come from?
Just, you know, I'm gonna ask, this is the truth.
Because everybody's running with, R. Kelly supposed to tell on this big singer and this big rapper. I don't believe that.
I'm gonna tell you where it came from.
If he was gonna tell anybody, he wouldn't even went to trial. If you know how this bullshit work out here. So where does that rumor come from?
I can tell you exactly where it came from. It's when we first started this interview, 1 or 2 people put in the chat. These are people with cell phones, laptops, computers. They sit in their mama's basement or wherever they live, and they'll type in the chat.
He's in a basement right now.
1 person, 2 people. Then you have a whole because of 1 individual. Now that we live in a social media age, Choke, and you know this more than anybody, All someone has to do is start a rumor, go in they, as they sit in their
you just did.
Section 8 apartment, no this to Section 8.
Well, why would you say
sit in their mama's basement? A lot of grown people.
But he's sitting in somebody's basement.
Will sit and type, R. Kelly is going to snitch on everyone. And then you have credible people, so-called, which I'm not going to say their names, bloggers, who want to jump on the gravy train in order to get clickbait, in order to stay in the loop. Now, what is more interesting than that? The same way the rumor spread it after he was convicted that he was going to snitch on some people. That whole dynamic of rumor, groupthink, mob attacks, how people take what someone says and they run with it, is what started all of this. And that is the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries. They put out a docuseries. The whole music, entertainment, medium calls for him to be muted. You have people boycotting his concerts. You have certain bloggers, which I heard one today say he sleeps with children. Children. But this blogger doesn't have anything in court documents to substantiate what he said.
If you were struggling to lose,
I'm sorry, y'all, that's true.
You had enough of this dude. We already we had enough. We already
said, fuck that. I'm kicking them off.
So made my point with that.
See, you stop
right?
lying.
After that, this I knew that Levi wasn't R. Kelly's cousin. He started hitting me and telling me to interview Angelo.
See? Y'all heard that?
And I'm like,
did
how
you
are
hear
cool
that?
with Angelo?
Did
Like,
y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? He said, this is how I knew Levi wasn't R. Kelly's cousin, because he was hitting me up telling me to interview Angelo. Wow. Wow. I was wondering how Angelo got over choked. Wow. This is crazy. And y'all don't think this dude is setting Robert up? Is y'all crazy? He gonna tell Choke to interview Angelo? So Angelo can come out here and slander the shit out of Robert? You gonna tell somebody to interview Angelo? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
R. Kelly's cousin? I don't think R. Kelly would be cool with you knowing that you kick it with Angelo and his family sent him to jail. Well, he kept pressing me to interview Angelo, kept pressing me to interview Angelo. So, what'd I do?
Wow.
I interviewed Angelo.
This is crazy.
And then that's when everything really started, the story started coming out. Now what would we know with the motion that was put in and the text messages between Azriel and her mother, now we understand a lot of the stuff and that transpired. And then we also understand how the whole thing, how the story that Angelo tells about how they found out that Azriel was with R. Kelly and where he was at, you know, now we know most of that is that story
That's bullshit.
was super cap.
I can't believe he just said that Levi told him to interview Angela and kept pressing him. Wow. That's why Angelo
So
always
I'm gonna
take
take
up
it back.
for Levi. That's why you always take up for Levi. Yeah. Yeah. Robert, you played yourself, bro. You played yourself, bro. You played yourself, bro.
You know, I'm gonna go to.
Oh, you played yourself, bro. You on the phone with the enemies, bro. Oh man.
To my interview with Angelo, and then after that, I'm gonna play Azriel's testimony in court.
Oh my God. They done played the shit out of my brother, boy. Damn. I mean, they done played the shit out of Robert. You told Choke the interview Angelo? Oh, this shit's crazy. This shit just gave me a fucking headache, man. This shit is crazy. And y'all gonna still and to all the people that support this fucking clown. Wait a minute, is that my daughter? I hope that ain't her. She shouldn't be getting up to 7 o'clock. But all these people that still take up for Levi, that claim they so heavy support R. Kelly. Now ask yourself that, dumbasses. Why would he tell Choke to interview Angelo? So Angelo can get on Choke channel, call Robert all type of pedophiles and slander him. But this supposed to be somebody claiming to be his cousin. But he going to throw Robert in the motherfucking fire and call for Angelo to get an interview to come out here and slander his cousin. And you think that Levi didn't ask for this interview because the trial just happened and he knew that Angelo and Alice was under the fire because the fucking the messages came out? So it seemed like to me Levi was trying to help Angelo because he knew that everybody was on Angelo's ass and Alice about what Azriel said in the trial. And this is why he always take up for Azriel. Always took up for the Clarice. This is why Angelo always say, yeah, that time he was beefing with Larry, yeah, Levi gonna come out. He really gonna tell y'all who was doing the snake shit behind the scenes. Cause Levi was there all the time. And Dana said it. Dana said that nigga was on the phone with Angelo every single day. And I feel so freaking bad for Robert that he's up here talking to this nigga. And Angelo probably sitting right there on a fucking three-way. This shit is sad, man. And everybody think this shit is a fucking joke. This nigga's so dumb. He still sit on the fucking YouTube earlier and basically praised Larry. Oh yeah, because we was reading the paperwork. Me and Larry was reading everything every day together. We was reading this line and reading that. Nigga, you know how you sound? But you couldn't even get Larry and them to stop sending shit into the damn prosecutors on your alleged cousin. You couldn't even get Larry and Angela and them to talk to Azriel to ask her why is she, putting lies and shit out on Robert and to don't lie on the man. You gonna ask Aunt Choke to interview him? So now we know how Angelo got over there. Everybody kept trying to figure, oh shit, now all of a sudden Angelo get over here to Choke. You did that shit. So this was all fucking money. This was money. This ain't had nothing to do with supporting Robert. Somebody got a check. So your nut ass is just sitting behind the screen in the basement, just emailing motherfuckers and Storm, emailing Choke and all this shit. Mm-mm-mm.
Thing started to get crazy because once Angelo spoke to me, that brought out all the people in the R. Kelly sector to me. Like, yo, this guy's not
And
telling the
Levi
truth.
knew
This
that.
guy's not telling the
And
truth.
Levi knew that.
But
And this is what
his
I'm
daughter
talking
was the key witness
about distractions, people infiltrating to start drama. Levi knew that if Choke interviewed Angelo, that was going to blow Choke live the fuck up. That's why he kept telling Choke, yo, man, tell everybody you're joining and subscribe and like and share to my channel. Make sure you tell everybody to subscribe, man. Subscribe, like, and share. He was trying to send the traffic from Chokes to his channel. That's when all of a sudden Levi started going live and everybody was over there on this platform. This nigga was quiet as shit like a mouse for months. All of a sudden you come out here, you go on Chokes. Now all of a sudden you living large on your channel every night. You got 6, 7 people up on the panel. Talking about you the reason why the lawyers got fired, the baby killer, the Duke Debo, all this bullshit. But you knew that was going to bring drama out here if Angelo went on Chokes. That nigga knew what he was doing. And this is what I'm talking about. Why would somebody, Robert just get found guilty, and they gonna beg somebody to bring Angelo to Chokes to come out here and slander Robert even more? That interview didn't help Robert. That was so Angelo can get a control of the narrative because him and his wife was under the fire after Azriel testified. Then after the fucking trial, the text messages dropped. Boom. So Levi begging. He ain't say ask, he said he begged them to bring Angelo on. That was so Angelo and them could control the narrative. So you helped Angelo and them. But this your cousin. And then got a way to get the fuck on the phone with Robert. Just like that last audio where he said to Rob, oh yeah, you can't force nobody to, do nothing, do what you want them to do. All them type of comments and all that. Come on, man, make this make sense. I'm a part of the team. I'm in the background. I can't even believe people still followed him after this nigga swore. I swore on I swear on everything. He's coming home. No. And y'all still rock with this nigga? Like Sean said, once one lie, everything else he said is a fucking lie. So this is another lie he said. And you still got people that will still go over there to this nigga channel and praise him even after. Like Sean said, Jesus come down here and say he a fraud. Y'all say how, Jesus? That's a damn shame. And y'all got this man talking to Robert and shit? Y'all foul for that shit, man. Y'all doing this man so freaking dirty. Now from the inside. This shit is sad. Shout out to Sean. Because I'm pretty sure Sean visit today shut this shit down. I don't know what possessed Choke to go live and do this, but I'm glad he did. Because this shit is crazy. Then they started attacking Choke when you the one that went over there and started doing interviews and shit with him. But he was mad when Choke came out here and said he wasn't no cousin. And when Bruce came out and exposed him, then he started wanting to attack Choke. Because Choke was the one that got in touch with Bruce by himself. See, they ain't want him to talk to Bruce. Because, see, then that stops a lot of the narratives. Oh, bro, I ain't never say I was related to Bruce. No, yo, bro, please take up for me, man. Please don't let him do that to my name, man. Please. You in the bushes the whole time the nigga live. Sending them texts and shit.
Case that sent R. Kelly to jail. You know what I'm saying? She was the star witness. Now, had she not testified, R. Kelly probably wouldn't even lost that. But being that she was the youngest, it made it look like he liked the young girls or the underage girls, not knowing that their parents set him up the whole time. And let's see what Angelo had to say in his interview, his first initial interview with me, Choke No Joke.
It's crazy. Everybody
Watch
went
how
live
this plays
tonight. Choke just got off live like 10 minutes ago.
Survivors, or how do you view them? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying both words, victims and survivors, because some may be one and one not the other. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But let's get this going, all right?
So Levi told Choke to do an interview with Angelo. Wow.
What up? What up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wow.
What's up, my brother?
Can you please introduce yourself?
Angelo, Ezreal, father of Ezreal Clark. Want everybody that's damn. Hold on, Choke.
Oh, this shit crazy, man. So this nigga made Choke do an interview with fucking Larry.
Yeah, I hear you.
I met with
Hold
fucking.
on, I
Oh, I can't even
back.
think. Played the shit out of Robert. Wow. Robert up here mad because Tasha K gave the emails to Angelo, which he gave to Ezreal. But Robert don't know that Levi begged Choke to do a damn interview with Angelo. Robert don't know that Levi be on the phone with Angelo every day. But Robert is upset because Tasha K gave Angelo his emails, which he gave him to his daughter, but don't know that Levi begged Choke to do an interview with Angelo. This shit is mind-blowing. They setting this man up from the inside. And want to portray out here you a fucking cousin. Now, I don't even know if this nigga sharing fucking audios and shit with Angelo. Or what Robert's saying on the fucking phone. Or whatever he trying to do with his case and all of that. This is crazy. And this is why when Banjin said a couple months ago, Robert is, a grown man. He can, he want to come out and speak about that. He can. But she did say she doesn't. She would rather him not speak to bloggers. That's just what Jennifer said.
He is his own man. So if he feel like he wants to, put out there what happened with the BOP, he can. But she said she would rather him not speak with bloggers. And this is the problem that Dre and Jiggy was talking about when I was letting y'all listen to that audio earlier. How people that Rob really don't know, especially male groupies, get all close to him, having Rob think they gonna do this for him, or they got something, or they doing this or something like that, to get all close to him, and they be the ones that fucking within. They be the ones that tear him down within. This man don't got no eyes and ears out here. He in jail. So that would be more reason why I wouldn't be messing with everybody. No, nigga, write me. I ain't doing no phones with everybody. Write me. It's better off me looking at a letter or whatever, and I can dictate if I want to respond or whatever. But on the phones, and every phone call you did with this dude, he recorded everyone. He got recorder on as soon as you call in. This is pitiful. This is a shame. I don't know what we would have did without Sean. Cause nobody else would have went up there and visited him that fast. To tell him, get off the phone with that dude. That dude ain't your friend. It's the same nigga that's in the bed with Angelo. And that's why Larry never says nothing bad about Levi, nor Angelo. You see, they all beefing with Dana, but they won't say shit about Levi. Nope. Never did. Never ever from day one. They ain't never speak nothing bad about Levi. Ever. Never ever.
And participants are not victims. They come on the screen and you can say that to them. You can come on and say that to them, Sophia. All right? Or Safa, Sophia. I think that's Sophia. I don't know. Okay, you good?
Yeah. This Angelo Clark, Angelo Clark fault. So, what it do, Joe?
Ain't nothing, brother. How you doing, first of all?
Man, I'm busy, man. Trying to make sense out of all this stuff, man. I'm trying to make sense. That's it. That's all we can do.
Right. How's your wife doing?
Everybody, we trying to mend lost time. That's all. Everybody, everybody's a grouper. Some people get the wrong impression when they think somebody come home, they the same. My daughter, a grown woman now, totally different, totally independent. Got a lot of father in her, a lot of mama in her. So, she want things her way. And still dealing with a lot of things, brother. Torment, slander, defamation, you name it. You see it. You didn't know who she was. You had 90 people, grown-ass people that could be her grandfather or her grandmother that had something to say about this young child. And all we talking about is somebody that was 17 that was involved with a grown-ass man.
You know what I'm saying? So he told him to do an interview with this nigga to slander Robert.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Well, I'm not sure. We're going to have a conversation.
Thank you, Joe, for coming live tonight and clearing up a lot of shit.
Okay. Now, where you from originally?
Baltimore. Born and raised. That's original. That's all theory.
All right. Now, what was your upbringing? Was it poor, middle class, or rich?
You make your upbringing. Well, my parents had it. I come from the projects, into middle class. I've been into the ghetto, upscale from the projects. We was homeowners, mother, father, married 40-some years, so how they go, working to make ends meet. Not perfect dad, but you know what I mean. But I had a blessing with an angel as a mother who made everything right. So all his imperfections, she made right. So I changed my own faith. So my upbringing was very fortunate in the game early, and very wealthy by 15.
Okay.
That's all you think about.
So you grew up
He
with
was
both
a
parents.
kingpin at 15 years
Oh
old.
yes, no doubt. Family, everything. Project bringing family mean everything.
And can you say how many siblings you have?
I got 4, 2 sisters and 2 sisters, 4 brothers, 2 sisters, but 3 brothers, one deceased, and 2 sisters.
And where you stand in age with your siblings?
Next to the baby.
Next to the baby. So your sisters more or less raised you.
No. Sisters was young sisters that was raised by a very, very good mother that took her God's children in because her best friend passed away as in an early age. So they became my mother's children. And we took them in. That's the same thing she would have did for my mother. That's when people bonds and God parent meant something. Not this word, not some shit to show off. It really meant something. When it happened, they took over. And we took over.
Right. All right. Well, so in Baltimore, where did you aspire to be as a kid?
Let's get to the meat. Let's get to the meat, Joe.
Nah, I need to know.
I know where you leading up to. But
no, I'm not. Listen.
See, Joe trying to do a real interview, trying to get to know, who you are. You talking about let's get to the meat, So you just want to rush to talk about Robert, to slander him. Oh, come on, bro, let's get to the meat. The meat is, who the fuck are you? The meat is, where did you grow up at? The meat is, how many people was raised in your family? Did you have a 2-family home, a mother and a father? That is the meat. You want people just to jump into the bull crap, the mess. That's why I said this R. Kelly stuff been drama since day one. He doing a real interview with the man. Every time somebody come on Choke channel, if anybody notice, he do this with anybody. Where you from? What was your childhood like? He just don't go into the, so R. Kelly was messing with your daughter? Or what happened when the day that she got, no, he don't do that. But because Levi begged Choke to do an interview with Angelo, this was their plan. Let's get you up there so you can slander Robert, so you can control the narrative, because at this time everybody was bashing Angelo and his wife because of those text messages. And because Azriel went to the trial and said that they beat her to sing and her dad was trying to sell her for bricks. This is so disgusting. I can't believe this. And for somebody to actually try to hook Levi up with Robert, and this man was behind the scenes telling Choke to do interviews with Angelo. Y'all people on this YouTube, man, y'all don't care nothing about this man's life, man. Straight up. Y'all really don't care. Y'all really don't. Now I see why all his calls being recorded, people knowing what he's saying on the calls, and it doesn't make sense. People knowing this and knowing that. How people knowing all this stuff if we only talking to a certain amount of people and all the
in some college. Right, but I didn't get it in the streets. I dropped out in the 11th grade, 12th, well, was it 12th, 11th grade, never failed, always smart kid. This I like streets. I like what I was into. Bought my own first property at 15 years old.
What was your first career choice?
I bought my first property at 15 years old.
He said, "What was your first
So
career?"
Complex.
I bought my first
Yeah, so
crib at
I
15.
was in the world for real. Not a game, not nothing to gloat over, wasn't a happy moment, wasn't nothing to be proud of. It's not a story to make people, oh, this and that, none of that shit. There's a lot of things I would have did different.
That's why his
At
daughter.
what age did you get married?
I married at 19.
That's why his daughter loved the street.
Yeah. Been married now 29 years.
But he making it
So
seem like
that's
he just was
six kids and 3 baby mothers, 3 different baby mothers outside of my wife.
But he make it seem like he
I
just
got
was
3
with
older
Island.
children. Besides my 3 children, I'm a wife.
So you got 3 with your wife and 3 others.
3 of my youngest with my wife, and my 3 oldest is by all different mothers. You know,
All
you in the
different
game, you think you grown, you know how it is.
Yeah.
Everybody wanna, have a baby by somebody when we living off that false, community background of thinking that's the shit. We don't know it's a deadline to all that shit.
Right.
That's why his daughter.
Now, do any of your daughters outside of Azriel feel like y'all as parents is at fault in this situation?
At fault?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you heard her voice. I mean, she just went on Gail King and without.
No. I'm talking about your other daughters.
Oh, no, I only got 1 of them. I got 4 sons.
Oh,
4 sons.
all right. Well, how do your children feel about her ending up in this situation? Have they ever had that conversation with you?
I mean, I don't think they see nothing wrong. My kids was raised high end. Never saw no hoods and ghettos.
I'm not talking about financial living. I'm just talking about the situation that your daughter's in.
That's what I'm saying. So they didn't see nothing where out of place where it was where some of these small-minded people would see an opportunity. Their father was already making an opportunity. Their mother was already making an opportunity.
You know what's so sad about this? That these people from Oko just came out on this nigga a couple weeks ago. And he took that lady's money that was for her son to go to freaking college. He took all these people's social security numbers and IDs to get unemployment and all this in their name because he was collecting a PPP loan under them fake behind businesses that he got once Azriel left the Trump. She got PPP loans. The wife got PPP loans. Everybody got damn near 2-3 businesses underneath them. So he talk all of this. Oh, my kids ain't think nothing was wrong. They was raised high class. Me and my wife was already good and all this, that. But you was out here stealing the whole time, dog. You was out here leeching off of these people on YouTube that was up here fighting for you and your daughter. And you literally took these people information and wrote them down as employees so that you can get PPP loans. Then you got a goddamn background. When they came and arrested you, it was kids around. That's the only reason why the kid is on your record. But it say that you touched the kid. It don't say nothing about child endangerment where you get arrested near a school or something with drugs or a shootout or something near a school or something. No, dog. Your charges strictly say that you basically was bundling with a minor. Not no child endangerment. So this nigga is a fraud. And just to sit back and listen to his interviews, and I don't care nothing about his daughter Isis, because she was the same one playing with a goddamn dildo on live.
while he was standing right next to her on a video, and she was dancing and all that up against the wall with the dildo hanging in front of her private area, and he was sitting right there in the video with her. So I don't care nothing about her either. She's out of pocket as well. His kids ain't none of them in order. None of them. But just to hear him trying to act like he a boss, but you took that lady's son tuition money for him to go to college. And you had all these people over there donating to you and all that, but you get this fake LLC for Team Truth. You got your grandson picture all on the website. You created the website in weeks. Hurry up and do the website together and all that. All this was money. Azriel wasn't left out the Trump more than 3 months before he started pushing this together. You just sued your own daughter for $30,000 because she breached out of your contract you had her in. You had her in your porn LLC website. Your porn LLC business. That's where you had your daughter signed up to? And you sued your own daughter for breaching the contract? This nigga wasn't shit from the beginning. None of these people. And it's sad because people gave these people life and attention for years. And this is why they grew legs and was able to come out here and think that they was this and they was that. And everything is coming out about all of them. All of them.
Chaz was a kid that went around the world already singing in different states, different venues, different
two
events.
Daughters,
There
4
wasn't a
sons.
game. You can punch her up before 2015 and see a whole bunch of shit, a lot of shit all over the internet with her.
Right.
From goddamn stadiums to auditoriums to mayor inaugurations, you name it, she did it.
So then, with that being said, she was already inspired to be a singer, or she was
no
already
doubt.
artist.
No doubt. Right? Take you a few seconds and look at a video, live. It should pop up on everybody Azriel Clark. That was done in 2015. Before she met him.
So she was already doing the music thing.
There you go. That was before she met him, though. See what I'm saying? That was her show, and also I have the picture of the show that she had a sold out event that we had to give all the money back because she met him and didn't come to the show.
Okay. So my question to you is this now. As a father, how did your daughter end up in this situation?
I just gave you a background. Music.
And as far as living with him?
Living with him came later. So that's the problem where everybody keep putting together. My daughter met.
Well, I'm asking you as a father.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying,
how did she end up in the situation?
Yeah,
Take me from the beginning.
Well, I can't go all the way back, but I'm gonna do your fast forward of everything, right? Because that's a more of an exclusive for some other latest shit. But but to give you some of the shit that all these ridiculous fanatics like to put out, there's a lot of bunch of one-sided story. They own the story. They own made up shit. Never the truth.
Bro.
So we get to it.
About none of
okay.
it.
So,
I'm asking you, man. Like I said, it's a conversation. I'm asking you as a man.
Right.
Like, yo, bro,
you bringing up
bands
and all this shit.
Exactly. So I said music. See, that's where it got with her. Because a music opportunity came from well, not even opportunity, came from a show. We was at a show, and like most, he got his little fucked up side guys that give out his fucking number, or however she got the number after she got on the got picked on stage or whatever. I wasn't standing right there, but when I came over there, she was on the stage, and then she came off the stage.
Wait.
He put her on the stage.
What did she go on the stage for? To sing?
No, they all, you know how they pick. He picked a few people out the crowd to go up and there dance. Every.
Why would you let her go the fuck up there and dance?
On the end of a song or
and
some
he's
shit.
giving out black
and then she got up there. But in the back, as you walk out, if you come on the front of a stage, most people don't understand you can't get off in front of the stage. You got to go through the side. You got to step back. There you go. See, you would know that because you're an intelligent man that's in the entertainment room. But some of these dummies don't know that you got to go through the back, because that was a major question. Well, why would she go through the back? You got to go through the back for safety precaution.
Yeah, they'll pull you over the rail in the front. And pull
gotta
you
go out the back.
Care nothing about how she got off
when you go back, they're going to take you around the side and then escort you back, and then security going to move the gate and put you back in the crowd.
Exactly. So mine, I know a little something about that, so I was familiar with that. So when I get up there and ask my wife where Ed was, she was like, oh, she got on stage, they all there, she ready to come out. As she come out, boom, she come outside. We walk. It's over with. Show over. We go. When she get in there, she tell us, oh, I sung for him. I said, for real? She's like, yeah. I said, he heard you. I said, what you say? You know, we playing. And then went from there to, yeah, he gave me his number. He told me he would love to see me auditioning and all this, because he know what he said, I got a good performance, blah, blah, blah. So if you do that, that's a door opener for any kid that now seeing who you were. And let me backtrack a little bit. There's a young lady that did not like his fucking songs. Pretty. She used to hate singing his songs because they was too fucking long.
So
let's get that.
She didn't like his song, but she's singing his song at 15 years old at a show on that channel that he want to talk about all the music she was doing and all the concerts. That same channel, which I kept telling everybody, I knew Azriel was running that channel when she was trying to act like they were trying to act like she was missing and all that. Soon as 2019 came, all of a sudden a picture of her and the dog pops up on the community wall of that damn channel. All this time, they posted didn't talk to her and all this stuff and all this. All of these videos popping up of her when she was all young and all this, that, and the third. But all of a sudden, 2019, a picture of her and a dog pops up on the community wall on their YouTube channel, which I told everybody they was pushing that narrative on that channel to make it look like, oh, look, she was a little girl singing. Oh, look. But all of a sudden, now she got control of the channel. Please. Now he want to say, oh, that's an open door. But he lied. They put her up on the stage. Somebody that he knew, he told to put her up on the stage. And she wasn't on no stage singing. She was twerking her ass off. That's what Comedic was asking her at the trial. How you wasn't trying to get his attention if you on the stage twerking your ass in his face. She wasn't standing up there singing or bopping left to right. She was twerking her ass while her mom and dad was standing right there. Why would they let her go up on the stage and he's passing out black panties to see which woman ass is what size, the size you put panties? That's why they were going up on the stage, twerking to see what size your ass is for him to measure your panty size. So who's letting a 17-year-old go up there to do that?
He wasn't a R. Kelly fan. She hated this dude's music because she said it was too damn long. But they was highlights, so she saw. Boom. So now she got.
Why would she go to this concert and she ain't like?
She didn't have a choice to go to this concert. We was going to the concert.
Oh, okay.
It was for us.
Y'all heard him.
She had a previous situation.
Y'all heard him.
That we allowed us to take her.
At first, it was to take her, but now he said she didn't have a choice. She had to go with them because it was for them. Then the mother lied on TV and said it was because she was celebrating Angelo's birthday, which his birthday wasn't until July. The concert was in April. Make it make sense. How she ain't got no choice? Why would you force your daughter to go to a concert when all the other acts, Silk and all of them, they singing about sex and making love, and Robert is passing panties all throughout the concert, telling women to turn around, let me see your ass to see what size you wear. Why would you force her to go to something like that? All the songs that Robert is singing, he's not singing the greatest and none of that at this concert. He's singing all love and sex songs. So why would you force your daughter to go there? She ain't had no choice. Yeah, because y'all was trying to pin her on R. Kelly.
With us. We took her with us. You see what I'm saying? To try to keep her acclimated around music. It wasn't an R. Kelly concert. Let's get that clear first and foremost.
Yes,
it was a festival with a whole bunch of artists. He just had to come in and perform at the last minute. He was not no headliner, none of that shit.
He was.
He wasn't even on the ticket.
Look up the concert.
He got added in because he freed up some time to get added in.
Look up the concert.
That's how he came in.
He was on the ticket, lying
so it was fine. Whatever it was music, the music. So we went to there, and that's what we did. She went to the
music
to the fucking festival. She got the number. And as any parents would do, I would hope, the first thing a parent do is, that's not his number, let me see. As my wife should have, in front of me. And then she said, girl, this ain't nothing. That's one of the motherfuckers that's right there with him trying to get at you. I'm telling you, you don't play that dumbass shit. Boom. Or some shit like that. Went in that thing of disbelief that he would give free numbers to a child. That you gotta look at and see that she a child. So maybe it was legit. You see her with your parents, this and that. Now let me just stop right here.
Question real quick. That day, how was she dressed?
Like a 17-year-old kid with her parents.
I mean, dress or jeans.
Baggy jeans. My daughter never wore tight fitting jeans, baggy jeans. She's skinny as shit. She ran track, so you wouldn't even see her unless she put on something tight. My daughter wore baggy jeans.
I'm just
you dig what I'm saying? You're a dad, so you understand. So it was nothing where I could say, oh yeah, my daughter had a bodysuit on, you know, she was that, none of that. My daughter don't know how to dance, so I heard that shit about, oh, she was twerking on that. My daughter is not, anybody know her.
She was still.
Look how thick this hair is, y'all. It's thick. Girl, this hair is thick. So if you just put thick, you most definitely need to get the regular shampoo and conditioner. When I used to comb my hair, it used to be so much hair in the comb and in the brush, y'all. How much hair is in this brush, y'all? None, okay. It is a detangling hair brush. What I use, really good for thick hair, y'all. My hair has grown like so much.
With Divvy, you move it to your dream home now, and we help you save up to buy it over time. Here's how it works. Step 1. Apply in minutes. It's fast, free, and won't impact your credit score. We'll verify the information you submit, and if you're approved, you'll be ready to shop for homes. Step 2. Find the home you love, and Divvy will buy it for you. You can choose from almost any home on the market. Seriously, all you need is a 1 to 2% down payment. Step 3. Rent your Divvy home from us while we help you save up to buy it. Part of your payment every month will go straight into savings, so you don't have to worry about getting a down payment ready. And if you ever choose not to buy your Divvy home, those savings go straight back to you, minus a relisting fee. Step 4. Own your home. As soon as you're ready to qualify for a mortgage, you can buy your Divvy home from us. Divvy's program is designed to get you mortgage ready in 3 years. But you can buy it anytime. If you're ready early, it's all yours. No penalties. Why wait to live in a home you love? Get started with Divvy now.
Yeah, he must be paying for ads.
And follow her history of her music. My daughter never danced. But she just don't do rhythm. So, boom. After that, you understand what I'm saying? All that was fine and dandy and good. We passed all that.
Let's stay there for a second with him giving you the phone call. I mean, giving her his phone number. Now, I don't know if you saw where the girl was reading the transcript where your wife was supposedly, allegedly, I don't know, texted. Well, it's in the transcript.
Exactly. No, it's no alleged. We're not going to say alleged.
Yeah, I ain't going to say no alleged.
Yes. My daughter said, yes, she said that. She said that. You know why? But why didn't his defense show the text? You notice they never showed the text. They just said, my daughter said she was texting.
Guess what?
That's what my daughter said.
But guess what? The defense did show the text eventually. Jennifer Bonjean dropped them damn texts, nigga. So you sat on Choke No Jokes talking about, well, why the defense ain't show the text? Why they did show them. And your wife was telling your daughter to seduce him. Bite your bottom lip. Oh yeah, you better massage him or he gonna find somebody else to do it. Oh, you gonna go to bed with him? You gonna go to sleep with him? So you begged everybody to get the messages. Oh, we don't got the texts and all that. You thought we wasn't gonna get the texts. And Jennifer Bonjean dropped them goddamn texts real fast. You goddamn liar.
She never said no other shit. Out of that, we got the transcript. We can provide the transcript. Tell them, show you the transcript. And then show them the rebuttal side of it. When they came back and say, yeah, he made them say this, and my mother didn't send sexual contents to him about me, nothing.
Yes,
my mother sent,
yes,
and we got iPhones, so I still got the shit in the phone. Whole conversation. That's what these dummies don't understand about.
Yeah, he calling people dummies.
You think the fans
know what I learned?
Present some shit where they could have subpoenaed the parents and easily.
That's why they didn't subpoena y'all dumbasses to testify, because they knew their case would have crumbled. You know what I learned about him, Levi, all of them? They always calling people names and all of that when they trying to speak about something because they know they be lying. Dummies, dumbass bloggers, dumbass fanatics, his dumbass fans, because you're lying. Ain't nobody else on the panel with you but you and Choke. You talking about everybody else and they dummies and all this, but you was the real dummy because it came out what your wife was doing. And she was sending him text messages and shit like she was Azriel. She was, dude. And you sat up there and lied. But you was mad because Azriel went in there and said that the mom was texting from her phone and all that. Niggas a damn creep. And that's why I said every time, Levi, you tell him, oh, what did you do for Robert? You know, you being a cousin. Oh, y'all dumbasses keep asking me questions and y'all keep effing slandering me. Shut the F up. Let me speak and all that. How he was going there, keep earlier. That's what they do for deflect. They start talking about you, start slandering you, calling you names, all because they know that they're lying.
Police subpoenaed our phone to see the truth. Like, so they gotta be.
Why would your daughter say that?
Why wouldn't she? She was catching older man penis. Why wouldn't you? The same way your daughter, his daughter, Joe's daughter, Lucy's daughter would do anything with an older man that's putting that penis on them and sexing a child. That's what children do. That's why you got so many young mothers out here right now running around thinking they more grown than you, having babies at 15 and moving out their parents' house. Same way.
So she just gonna lie and say your wife was seducing around.
Niggas hit me with the Jedi mind tricks.
I ain't gonna, you know, I just like to keep it real 100.
Your wife got the number, and your daughter
she just texted. Well, let me tell you the shit. The man put his number in my daughter's phone. Her number, called her number with his phone. So he already had my daughter's number. Giving her the numbers was the bullshit fake out for us, for the parents. He already had, now that I know what I know now. He called her number into his phone. So why are we thinking no more. He didn't answer. He didn't call back. He was texting her himself. You gotta understand, you're talking to a 17-year-old kid that, boom, got an opportunity to meet him. She getting the music. They dialoguing. I mean, game is playing. This on a Friday or Saturday after a show.
All right, so you saying that's false, and then that the testimony that your wife never texted him. What about the part where you said that?
Listen, bro.
What about the you said they sent the pictures?
Listen, I just said that. You gotta stay with me. I just answered that for you. I said, they said the pictures and this, but what they didn't tell you was it was pictures. Pictures of her goddamn YouTube channel where he could see her singing. Singing
fucking lying.
Cover songs.
So who said she was rocking the black panties?
Say what?
The pictures with her and the black panties.
Yes.
That was in the testimony.
Azriel went on Twitter after the concert and said, I got some black panties from R. Kelly at the Black Panties tour. Yes, she did. She tweeted it and then tweeted at R. Kelly. R. Kelly gave me some black panties at the Black Panties tour and added his name so that he could see it. Yes, she did. We all got them receipts, you damn liar.
Listen to me, bro. Listen, Joe. Don't ask me questions that them idiots came and filtered your head with. They all dumbasses that will tell the truth about who their mama is.
He gonna tell Joe
out of this shit.
Don't ask me questions that a dumbass came and put in your head. This man asking you his own questions. This ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. This is why you know this man is disrespectful and trying to control the narrative. Nigga can't fight word for lit. So he be talking all that gangster shit, but he the same nigga standing outside of the studio with his wife throwing rocks. So my ass, is that you up there, ass? With these tight ass pants on, with his ass bigger than his own woman ass. Hips out the hair. Ass, that you up there, ass? Ass, is that you up there? Throwing rocks. Knowing she wasn't in there. Did a whole skit just for surviving R. Kelly. Trifling. A whole skit.
The difference is you would talk to me. Let's talk. You want to talk about some wasn't no fucking panty shit. It was a black panty tour. But see how they mixed that black panty tour through some black panty. That nigga have never saw no pictures from my daughter in no sexual shit. Ever. Ever from my motherfucking wife. Do you think after 29 years look like or seem like a nigga that had his wife disrespect him like that? That's the first and foremost with these clown ass, stupid ass dummies that's on the internet. See, that's how they ran their household. That's how I know.
Well, your wife did disrespect
you. Men and these women, I don't
she
know. She
told her daughter to seduce him. You damn liar.
They don't use common sense. We sit here ask questions about stupid shit that make no sense instead of keep to the nitty gritty of what it is. Let's ask. You ask me straight questions.
Listen, bro. Don't listen. You ain't listen. Yo, bro.
Yeah, I got it. This how I like
to let me just say something, bro.
Go ahead.
This is how I like to get it.
This thing, you the tail end of something that went on from Levi coming on, people coming on, having their opinion, and now you here. So all I'm doing, don't get emotional and offended with me with the all I'm doing is just asking you the questions that these people said. So you can dispel anything that's false.
Listen, Joe. Make no mistake. You talk to a dude that's very rounded.
Listen, this how he do.
Brothers never
same shit Levi do.
You understand what this is? Let's get it. Never with you. What I'm telling you is, don't repeat some of the crazy shit that don't make sense. Like they say in black panties. No transcript ever said that. That was out of my daughter's mouth. Off of some shit he told her to say. that when the prosecution gave rebuttal on it, and elaborate, see, you've been in, let me just give a clarity of where we at, and where a lot of people may not be. You've been in a case where you had to fight for your life, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know what it is to have both sides trying. I've been there several times, even with a really bad situation. So the difference is when them people play, they play for keeps. So they try to badger you, get you to clip up, this and that. That's fine. But what a lot of people don't understand about this situation, and with this guy, and with understanding how prosecutor and all this work, the lawyer get to ask a question. You can only say yes or no. You remember them in court? And the judge will tell you, oh, it's fine, y'all. We don't want to hear all that. Then only answer yes or no. So if I can't explain it, then the only thing I can give you is a yes or no. So they the transcripts them dummies got, right?
I got you.
Okay. So then they don't, you go. They don't bring you the prosecution. When the prosecution asks that same question, say, now,
we had both
elaborate
sides
on that. Oh, I was lying. R. Kelly told me to say this, and no, my mother never did this. I lied for him.
No.
As a young child that's being taken advantage of by grown-ass
the
fucking man.
we got the mother text messages. This had nothing to do with Azriel. The prosecutors pulled the mother's phone records. And the mother, this is the messages she was texting to Azriel. You better bite your bottom lip. You better massage him. You better do what you gotta do, because if not, he will go get somebody else. Oh, this is so funny. My son-in-law is gonna be older than me. Haha. Y'all gonna have babies and stuff. Just make sure you get this deal first, and then we do the marriage and stuff. Okay? She ain't never said shit about she lied. They asked her, did your mother say this? She said yes. They asked her, was your mother texting R. Kelly acting like you? She said yes. This dude is a pathological liar, talking about we only got one side. We read the defense side of the damn transcripts and the prosecutor side. I hate when they say that, oh, they only read one side. We read all sides. The defense, the prosecutors, the rebuttal, and as the defense came back with another rebuttal. So don't try to sit up here and play us like we fucking stupid, because we're not. Oh no. If you was listening from the beginning, Leslie, Choke only got this interview because he said Lion Levi begged him to do an interview with Angelo. That's why he did the interview, he said. He said that's when he knew that Levi wasn't the cousin. And he said when Levi first contacted him to tell him he was Robert's cousin, he played him an audio with him and Robert on the phone. And he said Robert never said nothing about being his cousin or none of that. But Levi told him because of that audio that proved that he was his cousin. So tonight, Choke went live for 5 hours and told everything. All the stuff that we was needing questions of, how he got the interview, how he did this. And he just replaying a lot of stuff that he already had put out, but answering questions in between. But yeah, he never was doing an interview with Angelo. He said Levi begged him. And he said that's why, how he knew Levi wasn't no cousin. Because why would you be wanting to beg for Choke to do an interview with Angelo? Makes no sense. But it makes sense when you're trying to get money and viewers.
Homosexual man. That's what the fuck you supposed to do. If we had women, young women that told the truth, we wouldn't have so much kid pregnancy right now.
Yeah. Now, how do you feel about the recent Gayle King interview opposed to the first one?
Let me tell you this. Which wasn't there.
It's contradicting stories because
exactly. But this, and I like that because I saw you say something about that. Now let me give you two things, right? You're a street dude. Can you tell us truth from what you saw last night? To a first crowd of people that walk up. No, listen to me. It's the same. It's a crime, right? Is it a crime? It's a crime, right?
Yeah.
We at court, right? All right.
No,
so we're
I'm talking to Gayle King. I'm just talking
okay,
to
but he's, you got to understand, he's preparing for court. Did you see his interview part? When he say he's fighting for his life, he wasn't charged yet. So what are you fighting for? Because you knew the fucking charges was coming. So you was preparing yourself and the whole team on what to say, how to say it, and what to do. And my daughter did excellent. My daughter took acting classes as a young child. I mean, she had it all. She's a little school brat. That's what she is. Oh, you know, that's what it was. But you know,
so I don't know where to believe her.
Okay, so this is what you do. Was Gayle King the court and jury?
No.
Okay, was TMZ the court and jury?
No.
Okay, did you believe Holly when she was walking outside with a goddamn Gucci headband on no bag? And did you believe that she had 10 bags behind her that somebody else was turning? Or did you not see nobody behind her and you just saw her walk out that Gucci store? The TMZ eyes, it looked like she just spent $10,000. But wait, wasn't no bags. Then he turn around and do the same repeated shit with Jocelyn, walking out the door, out the damn thing. You understand what I'm saying? Brother, imagery, we can play with words and all that, but let's get to facts, real motherfucking facts. The real facts is this shit is bullshit. So what they went on Gayle King to do was counter their father. Did you not see the part in Gayle King interview say, well, right after the interview, I talked to her father.
Right. But my thing is, so the more later interview you saying is more accurate.
No, what I'm telling you is, it's his truth, and then it's her truth, then it's the truth. So she didn't have him no more. She didn't have a pressure of a man. Oh, and let's go back, because this is real relevant. So if Gayle got on there in front of her audience, she had nothing against R. Kelly. They used to love him. She's talented, but love this music, everything. If they say, Chuck, don't be in the room, why the fuck are you in the room? There was a deal made to say you are not to be in the room when the girls are being interviewed.
He wasn't in the room.
Why didn't you leave the room?
He said he called.
Because
why didn't you leave the room?
How grimy they are. You know exactly how grimy they are.
How, brother? How? Listen, he do a questionnaire. So they couldn't go out of the room to ask him the same questions. He had my daughter coming in there angry like a bull.
You tell me that Gayle King presented them with the questions before they got there?
Everybody do. Every celebrity do. Especially on that level. Brother, listen to
the TV for 25 years.
You're right, but listen.
I don't give nobody no goddamn.
Listen to this, and I wouldn't do anything with you. When I go on a big platform, they gotta send. Hold on, they gotta send over. They gotta send over the questions to me. And if I don't want to fucking answer, say that question we not answering, they can ask it, but they already know we're not answering.
So Gayle King gave them the questions. I'm telling you, everybody don't do that. I'm telling you, everybody. You go to the Breakfast Club and tell them, yo, we want our questions before we get there. They're not letting your ass come up there. Actually, I've been producing TV for a long time, bro. That shit don't happen. That's just not a common thing. For a person in R. Kelly's case with his power, yeah, he can do that. He can ask that because he know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? But my answer to you is, why was he in the room? He was in the room. He was in the room to make sure that Gayle King and them don't go against what they agreed on. If you got two young girls in there, and then Gayle King is in there, she's like a mother figure. She can turn them like a madam in a second. She could turn them into a madam, like she's a madam. She'll have them out on the streets in a second. You know what I'm saying?
But he wasn't in the room.
I learned how to put this motherfucker on Do Not Disturb. I got too many people keep calling. So go ahead. You said why he's around? I want to hear your theory up.
I'm saying with the him being in the room is only to make sure Gayle King and them, because they shiesty, don't go against their word and what they what you call it. I'm just
what they agreed on. What they agreed on.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's a joke. You can't tell me now what was then, because remember, we do know this. TV and everything changed as we go along. We talk about a major star. I'm not a major star, but I was a major part of this, and they could not ask me shit. I could show you 10 different from New York Times on down. Good Night Show. They have to ask you, hey, what you comfortable with, what you don't want to, and if guess what, send me a questionnaire, because that's my lawyer handle that. Like he did.
Brother, you get what you negotiate.
Exactly.
I guarantee you, if the Breakfast Club called you to interview you tomorrow, they not giving you no fucking questions.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
Oh,
the Breakfast Club, Ebro in the morning.
I guarantee you. Listen, I guarantee you right now, Charlamagne gonna text, say what you comfortable with talking about and what you ain't. I guarantee you.
Oh my
God. No.
This nigga ain't even been on the Breakfast Club.
Send you a questionnaire.
No, but that's the same thing as a questionnaire. It's
no,
what I want to talk.
You saying you can that Jay-Z do that shit all the time. You saying nobody asked Jay-Z yet about that flight law. Nigga don't ask people about that. You can tell people
that is a part of
the questions.
Listen, when I say pile of questions, that's a questionnaire is what it is what topics you want to talk about. That's all it is. It's the same thing we say. It's the same thing.
Your daughter can give Gayle King an answer, and Gayle King will have a rebuttal, which should be another question that wouldn't be on the questionnaire.
Did you watch?
Almost 30 years.
We get lost. Did you watch the interview? Did you watch the interview?
Yeah, and I'm asking you.
All right, so the question that Gayle asked him wasn't on no goddamn.
I mean, this how stupid was very direct.
This how stupid that Angelo is. The first interview with Gayle King, when she asked him, "Is this a three-way sexual relationship?" And they was like, what you mean? She was like, no, I'm not talking about y'all going out and all that, the movies. I'm talking about, is this a three-way sexual? That wasn't on no goddamn list. Because she started snapping. No, don't you ask me nothing like that. This ain't. So if that was on the list, they would have been prepared for Gayle to ask them that. When she asked Robert, well, these are the different women that's saying that you did this to them. Lizette Martinez, Lisa Van Allen, Sharonda Pace. He didn't know she was going to say that shit. Because that's why he was looking at her. No, they're lying on me. You think he would have okayed to say, oh yeah, I agree for you to say all the females that's lying on me name. So Angel, what the hell are you talking about? Didn't get no list before she came. You could tell the questions that Gayle asked. They wasn't prepared for him. That's why they was knocking him down. Dummy.
Oh, disrespectful. Did Gayle answer it again? No. The first time. When R. Kelly was there. She didn't need no help. She didn't need no help because she was trained with the dude all motherfucking night. She came out there like a raging bull. That's not my daughter's attitude.
Yes,
my daughter's like a little love child.
No, she's
she don't
not.
come out there with raging
why you
like
think
that.
Do you know, in your opinion, why you
I know for let me tell you
daughter
what
do that now.
I know the same thing all them people that got on your motherfucking channel do. You know, the same thing. The shit I told them what the fuck it was before all this even happened. A Gayle King interview and everything. Why? Because I saw it. I mean, no, after. I'm sorry. after Gail came. Because I heard at that time that he was prepping them. He makes them say this and make them say that. But my daughter was with him there. So all this alleged at that time. But I got to listen to with the people that's helping me get closer to my daughter. So when it came out, and then when I had my daughter home, I saw him. The same shit they presented in court, which they not telling. See, it's video, brother, of him prepping them, what to say, how to say it, how aggressive to say it. Don't look like this. Not them, not somebody paid to film him. Him with a goddamn cell phone, telling them what to say to Gail King. So with that shit, with all this bullshit they sitting around keep telling you, it's bullshit. They have real proof that came from him, brother. That's what that was. That's why he didn't leave the room. They were singing, hitting the wall, this and that. Daryl was there. Why the fuck would he be there? Daryl was there. Daryl very intelligent and got a long lengthy relationship with Gail. He could have cut the questions off at any time. He didn't because he knew he needed to pump the fear as his presence there, as most abusers do. The same way with a woman just got her ass whipped in the house. How many times the police come to a house, see the stars, see the slap, see the blood, and she sit there and say, I felt. You know why? Because that nigga standing right motherfucking behind her, and she already imagined what's gonna happen. So what she say? I'm okay. Y'all go ahead. Thank you. Oh, we good. Come on, brother. We ain't no motherfuckers that came out Beverly Hills. We came out in hoods that we relate to real shit. And if we gonna keep it real, let's keep it real, bro. Let's not go from the truth and the what if the what if.
I don't know, like if you taking this as an attack.
No. I know what you doing. We get to the bottom of their questions, and they're the ones that I'm talking to. That the questions you bringing me, it's for the ones way in the back. They keep repeating the same shit.
No, these questions from me. Them motherfuckers come on the screen and have their questions. These are my goddamn questions.
Okay, so this is my thing. Why would anybody need to feel like he got to stand there in front of somebody if he had nothing to hide? Make it make sense.
He wasn't in front of them. He was in the other room.
It's like
and she said he called.
You know what I'm saying?
No. That's what I can't do.
He don't let nobody talk.
All right.
You don't let nobody talk.
The industry is nothing but fucking wolves for the most part. These people are fucking grimy. Gail King ain't no friend of your daughters, R. Kelly, you, me. She don't give a fuck. She care about ratings. And she's not even doing the shit. It's the motherfucking crackers behind her.
Exactly. Dumbass.
They forcing her to do that shit. Okay, that's why R. Kelly looking at her like, yo, fighting for my life, Gail. What you doing? We cool. It's these motherfuckers behind the joke. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. This nigga
No, because guess what? That's what I'm gonna do.
Hold on. You said you giving me 5 minutes. You said you giving me 5 minutes.
That's all you do.
BT ain't black no more. It's owned by Viacom.
Gotcha. White.
That's why our shit children are getting fed this shit. The black people in the offices, they don't want to do the shit that they got to do. Or they have to be on the street. Gail King is the same motherfucker. CBS is white.
Exactly.
That ain't no fucking Oprah shit, bro. She doing what the fuck they making her do. You feel me? She is doing what they making her do. She don't want to do that to them black girls. She don't want to do that to that black man. But it's what the fuck they making her do. Because she took the check. What I'm saying in those 2 interviews to you is Which one are we to believe? I believe your daughter was given what you go on coach, I go on media training. You about to go on CBS. Yeah, Rob had media training.
Leslie, he talking about the white people that own CBS. That's who Gayle King worked for. He's saying, besides that, Gayle King wouldn't have did that interview. She did that interview because her boss that owns CBS told her to go do that interview. And what he's saying is, Gayle King don't care about his daughter. Gayle King don't care about no R. Kelly. That interview was about money. And you didn't hear Angelo say, oh, well, Daryl Johnson didn't stop the interview and all that. And he knows Gayle King very well and all this, that, and the third. So Choke is talking about his experience and him working in TV production and him working for BET and all of that stuff behind the scenes, that they ain't shit. They not your friends and none of that. This is about ratings. That's money. This is R. Kelly. You know how much money she got for that interview? And the two females that the parents is out here saying is missing and all this, that, and the third. That wasn't about caring for the females or caring for Robert. No. That was about money. And that was about CBS telling Gayle King to go in there and do the interview. Period. That's why when Robert started getting emotional and she said something, and he was like, is this camera still on this? And she said, yeah, they wasn't gonna stop that interview. Please. It's money. Y'all didn't hear what Andrew Wyatt told me, and I told y'all that Oprah sent that money over. She fronted for that interview. He said somebody got a check from that interview. They want to play stupid like they don't know. Greenberg want to say Daryl Johnson didn't get no money from Robert. He never got no money out of Robert. Somebody got that check. Somebody. And it's mighty funny how Daryl Johnson automatically resigned right after the interview.
Probably most of his fucking career. Because everybody can go on national television and just talk to a motherfucking Gayle King. That bitch ain't one of these niggas on YouTube. She know what the fuck, and she's getting she's reading off the teleprompter.
I just drunk 3 of them sour juices last night and yesterday. I told you where they at, and the store across the street from my house sells them in the can. You gonna listen.
Their words, the producer's words, not her words. I'm a producer. Every host that host shows for me, I write the fucking questions. Not them niggas. I mean, Master P almost beat up motherfucking Mad Links producing Rap City because of my line of questions. On the set. I'm like, yo, P, I write that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, nigga, where y'all going with? So I know where the line of questioning and shit come. That shit is the motherfucking devils with that shit. But besides the point, R. Kelly put himself in this position. But I'm just telling you, at that interview, what you call coaching, he's coaching them, but it's also media training. Yo, they gonna try to do this. They gonna try to do this. They gonna try to do that. He pumped Aziella with fire. Jocelyn understood, because she probably was a little older, the media training and knew how to sit back and chill. He made Aziel the pit bull. That's why she was attacking him. Because the reason she attacking him is because he already told her to be on the defense. She's going to be attacking. That's why, in my opinion, as a professional that sat on the camera on the other side of the camera 1,000 billion times in interviews, that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? And now when I see her by herself do the interview, look how she's dressed, dog. That's a fucking 40-year-old woman's outfit. No, that ain't, you know, let me tell you. We're not going to listen, brother. I'm not disrespecting. I ain't saying shit. No, because we listen. I let you go. So now, listen.
First, we're gonna apologize to the people out here because Choke got his own beef with the network. And all that was his personal rant just now. CBS and the people and the devils. He hate the devil. So guess what? I watch your channel. I know what angle you came from. That's perfect. I get it, but this is what I'm telling you. That was the business side of it. That's why I didn't open my mouth. That's the business side, what you just did. That didn't explain shit about a victim. Now we're gonna go back. First of all, she should have been on the wall.
You know, what was you talking about victimizing at that point?
Exactly, but that's the point. See, because when you point out something to that level, you gave them ammunition to believe. Oh yeah, right. Yo, there was the people in the back. No, R. Kelly was because the mob. That's what they were run with. Oh no, see, R. Kelly was coaching a media coaching. My daughter had media coaches since she was 10 years old. My daughter, I just told you, took acting class at one of the top goddamn acting schools out of Florida. See, that shit there don't work. See, because the people that know her real background. So that shit there is okay. He used ads because ads know how to capture. The ads know how to play, especially
right. Joke is right. Azriel was trying to act like she's the top one. She's the main one. And he's right. Joycelyn is older. So she knew how to chill, fall back, and stay calm. Azriel went on her little acting bullcrap, like he claimed she was in school for, and did all that. Don't talk to me like this. No, because she wanted to make it seem like she was top dog. Joycelyn knew the role to just chill. Be calm. Okay? Azriel was the one who pushed that attitude out there. Robert wasn't there when he got arrested. And she cussed out the agents. She's on video. Get the hell out of our floor. Y'all can come now. Y'all don't have to worry no more. Y'all don't have to be held back no more. I ain't no victim. Get the hell off our floor. Nobody ever told y'all that we was victims. What are you talking about? Excuse me, because y'all don't live here. So please get the hell off our goddamn floor. Bye. Excuse me. She cussed out them agents. Robert was getting arrested. So who media trained her to do that? She did that. Joy's not on the video cussing out the agents. Azriel is. Yes, it's a video of her cussing the agents the heck out. Telling them to get the hell off our floor and everything. And then they kindly just got on the elevator and left. So what media training did she have that day? Talking about get the hell off my floor. Ain't nobody tell y'all we was no effing victims and all this. Bye, excuse me. Nobody invited y'all here. Yes, she's on video cussing the agents the hell out. So what media training was that? That's how she acts on the regular. Just like when she came up with that skin stuff she was selling with the fruits in it. When she was on Twitter and that lady came and told her that she was she went to school for the skincare and all that, and told her that if you leave them fruits inside of them jars, it will spoil. And if you selling them to people like that and it's sitting on the shelf that long, people are going to break out. Oh, you lucky it's Ramadan, because if it wasn't, I would look for you and kick your ass. That's what she said to the lady. We got the receipts. So you talking about your daughter just this sweet little loving boy, bye. She cut somebody out because they were trying to teach her about skincare and the products that she was using, and that she can't put fruit in a jar for weeks because it will rotten. And she told the lady, you're lucky it's Ramadan, because if it wasn't, I would look for you and kick your ass. That's what she told the lady. If you ain't supporting or you ain't support my business, then get the hell on. Because I'm about it. I'm about that. That's what she told the lady on Twitter. So your daughter ain't no prissy loving. She's ghetto. Just like she went and got her hair braided when Tasha K did that live and told Tasha K to drop her location because she was trying to fight her. Come on, make it make sense. She went live and put on braids, took a picture on Instagram and told Tasha K to drop her location. Your daughter ain't no saint. Oh, my daughter's this loving daughter, and yeah, she's not like that. He trained them to say all that stuff. Well, why Joycelyn wasn't jumping up and down acting like a maniac? Please.
You really gonna get that motherfucking door. So we're gonna go past this and back to the victim part. For one, my daughter shouldn't have been with Gayle King, pleading shit for him. So if they want to talk about the money, then let's talk about the money. Where the fuck is my daughter enjoying money from that motherfucking exclusive interview that Gayle King got?
Well, your daughter got her money that she stole from behind the blue couch with you when she ran off to about Azriel on the run. Your daughter stole the money from behind the blue couch with you, and you, her, and Shabazz ran the hell off. That's where her money at. That's where her cut is. Them thousands of dollars, damn near over $25,000 that your daughter stole behind the couch, that was her break off. How about that? And all the rest of the stuff that y'all took out the house and tried to take the pawn shops and sell and everything else, that was your daughter break off.
Nobody got paid. I'm sure of it. I'm quite sure you was in media. Nobody ever heard of them. You got parents outside the motherfucking house looking for their kids, and they'll get an exclusive interview with both of the girls. You tell me. That's your profession now.
I would say.
And you talking about an R. Kelly.
I'm gonna tell you. You said he already knew the charges was coming, right? In my world, we call that shit damage control. So you may go up there and use your relationship with Gayle and Oprah to go on the.
But he had none.
Yeah, no what?
They ain't want to fuck with him. And nobody wanted to fuck with him. He couldn't even get on. Motherfuckers was staying away, and I'm telling you fact.
Right? How they do the show then?
Because he got that exclusive with them two little girls that everybody in the motherfucking America was looking for. That's why. From motherfucking fighting night and day parents that could not see their fucking child. That's how this story got like this. There wasn't this no fucking.
Then you agree that he was trying to do damage control. He's trying to put out the fire. He's trying to put out the fire by having your daughter and Jocelyn come on and say,
and make him into a saint.
Shit y'all hearing ain't true.
And make him into a saint. Absolutely.
It's called damage control. So,
okay, listen, we
may have got a bag for it, no, it may not.
Listen, we can say damage control, we can say PR, good work, we can say all that shit. The difference in his world, he do it all. So that shit means nothing when you saying that, when you got proof of fact. Earl couldn't even shut him up and stop him. He stopped him, tried to stop him 4 or 5 times. The man do what the fuck he want. Let's stop playing these games. He's a grown-ass man that made grown-ass man decisions, and now everybody want to give him a motherfucking out. Ain't no out.
Nobody giving you no motherfucking out.
You jealous.
That's what I want to hear.
Because he still gets
now, that's what I want to hear. Because one, you shouldn't a smart motherfucker or a half smart motherfucker or at least a motherfucker with a pea brain of motherfuckers around him, like this motherfucking dumbass Dawn and the rest of these motherfuckers would have said, yo, this shit over. Give them the fuck back to their families. Yo, I'm not being a part of it. That nigga wouldn't have had nobody around him. Not one person.
Let me ask you this. You don't think at any point your daughter could have left? You really believe that she was really held captured for those 4 years?
Well, let's brother. Let's stop right there. That's another motherfucking thing that little slime ball, dirtbag, crackhead motherfucker like to put out there. You ain't never heard me on no platform say my daughter was locked up or captured. But what I will tell you, I'm a smart enough motherfucker to know what a mental entrapment is. It's the same way that I had niggas that I say, nigga, don't go around that motherfucker no motherfucking more, and that's my last time telling you. Do you think a nigga went around that corner? Fuck no, because you know the outcome, his ass would have been gone. That's the difference. So we're not going to play these games like it don't happen with a man that abused fucking women. You talk about a man of authority. Let's stop playing these games. He was a man of authority. He had his staff. Hold on. He had his staff. Grown-ass people. Men. Bodyguards, police, every motherfucking body. Doing what? Protecting a big ass secret and doing what the fuck he tell them to do. Let's call it what it is. So if you can manipulate grown ass men, grown ass women that are very career women, you got fucking Cheryl. That son is one of the top motherfucker DJs right now. That told you she feared for her life because it comes.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Cheryl Mack lied. And Cheryl Mack was stealing. And she was stealing.
So we know that most people rule with fear.
This is what that's why I'm asking.
But I said it because you use the word locked up.
So you say it.
And y'all heard what he said. Y'all heard what he said. Oh no. He said, you really think your daughter couldn't leave? Oh no, but I know a such thing called abuse through manipulation. But y'all ain't hear him say abuse physically. Y'all ain't hear him say abuse physically. Because Robert ain't never abused his daughter physically. Just like Lisa Van Allen admitted in the Chicago trial that he didn't abuse her physically. She finally had to admit that. Oh no, but a couple years down the road, it was verbal abuse. This dad just said he abused her mentally, not physically.
Or locked in. I know. Yeah, you said kept her.
Because she had came back home to her family. When you said you was trying to get her back.
My daughter, do you know my daughter left twice? No, it ain't. I never came face to face with my daughter. So my daughter never set in my face and said, no, I'm not going. Do I look like that? We'd have been made.
You communicating throughout the process.
No, when it's not a game that no communication was there. And let me tell you what the shit they tried to tell you about fucking Don Diva reject, fucking Shabazz, motherfucking Durrell stinking ass, reject ass nigga, ex-dope fiend ass nigga. Okay, well I'm just saying it because let me tell you why I felt it to say that. Because that prestige that he mentioned and said my daughter was sitting beside him, me and said that, yes she was. But did they understand that we was on an interview that was our documentary too? See, we had shares in that documentary. See, he ain't tell that part. That documentary wasn't supposed to have been a bash for ass. It's supposed to have been the truth about this situation. But a thirsty motherfucker that is a follower to a pedophilia ring, they do what they can. They play monkey so they can be the good yes boy. And here I go, boss, I got this. And he edited the shit indifferently after my daughter told him that I remember you now. You the motherfucker, R. Kelly told me don't ever trust. You did another project for him and he didn't let you release it, right? And he said that yes. She said, yeah, he don't fuck with you, he don't trust you. And from there, that nigga got spiky and was mad and pissed. And everything after that was my daughter. This was almost a 60-year-old man.
This is how much he lied. The reason why him and damn Shabazz fell out is because him and Azriel signed a contract and told him that they were selling all videos and photos of her and Robert to Shabazz. And this dumb father took her to the Sun Times where she did an interview where she said Robert beat her with a shoe and she sold the pictures and the videos to them. So basically they breached the contract with Shabazz. And Dirty Angelo stole money off the counter where his money was at the security booth. He paid for them to go to the hotel in Vegas because Angelo didn't have no money. That's when Shabazz said he'd go downstairs to her hotel room and ask her for a charger, and she was all biting her lip or something, like she was on drugs and had no clothes on and a robe, and he could see all her chest and her vagina and stuff. She was acting like she was trying to have sex with him. Yeah, she sold the photos and the videos to the Sun Times people. That's why they fell out, because dumb Shabazz had an agreement with them that they would get a percentage off of the documentary and he get a percentage. But they played them, so he said they was burnt. And he put out the audio of Azriel saying that she ate shit.
A fucking piece of shit ass dude that didn't tell the truth about really about the project. See, because if that project would have went, if I would have ceased and desist the shit, guess what? That project would have went. And guess what? We'd have got paid. We'd have been in the fucking lawsuit paying us.
No,
Either way, we'd have got paid.
No, he wouldn't.
See, that's what people don't understand. So when they running around saying this shit, understand that it was a project.
That's why he never sued Shabazz.
All right, I'm going to ask you one more question about the Gayle King thing. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Jocelyn Savage, she made a comment like, yo, pick a story. You know,
okay, so who
I ain't
saw that?
I ain't finished. Calm down, brother. Take it. We're gonna give you 10 seconds to take a woo shot. All right, breathe.
What?
Breathe, brother, breathe.
What? Hey, this me. I'm always like this, brother. I didn't tell you to breathe when you was going at the network talking about the Devils.
That's what he do to try to spin the...
You ready to go there and fight the people now, man? Leave that shit alone. Let's stay focused here right now. Let's go.
I can see behind the curtain, brother, and I know that the great Wizard of Oz is a fucking bitch. All right?
You right.
My question, how do you feel about Jocelyn's comment?
Right?
And not only that, and then she hasn't said anything bad against R. Kelly.
There you go. The problem. Have any of them said anything bad when they with him? Have you ever seen? I come from abusive.
Wait a minute again.
I come from a abusive father and mother situation. So I know what it is for a mother to sit there and say nothing happened. So we're not gonna play the game that nobody know. We know why she's not saying nothing. He don't have to be that. But when you got people still set around her, then he's just like he's fighting. We're not going to play that, bro. Let's not play that. Guess what? In federal prison, it's an invisible fence. Do anybody cross that goddamn line? Fuck no. They walk that motherfucker close, but they'll never cross it. Let's go, brother. It's a mental. We're not going to play that, you know. It's a mental. You know your ass going to cross that line. That's it. So that's the same thing, bro. Until she's strong enough to get away from this, then why are we acting like somebody talked to her? Who talked to her? Can anybody verify that was Jocelyn? Do anybody that's on account? Anybody can say that's that girl's account. Anybody. No, but you know what it is? It went all through the internet like wildfire. Brother, these people are so sick.
I tell you, believe what you see.
And that's what I'm telling you. I have a relationship with her parents. That's why I don't really go up with her, because I know what they're going through, bro. And this shit is not a game.
So let me ask you a question. You seen the surviving R. Kelly, of course. All the people that went to court. Do you believe each and every one of these people?
What I believe, this is what I believe. I believe everybody that had a story had something that happened to them with him. That's what I believe. I don't give a fuck if a woman that let me just give you an example of this. If a woman walked down the street, she did her same routine coming from work at 12 o'clock at night. And this happened, actually, real story in my neighborhood, right? She get dragged in an alley and got raped. Do you think she could tell this story verbatim over and over 2 years later? Or will she have loopholes in it? Because for one, she's trying to forget it. Two, she's trying to suppress it. And three, it was a traumatizing situation. Do you think my daughter can tell you exactly how many times he hit her with that fucking 12-foot shoe? Could you answer my door and say, well, how many hits did he give you? No, because it's trauma, brother. We're not going to play the game. These kids going through fucking trauma. That was delivered by him. But I do, because this is what people keep ignoring and making this shit light, and why they keep these young girls' names in their motherfucking mouth. You got the fucking Faith. You got Geronda. You got Azriel. You got Joy. You got this person, that person. Do they give a fuck about these girls' mental? So tomorrow when they read, when I'm killed themselves from all this bullshit, then how do we accept that in our black culture? Is that a win for R. Kelly? A motherfucker who can't even see his own children? Let's talk about some real shit. Why in the fuck is everybody taking up for him and nobody talking about the kids?
I don't know.
Not you.
You got a lot of people in here.
All right, so listen, let me clear it up. Not you, Joe. I know
right,
where
I'm
you
just
stand.
saying, like, there's a lot of people in here that support y'all. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not saying free R. Kelly. There's a lot more people out here that saying that nigga need to go. You know what I'm saying? It's not all one-sided, brother.
So let me tell you this, Joe. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's a guideline to...
You didn't answer my question.
What?
You didn't answer my question.
What?
Do you believe each and every girl?
I answered you. I said, I think each one of them have truth in their story. Some part of the truth.
Well, 100%.
I can't say 100% because we don't know the trauma. See, we cannot tell a story.
I ain't talking about the trauma. I'm just saying, do you believe each and every
Yes, fuck yeah. Okay. Because let me tell you why. Now, why I tell you that, let me elaborate. Aaliyah was what, 1990 or 91? Was some shit like that, right?
No.
It was 90, 92, 93.
Well, when you got married?
No, when the whole situation came down. 93? Oh, 93. Yeah, it was about 93.
Yeah, maybe.
No, about 93. Yeah, about 93. But what my point of it is 93, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? My daughter wasn't born.
You knew about the Aaliyah situation?
Huh?
Did you know about the Aaliyah situation?
Why would I care about the Aaliyah situation?
I'm saying
about this. Well, listen, but this is what I'm telling you.
It was public knowledge.
Got you. So back then, those newspapers and people that was in tune to that. I told you, hold on. I told you asked me the important thing in the beginning. What was your life legacy? I mean, and early on. I told you I bought a house at 15. My first rental property. So you think I give a fuck about R. Kelly?
The answer would have been no, brother.
So, but I had to give you that because I want you to stay with me. I'm too busy building my own legacy to worry about an R. Kelly and Aaliyah. That wasn't my thing.
Listen, brother. I'm asking you that question for a reason. Did you know about him marrying R. Kelly back before your daughter was born?
Oh, yes. That poster came out. That poster been out there. That was talked about.
That's my question, brother.
Yes.
I've been in the music industry and I got people that wasn't in the music industry and know that R. Kelly married or allegedly married.
But we're talking to this the difference, right? I think.
Hold on. Let me ask my next question. Did you know about the sex tape?
I heard about a sex tape. That's what I did. I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it.
Okay.
So now let's stay right here with the sex tape. I heard about it because when I heard about it, I heard R. Kelly supposed to slept with a kid. Is that how you heard it?
Yeah.
R. Kelly on the tape with a kid. So let me tell you this as a king and as a
I ain't gonna say kid, they just said
they said a chick. Yeah, okay, regardless what it is, that's in the umbrella of underage child.
Yeah.
I won't have no I don't have any. If I was home, I wasn't home at that time. I was away.
Oh, okay.
So if I was home, when they said a minor, only thing came to me, and this is me, my opinion, I'd be wrong. A nigga could look at that tape and see his dick. Because I don't want to see an act with a man with a fucking kid. That's something I've never been into. So for niggas to line up and buy that tape and say I saw it, I got a question. What the fuck was you looking for? Because he didn't say he was fucking a kid. I don't want to see a man fuck a child. That makes no sense to me. So no, I never saw that ever.
Well, it's the same way as nobody want to see a motherfucker get their head blown off on camera. Like these stupid motherfuckers sending footage thinking it's entertaining.
And that's somebody in jail. You're right.
They get shot up in the bodega and shit. That's not entertaining for me. I need that life. That's traumatizes me. Y'all niggas think it's entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
I'm 100% with you. That's my child, bro.
But motherfuckers watch it. With the R. Kelly situation, most people watched it not to see him fuck a kid. They wanted to see if it was him. So that's why niggas watched it. It's like niggas go to the funeral to make sure motherfucking day.
Did you watch it? Joe, did you watch it?
Hell no, I didn't watch it. That's child pornography.
Oh, listen, I just asked you a question, but
I want to act like you didn't watch it.
I believe they were.
There you go. And that's what I'm telling you. So,
but my thing is, even though you was in jail, you heard about it, because niggas in jail hear about shit first.
Yes, we hear. No doubt. But
when you meet him and he's trying to get with your daughter, you already know about Aaliyah and sex. Exactly. Why don't you get your daughter away from that motherfucker?
Okay, listen to this. We can always say why. Because did you hear who her father was? It was me. And I thought who I was meant something over there in that world. But evidently it didn't. See, I didn't give a fuck. I've been doing business with bad motherfuckers all my life. I don't give a fuck what you do. But when you come in my circle and me and you meet face to face, now it becomes personal with me. Me and you have a problem when you don't do good business. We didn't get no arrangement for you to fucking fuck my daughter or none of that.
So this is why Levi told him to do an interview with you.
Let me give you these books on time for this was April 2015. My daughter had a big show May 17th. By then, she didn't even go to the show because he had her mind wrapped up not to fuck with the show, this and that. She got to understand. He was telling her she couldn't be the singer. He wanted her. While making us believe that, oh, she did this, we gonna do this. Only thing, he had one job, write the song. And I asked him on that, and that's another text message that the defense could have put out. Yo, how much you want? I heard you charge like 200. Nigga, I can't give you that, but I can give you this. See, that's in text message. You know what? He never replied because the whole time it was never about the music for him. He had already had sex with my daughter. See, that's the problem that people didn't understand.
Sex with her after she met him.
A day and a half later. That was that Monday. That's all in transcript.
A day and a half
she left school to go there. And that shit, and if they tell you, it's in the transcript.
Y'all hear this, right? So y'all hear he's trying to say Robert had sex with her at their hotel. The same hotel that Azriel pulled out an ID and said she was 18. Oh, he had sex with her a day and a half later. This is why I'm telling y'all. That whole he had sex with her in California. This is why I don't believe it. Because first they say he had sex with her at this hotel, that the cops came in there, asked for her ID, and she gave them an ID that showed she was 18. The mother never made a report in Polk County, which the lieutenant came and did a press conference saying they'd had no report from no mother saying that that R. Kelly slept with their child underage. The mother thanked the police when they came and said that Azriel was there. Because the mother said, "Thank you so much. We just didn't know where she was at." Yes, she's 18. But now he's on choke saying, "Oh, he slept with my daughter a day and a half later." So I thought he had sex with her in California first. But now he had sex with her at that hotel. She never said in the transcript she had sex with him at that hotel. But do y'all see what I'm saying? And why I don't believe that she had sex with him in California? Because she told her brother in those letters, "Mommy tried to force me to push myself on him, and I felt stupid because he wasn't even looking at me in that way. He wasn't even, into me like that." So what would make him automatically had sex with her a day and a half later. If she said when she pushed herself on him, he wasn't even into her and he wasn't looking at her that way. Now he say he had sex with her at the hotel. I thought it was in California. Which one is it? Because if he had sex with her at that hotel, why the hell did the mom think the police officer and then say, yes, she's of age? And Azriel showed them a ID that she was 18. So, y'all really think she had sex with him at that hotel in California? I don't believe it.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Oh, yeah, I hear bounce right back. I'm gonna let y'all come in a few, all right? I just got a few more questions. I hope y'all enjoying the interview. If you all hit the cash app, show no joke, like, subscribe, all right?
Told y'all this was a money thing.
Yeah. So
this is why Levi told him to do it.
What we talking about? Damn.
Look, he can't remember.
You don't even know because everybody keep calling me. But my point is this, bro. This is my whole point on all this. I'm open to ask any question. I'm not going into foolishness. If you're not a man or a woman on here and looking at
his point of view.
Medium, okay, her medium, my people just hit me up. Thanks for paging me. Page me. Don't call my phone right now because he knocked me out. So her medium, right? So she met him. My daughter drive. My daughter and son drive to school.
You said she left school to go here. That's where you was at.
Similarity, but I want them to understand. I gotta say this point, and this ain't bragging or nothing. My kids go to the same high school. They're a year apart. They both drive their own car since high school started. So I just want to give you a picture of that for you, because you can understand that. This for the motherfuckers in the back that would never buy their child a car. See, both of my kids. So my son came out of school early because he's in the 12th. So he gets out at half a day. They go to work. He noticed his sister's car wasn't there. So immediately what he do? He called his parents. Hey, y'all had hands for go somewhere. She not in school. I'm getting out of school. Her car ain't here. We automatically call up her choir teacher. No, ads don't have early choir, nothing else, blah, blah, blah. So when you don't have this, he did exactly what he was supposed to do for his family. Called his parents. And from there, we moved. We moved in trying to find out where the fuck she was at. So you asked the question, how quick was it? It was a day and a half. That's how quick it was. A nigga supposed to have been in a show in Miami, and he didn't go to the show. He came back to Orlando, double back, and met my daughter, and told her he needed to interview her because he ain't had no time, and he wanted to see if he could fit her in as opening up on the show. He wanted to really see what he had. See, so all that shit with all them talking, that's how this happened. A man supposed to have been the Miami show. He kept that show. And they do all that research. Tell them to research the Miami show to come back to have sex with a goddamn mom. See, that's all the shit they don't want to tell you the truth about. Because they don't know. Because they wasn't in it. They're in it.
So he don't know that Azriel said that her whole family knew that she was going to the hotel. Canning specifically asked her, who all knew that you was going to this hotel to meet R. Kelly? My family, my mother, my father. Now ask yourself, if she's supposed to have her car parked at school, she's driving around with no parents. She ain't no 17. That's 18. Because when you ever permit, you have to ride around with an adult. And you can't drive, I think after 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? So if she's just riding around, joyriding by herself, she wasn't no 17. That's why she had that ID that said 18. Wake up, people.
That's some orders that became for that to get their name up, to become somebody.
Look, that's all he talk about.
Yes, exactly.
His fans.
So that's what happened. It happened
This
that
your interview
Monday
about your daughter.
And the police was called. The police came because we was beating on a five-star hotel room, back and forth, banging on the doors. The regular security tried to know where they was at. We didn't know, but we knew they was in that motherfucker because we saw my daughter's car and we saw his tour bus and all that. So we
Liar.
Doors.
Liar.
Tours you couldn't get.
Liar.
And they called the regular police, but the
How y'all know he was at that hotel?
Exactly.
Well, you know, I have people that's in the industry as well.
I got people that's in the industry.
There was a lot of calls because we couldn't find her first. They turned the phone off.
That's because they knew she was already there.
She turned the phone on. You know, he played his rules.
She already told it. Y'all knew. How the hell y'all just guess he at this hotel?
You did an act. So now imagine your parents downstairs, police come drag you out of motherfucking room with your school ID. Now everybody know in Florida. No, your ID show, your permit, your paper show, your ID.
How she had a school ID when the cops see she was 18?
I'm pretty sure this man is a police officer, he know what the fuck it read.
Y'all called the police on it right there.
Everybody in the hotel called the police. So when the police came, we told them what we was there. That's why we was violating the guest room. If my daughter was 18, now, Choke, you've been in the industry, you've been around a long time. I'm just going to say this. This may be the dumbest question in the world. Do you think the police could pull an 18-year-old out of a hotel room?
That's because she didn't come out of a hotel room.
If I had told him my daughter was 18,
she never came out the room.
He would have said, have a nice day.
The cops left after she showed them the ID, and they left. They never pulled her out the hotel room. Fucking liar.
Lying or not. It's no liar. It's just parents saying, our 18-year-old daughter is with a man. He gonna say, okay, she's hello.
That's why she never got dragged out the room. Or R. Kelly.
You might have a point there.
Okay,
or R. Kelly.
She would have never had to come out the room. She would have been like, I'm 18, what the fuck are y'all doing?
That's what she did. And showed the officer it's in the transcript.
But because she was 17, they brought her ass out that motherfucker.
No, they didn't.
And down there. So you did what I'm saying? And he was supposed to do anything.
Then he gonna lie and say Robert ran out the back door.
For him.
Liar.
So they want to tell him.
Oh, he wasn't there?
Yeah, he was there. He was in the room with her ass. But the police allowed her to come out.
First of all, think about this.
This is what happened. Police
this how dumb this nigga sound. How the hell all this happened, but your daughter wound up going back with R. Kelly? You freaking liar. All of this happened. He had sex with her a day and a half. He was up in there with a 17-year-old, all this. But your daughter went back with him? Your daughter went back with him. But all this shit happened at the hotel. You goddamn liar. You can't even keep up with your lies, dude. Because any smart person would have said, well, ain't no way she went back with him. How the hell did she get back with him? If you saying he did all this shit. If you saying, oh, he was in the room with a 17-year-old and all this. How did your daughter wind up back with R. Kelly? Oh, okay. Oh, so you forgot what happened at the hotel. Or you just didn't care no more. Because you're saying a joke. He was in the room with my 17-year-old daughter having sex with her. But your 17-year-old daughter went back with him and lived with him after this incident. Make that make sense. This how he's so stupid. He didn't even know how to get his lies correct, because any normal person would have said, well, you said he did all of this. How did your daughter wind up with him again? Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
identified that's our daughter and everything. He was supposed to come right behind. As the police doubled back, he was gone. He went out the private exit the hotels have. Come the groupie ass security guards that my daughter said he was trying to get a job, and he left. When the police doubled back, he never came down. They looked outside, his cars and shit was gone.
So you ain't put in a report to get a warrant?
my wife did a report and everything. But when you got a child that is saying nothing happened but an interview, because that's all we did. It was supposed to be an interview. So why would we think anything else? You got your daughter standing right in front of you. And she said, Dad, I swear to God, we did the interview. Y'all was kind of messing it up because I was a grade, hit my high notes and this and that. All out. You understand what I'm saying?
So how soon did you find out they were messing with each other?
I didn't until like next year when somebody in the camp finally sent us messages. The whole time was this. Everybody music. She working on music. He was sending us samples of some of the music. This is how deep this shit get.
Wait. So she went and moved with him after that?
No, brother. She didn't move till September. This happened in August.
August.
See, that's what they didn't tell you. See, they made it like it was Monday,
a month later she was with him.
And what?
You said a month later she was living with him?
I said April is when they met. When this act,
April is when they met.
She didn't leave to go the tour with him till his tour started up in September, which Ange was ready to go back to school. So you're talking April to September. So tell them non-count motherfuckers that like to come up here and act like she met him Monday and moved in Friday, and her parents gave her. Exactly. So you talk about a whole summer of dialoguing with parents and everybody, and somebody like me. That I'm gonna fly in and see Joe face to face. We're gonna have to meet and we're gonna talk. This business, this is my door.
Who was that? By September, did she turn 18?
She turned 18 in December. So she had like a month and a half. Yeah.
All right, so in September, when she went to go with him, that was for her to go on tour with him, to work with him?
Exactly. That's it. So you got you mind.
Did y'all give her the permission to go with him?
Exactly. We gave permission through somebody that would have been from the label who supposed to oversee her. Naked.
For how long?
Till her birthday. I mean, you can't force her after 18. There's no boy at 18. She only had a month and a half.
Y'all emancipated her to him.
No.
From September to December?
It was never nothing to him. It was to a female A&R, supposed to be A&R, but this was somebody who actually worked for him.
Right, so
I do know the business.
And y'all knew she was going. It wasn't like she ran away. Y'all thought
brother, we never seen nothing say no ran away. Never. See, this is you never.
No, I'm asking you these questions.
I know you are, but what I'm saying is you had never.
See, did y'all send her off in September, knowingly that she was going with R. Kelly?
Of course, we told the whole world. That was in Surviving R. Kelly. You think my daughter would leave at 17? Well, that wouldn't happen. Without this ran away.
Well, y'all was cool with her going to stay with him. She was staying with him, or she was giving living quarters.
We living. There you go. Now you being an industry man. Living quarters is what it's supposed to be, brother. Exactly. With the same person that we gave power of attorney to. So yes. So we're gonna talk. That's on industry level. This happens every day. And now I'm gonna let you have the floor so you can explain it to these dumb motherfuckers in the back that happen through entertainment, that happen through movies, through everything, basketball, football, you name it. A child had to go with somebody for somewhere where a parent had to give permission. Especially if they good. So this is not nothing new.
Do you regret giving permission now?
Fuck yeah. I regret so much. I regret some other shit I would have not to say that should have been an outcome. But I regret a whole lot of shit as a parent. What parent wouldn't regret it? What parent wouldn't regret it? Just what I don't understand.
Ask everybody this question. If you had it to do over again, what would you have done different?
That shit. Brother, if I had to do that shit,
Limo! We gotta help people customize and save.
She probably wouldn't even have never. I wouldn't even say she wouldn't have came to went to the show because she's musically inclined. and it was a bunch of bands there. She'd have went there. But when she said she'd have met that motherfucker, that would have hit right there. I would have took her phone. I would have took her phone with a new phone the next day. I'd have made sure she never got that motherfucker. Well, that's if I would have knew what I know now. But saying doing it over again, I wouldn't know if I didn't have the wisdom and knowledge that I know now. Because guess what? For 30 years he's been doing it and everybody been okay with it. So the labels, the powerhouses, the influence of the media. So everybody say he's the good man. That's who you want to work with. I don't give a fuck who you was. You in the music and you singing slow song, who they say you work with? R. Kelly. Look how many females work with him. So let's stop acting like this man was some outcast that I went and found and no, it wasn't that. He was at the top of his fucking game and everybody in the world was kissing his ass. But that had nothing to do with me. I had a conversation as a parent, as a father, and as a man.
Let me talk to the people for a minute on the industry level to teach them how, if I was in your shoes and I had regrets and I could go back and do it over, right? First of all, and people gonna hate me for saying this, but
he already
after I make my point, they'll understand why I'm saying this. You and your wife can't take 100% blame in this situation. Because, like myself, I tell the story a few times. Our children are not our children that we raise when they go outside that door. We can give them all the fucking rules, beatings, ass whippings, punishments, taking their phones, where it don't matter. When they get outside in that world, the kid that you raise is not the kid that's going to run around in that street. Your daughter knew better than to sneak off to school and go and meet a grown-ass man. You know what I'm saying?
Without calling us.
She know her mother don't want her to do that. She know her father don't want her to do that. She know her brothers and sisters don't want her to do that. But she's in fact, she done met a star. One of the biggest stars in the world that do what she want to do. And that she feel like can give her opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, my mom thought I was at my cousin's house in the downtown South Bronx for the weekend. I'm 15 years old. I'm in Washington, D.C. selling drugs with the motherfucking shotters. You know what I'm saying? My mother went in the wild. If you told my mother, your son was in the motherfucking Washington, D.C. Sunday, ain't no way in the motherfucking world she would have believed me unless she had to come get me out of jail, son.
So check this. On that note,
let me finish. Good. I got a point to make.
Go ahead.
Right? So you don't get, and your wife don't get 100% blame because our kids, when they leave that fucking house, they go and do what the fuck we tell them don't do. Right? So what you could have done different, and I'm saying to the people that have talented kids right now that need to watch out for these industry niggas because these motherfuckers are predators. If you go and hire somebody to manage your kid and you're not going to manage them, try to be co-manager. If you don't have the business accolades and resources to make things happen, even if you just take it 5-10%, you be co-manager so you can supervise your kid 24/7, and the label can't tell you can't be there because you the manager. Everything goes through you. Your kid don't deal with nobody. Everything goes through you. Your phone ring and you make it happen. Because once you start trusting these motherfuckers with your kids, they're going to be fucking. They're going to make them gay and all kind of weird ass shit. So the thing for the people that have talented kids, you know what I'm saying? Supervise your kids. Use this as a lesson.
Be a daddy.
This got to be the biggest lesson out here. This man, let his daughter go up there and meet this nigga, and their whole fucking life changed.
Exactly, immediately.
Lying.
Immediately.
They changed his life.
On that note, Joe, what about the ones at Disney? Because, see, we had an opportunity to have the ends at Disney. This is the crazy part, right? We turned it down because, do you know in their contract, it says no parents. Parents cannot be a child manager in Disney organization. See, it's too much of a distraction. That's a fact. That's a fact. And you know what we did? We walked.
But you took it to R. Kelly.
The only wind up.
You know why?
Motherfucker.
Because they want to take your Hannah Montana and turn it into fucking Miley Cyrus. They can't do that with you there. So, you know, shout out to your daughter, shout out to your wife, shout out to all the victims.
Joe didn't know nothing at this point.
I'm gonna let a few people come on and ask some questions.
And watch what the people say when they come on.
If you see somebody that you recognize that you don't want them to be on here from some other platform, because I said no other platforms. I just want the regular people to come on and ask questions.
Let me give you this before you go on this, right? We'll probably chop it up. I think it's very important, brother, that you do a follow-up, maybe an hour or 2 hour special, bro, on your channel, bro, with open dialogue. Because, brother, it's a lot of talented kids.
Listen.
And right now, it's
trying to control Joe channel.
Okay, let me give you, for instance.
No R. Kelly supporters over there. He's trying to control the narrative.
I had restaurants.
So Levi, this your cousin. But Choke said you told him to do the interview with Angelo.
So that's my day. My wife, real estate, and running was a manager at a hospital. So we wasn't parents that sat home behind.
That ain't what she said on the PPP loan. Your wife said that she owns some type of medical facility.
You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave nothing out. So what would you say to parents that have talented sport kids? And we know what it takes to be a football player, basketball player. It's past this. I ask people to use this shit, not drag it, not fucking keep on dogging the victims. You want to dog somebody, keep it on me, I can help. But not these young, frail young guys that's trying to figure out their next life move. And
his daughter butt ass naked on Instagram right now.
You have white sisters and brothers that do the same thing that she there got.
Her ass crack out and her whole boob.
And you everything else, they get a clap, a day, a book name behind them in the storage line.
But his daughter is butt ass naked on Instagram right now.
And everything else. So,
ass crack showing, boobs and everything.
You have experience in the history. You need to do a powerful speaking for about 2 hours to allow parents to come on here. They got these sports kids. They got these talented kids.
Look how he's trying to control Joe channel.
They got to sit in the they got to sit in there and with their tutors and shit for 2 hours. A parent can't do that. In schools, they have like my daughter read. She read.
A parent can do a lot of stuff if you make sacrifices for your kids.
Right. They do classroom training. So classroom training took half a day. She had to go there with her teacher during school hours for like 2 hours. Because, and no matter how we say we wouldn't do this, we wouldn't do that, that's a fucking lie. You have to entrust, because America is built like that. For us to have to entrust somebody with our child.
No, you don't. You make sacrifices with your kids.
I highly recommend.
I ain't never leave my kids with no fucking somebody.
And keep your kids as close to you as possible.
You gotta leave your kid with somebody else.
It is a fact that this shit can happen. I'm a nigga that tell you I come from a side of fence.
Nigga, you could have paid the money for your daughter to get an album, and that would have been that. Like you said, I ain't got $200,000.
I went through this shit.
Yeah, because you was trying to put your daughter on a grown ass man.
Y'all trying to do a deal with him with some dildos.
Exactly. So let's get to that. Ask him this.
So look how you gonna lie.
With these, both of them idiots. You know, Huey and Louie. Both misfits and fucking rejects. You know what I mean? One a crackhead and one a crack baby. So let's get back to.
But he did try to get Rob to get the dildo
so
deal.
If you know you're a man that know business, and this is for all the people that got this. If I own novelty stores, maybe let me break that down to them, because for the motherfucking dummies that don't want to know what a novelty store is, that's a dog toy store. So if I'm at a thing, you understand, I think business. Again, why the importance of me telling
business with your daughter too.
my property at 15. You don't have too many average kids that buy a rental property at 15.
How the hell he bought a rental property at 15? Oh, you're a liar,
It's like
nigga.
my mother works for the government. I didn't have this. So
You're just a liar.
I chose to get there because of the struggle of my family. Because I thought I could heal a pain that I saw from us coming from the projects. I wanted all my family good. So that's
y'all know any 15-year-olds that's buying rental properties?
But guess what? It
Real
ain't stopped
estate
me
rental properties at 15.
and becoming who I was. You understand? So
what is he showing where he getting the pay stubs from? What is he showing how he get bringing the money in? For him to own a real estate property, what is he showing how he's generating the money in? But what is he telling the realtor? I sell drugs at 15. How the hell did he own a real estate property at 15? This man is such a liar, and he got this whole ego and this ego about himself that he just this man, right? Let me tell you something about a real father. If he was really invested in his daughter singing, he would have paid whatever amount of money R. Kelly was charging to do an album for his daughter. Any producer. It wouldn't have been no, oh, I ain't got 200,000, but I got this. No. He would have made a way to get that money to pay for his daughter to get a album. He would have paid Robert. Robert would have did the album. He would have got the album, and him and his daughter would have went left. That's it. Simple. You go through all of this other stuff to beat around the bush that you didn't have the money to invest in your daughter's career. That's it. Pay the money for the record. Pay the money for this producer who has produced so many people in the industry. What makes y'all special that y'all not gonna pay the regular price. But you supposed to be a millionaire at 15, and you supposed to have all this money, but at 40-some years old, you couldn't get 200,000 to pay for your daughter's career. That would have probably lasted her a lifetime. She got Robert on the credits, on the features, but you couldn't come up with that. So instead is, oh, let's frame him. Yeah, let's frame him. You know, act like you like him and all that, and lick your lips and massage him and all this. They knew what they was doing. Because the mother told the father, Bobby, she was going to have sex with him without Angelo knowing. That mother ain't come out here and speak since the New York trial was over. Alice Clary ain't come out here and make a sound since them text messages came out. She didn't even go participate in Surviving R. Kelly 3. Trifling ass parents.
With the
Good morning, Claudine.
thing.
The dildo thing. What did y'all try to do with dildo with him?
So he must go deal with it. You know, this is how fucked up it was. My daughter wasn't even there. That's why I laughed at it in transcripts, because this is shit that he
This
told her to
another
say.
lie. How
And after
wasn't
you don't see
Azriel
it for
there
2
when he
years,
tried to sell the dildos when it happened after Azriel's graduation? The Mayweather sister told me, and then I corroborated with the text messages where she said, oh, I can't believe they're really throwing their 18-year-old daughter back on the Robert. They thought when Azriel graduated, she was going to at least stay back with her parents for a little bit. No, that same night, they sent her back with Robert. That same night, outside of the Applebee's, IHOP, he was outside showing Robert the dildos, trying to get Robert to
sign on with the dildo business. The mom was begging Robert to be his driver. And Angelo also was begging, can he be the one to do the lights at his concerts? The same night that Azriel graduated. The same night. So the lie say she wasn't even there. This man is a pathological liar. You gotta know this nigga a liar when he took strangers that fought for his daughter, took their social security numbers, they IDs and shit, copied them, made it seem like they was employees of his business to get PPP loans. Then you took this lady's son college tuition money and told her it was an investment and you lost. Like she just asked out. Oh, it was an investment. And I lost the investment. Like how you do that? And I one day or not did he go apologize to this. He just took this lady's money and ran off. Oh, F all y'all, uh all of y'all better get your money intact. I'm sending everybody cease and desist because he trying to sue all of them because they said what was in the emails and on that NDA that he had them sign and say, oh, you can't talk about messages, pictures, or nothing that's in Team Truth. So his broke ass trying to sue them for some money, but he really robbed the hell out of these people. And he got a nerve to be out here talking on Twitter and stuff. This dude's psychotic, just like his daughter.
You see a motherfucking. Yes, brother. I'm gonna get.
No, that lady said that was her money.
What I want to do is clear up the transcript because she said also in the transcript. So what I want to do is clarify she was not fucking there.
Yes, she was.
This is a conversation that went to an email.
No, it wasn't.
Now, whenever a motherfucker want to put up some money and ask the motherfucking stinking ass lawyers ahead why they didn't call me in, tell the truth. Because I could have provided that motherfucking email.
Liar. You tried to sell the motherfucking dildos after the damn graduation.
Business, I have this field. I have a straight base out of another country. I can manifest this, all this on me. I can give you 50 to 100K up front. I'll give you this percentage of each one. Only thing I need from you, brother, is you are okay, you with it, you see it, a signature, and approval of your music. And I'm gonna make everything else happen. You're gonna be paid. That's business. It never went nowhere else, brother.
So why would you try to do? Why would you try to do a business deal with Robert tomorrow? And I just need a signature, your music, and 100K up front and all that. Why would you be doing a business deal with a man that you said just had sex with your daughter in a hotel while she was 17? Why would you be trying to do a business deal with a man that you just said had sex and took advantage of your daughter at 17 in the hotel? But now, all of a sudden, now you want to try to sell him this dildo business and all of this. That's because it was never no beef at that hotel. Like I'm telling y'all, he's a liar. They all knew she was going there, and the cops never pulled her out of nowhere. She stepped outside the room and told her mom and them, "Come on, y'all messing up my interview. This is the real thing." And y'all coming here doing all this, you're messing up my interview. That's what the mother said first. Never said they dragged her out no hotel. Never said she came downstairs. No, Larry said he gave her $2,000. I think it was 2,000. I think it was 1,000 or 2,000. He bought her couches because when Angelo and his wife went over there to her house, they was arguing, and Ezreal put them out in the middle of the night at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and she didn't have no furniture. But Shauna said that money that he was flaunting around with, which we all remember at that time when Larry got married, Angelo was flaunting around like he had all this money, and now it all makes sense. That was her money because Larry said he even paid half of some money. I forgot what other money it was, but Larry said he paid them all. But yeah, Shauna said that was her money, and actually, not only did he claim he paid for Larry's wedding, but he ran that lady's credit card up, and that's why she owes now and is with uh the um the credit people.
And he never replied. And guess what? You never seen me follow up. Because I was too busy. Because I was too busy 2016. Too busy 2016. So I wasn't chasing him in oh no, was it? My bad. What? Yeah, 2016. My daughter just graduated.
Told you.
So it wasn't no I do.
It was the same night.
How long she been there before you try to do the deal with him?
Shit, she was already there. She been there. She was back and forth. She been fine. We've been there. This is doing back and forth.
Back and forth. She was there.
Intertwining with this guy from August while my daughter was underage.
Look, that's all you want to say.
She ready to turn 18.
While my daughter was underage.
But being as though we had her in school and had to comply because she did her last year virtual. She was in the 12th. So she did her last year virtual.
Because she cried at the trial. She cried at the trial because her broke ass parents is the reasons why her scholarship dropped for her to even go to that music thing she wanted to go to, because they made her do home virtual school. And the program that she was in, she couldn't get that scholarship to go to college if she was in virtual school. And that's why she was crying at the trial when Kenny kept saying, "Oh, so you're really upset with your parents, aren't you?" And she kept crying because she wanted to go to college. That's why she was crying at the trial. Because she said because they forced her to do that virtual learning thing, she wasn't eligible for the scholarship for college. So she cried her eyes out in the New York trial, which they were real tears. They wasn't fake. And that's why she started telling everything on them in the trial. Because they did her dirty. That's when her mom sent her back with Robert when he said she had to be in school. And she signed her up for homeschool. And because she went to the homeschool, she wasn't eligible for the scholarship for the uh for the the classes, the college classes. Yeah, I'm telling you, she cried. They wasn't no fake acting tears or none of. They was real tears at that court. She said because she wanted to go to college, and Kennick said, "So it's your parents' fault because you didn't." She said, "Yes, because they made her go to homeschool by sending her with Robert. She lost the goddamn scholarship because of they dumbasses." So all of that, my daughter finished school and all that. The same night that she graduated, that picture with Rob and her sister, with the sister baby, and the picture with Azriel and her sister, that's the same night they sent her back. That's the text message that's on my community post where the Mayweather sister said her mom and her was arguing, and her mom said, "You better stop playing with me before I punch you in your shit. You're grown. You know what you need to do."
18 doing a class or assignment.
So she was 18 when you tried to do the deal?
Yes. Yes, she wasn't no fucking kid. None of that shit. So that answered enough of their question, them dumbass questions that they tried to say. So yes, my daughter was 18. So it had nothing to do with it.
Y'all heard that, right?
I don't talk no fucking business with grown people.
Did y'all hear that, right?
They don't have nothing.
Did y'all hear this, right? Y'all heard that, right? That his daughter was 18 when he tried to do the business deal with Robert. Now listen, this was the night of her graduation. So she's 18, is what he's saying. Right? So if she was 18, then why did she tell Robert after that, I'm 17, and he supposed to slap her and send her home? That was after the graduation. But he's right here telling y'all, at the graduation, his daughter was 18, grown. That's why I told y'all in the Mayweather's text messages, she said, I don't know why they are forcing their 18-year-old daughter on a grown man like this. But what can we say? Well, no, she said, we can't say nothing if, this is where her parents are doing. So how many months did it take for her to turn 18 from the time she supposed to have started this school? So I guess that's why her mom said, don't play with me. I'll punch you in your shit. You better go ahead and do what you got to do. They were fighting at the IHOP the same night of the graduation. And she drove back with the Mayweathers. They wouldn't even go pick their daughter up to bring her to her own graduation. She looked a mess. If y'all seen her on that graduation picture, looked a mess. Hair was all underneath the hat, all sloppy, and they said she couldn't walk down the aisle, which I found out that was not true. That's why I was telling all of y'all at the trial, she said that she did graduate. Everybody kept saying, nah, no, she didn't. She did not finish. Yes, she did. She finished homeschool, virtual schooling. She didn't finish no college credits or nothing, but she finished homeschool.
Music, why would the fuck she be there, sitting there with me, talking about some goddamn thing I got for him? That don't even make sense. She also got on the stand and said her mother never asked her for a job. He told my daughter to ask my wife, did she want to have a job? Don't that sound familiar from the fucking Rashida Rand, whatever, landfill, their shit, their situation, the father, the mother, all them work for him. So he repeats himself. That's what makes him sick. That's why he's in the shit he is. He repeats himself. It doesn't matter what he is.
Yeah, he's deflecting. Now Azriel asked Robert for her mom to work.
With me, what I'm gonna do with my 2 stores, a restaurant, and some other shit I had going on. I'm gonna leave that and go travel with him. And do lights, these motherfuckers is stupid.
That's what you asked him, dumbass.
Let's show him how to get a light package cheaper, as well as showed him how to make money instead of going to Walmart, spending that money and giving away some dirty ass fucking cheap ass on sale fucking underwear. Tried to show the nigga how to be an entrepreneur and make some money. And that was my fear.
No, you didn't. How you gonna try to show this multi-millionaire how to make money?
Yeah, you're right. But he was super rich at that time. He was at a struggle trying to get the fuck up.
How he's at a struggle, but your daughter was with him?
Everybody think he was super rich. That nigga was doing shows to keep Ian's meats on the table. That's why people like, where's money at? Where was his money? Was already gone. He was on a return. He was trying to do a build back to come back to life.
So why were you sending your daughter to him?
You know, choke motherfucking money can look like money. You got some of the floss in his niggas is the broke.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
you got the niggas that don't floss.
Trying to teach R. Kelly how to make some money. I'm like,
yeah, I was, because that's the difference. I don't give a fuck if you rich off of fucking selling hats. You don't know a goddamn thing about selling houses. You don't know a damn thing about this. I gotta teach you that. See, that's the problem with everybody. Everybody think every nigga that's rich knows shit. Nigga don't know that. That nigga know how to write and sing. That was the father.
That's why he's in his lane.
Exactly. So the difference is he don't have properties. He don't have this. He don't have. Why the fuck he don't have that? As rich as he was. I don't know if he got properties. Exactly. So now you talk to a nigga that's a businessman. They show them how to get ready to make.
No, use a scheming. Yeah, you know how to do that.
That nigga got properties. I've been by Joe Biden's house in Chicago.
Yeah, I hear that. But anyway, come
on, man. You can't be going. I know you be mad. I know you hate this motherfucker.
No, but he don't have no property, brother. That shit got took from him. He don't have no that property. They took.
Let me ask you a question.
Fun took all that shit.
Let me tell you
so much about his business.
And I don't know why.
But let me finish that. Keep that question. Let me finish. No, because you asked that. Let me just finish.
I want to go to question real quick. Because I just thought of this question, and this is a very valid, good question.
Go ahead.
You and your family, you and your wife may get, stuff from people all around the world, right? Let me ask you a question. How do you view R. Kelly's wife, Andrea? Do you believe that all this shit went on for all these years and she didn't know? How could he be married all these years to Drea, right? And all this stuff going, she don't play a part in this?
I'm going to say this again. And for ones that keep trying to blame a woman. Talking about a man, Joe, we're not going to play this game, bro. You're talking about a powerful man. She didn't help build him. She came at him as a powerful man. So what that mean? You did what he did, what he told you to do. I don't give a fuck if she got the ring. She still looked at as the same victim. He fucked women in the next room while she laid in the room and could not come out the bedroom.
So you don't think that she could never divorce him? I think that she never did no threesomes with him.
Let me give you this. Listen. I don't doubt that she did, but I'm gonna tell you on my perspective. And I know people hate her. I know I had a chance to talk to her. I met her. You know what I did when I met her, bro? I said, listen, there you go. I told you that. I only thing I told her, I said, listen, I don't know your story, but what I do know from looking at you, seeing that stretch of shit in your eyes, trying to be a single mom of a fucking superstar babies and going through all the shit you did, only thing I could do is hug you. I said, I just want to give you a hug and tell you I don't want to know your story. What I do know, I wish you were stronger. And she said, yes, I should have been said something. And that was it. Now, I didn't say she didn't play a part, but with black eyes and beatings, do you think she did get beat? I just want to ask the world that. So do you think that he was in love with this woman that he told the world he never loved, he didn't want to marry her, and he damn sure they didn't want no children? They made him do all that. He said that.
Oh,
the label made him because, why? He kept getting in trouble. It was
but then the label didn't want nobody to know he had a wife. But now the label made him get married. Oh, God.
But I want to ask the world this. Do you think he excluded her from all the fucking ass whippings? Do you think he excluded her from the torment, the fucking degrading, the shit, the acts that she probably had the worst acts than anybody?
Did she
than anybody? I don't think so. I didn't pay. I was just worried about my daughter's shit, get shit over with, and then watch it from afar. Some of the other stuff and all that. I did obviously, but me and my daughter didn't want me to come, and then she wanted to do it her way, and I understood why. Because at that point, she got on the stand and still said some shit that wasn't on.
They ain't gonna lie, say his daughter didn't want them to come.
Taking up for him. See, a father knows his child like a mother knows a child. If you raise your child, let me say all fathers don't, because some of these motherfuckers on this internet don't have no relationship with their kids, grandkids, or nothing. I raised grandkids. I love all my children, and like I apologized, called up Gail immediately and apologized to him because I know my child. And it's like in a quick, I understand.
Now listen, at this point, he's in jail, and you saying your daughter is on the stand still lying, fam. What is there to lie to protect you want this nigga to go to jail and get away?
I'm going to say this again. I'm gonna say this again. You've been in jail. You've been in jail, right? You've been in the streets. Did you fuck with that nigga that wasn't to be fucked with? But one thing, you can talk shit when he wasn't there. But when he bent that motherfucker corner and you was in that school with him, did you feel your motherfucking heartbeat going up? Because you ain't know what he was up there capable of doing, right? And that's a dude on the street. That's you at the school. So imagine somebody living with somebody. Hold on. So imagine living with somebody for 5 years, get the shit beat out you and train and taught told you how to do it, and then you don't see him for 2 years and you're in court now face to face with him. How you think the women supposed to react? I want your personal opinion on that. How the fuck do you think these young kids supposed to act with this big motherfucker now sitting there? Yes, they was. Yeah. The victims was in the same room with him. Yes, all of them was in the same room. Wasn't nobody else in the same room. Yes, they sat in the court right in front of him. They had to look at him. They had to point at him. Yes. After 2 years of not seeing him. Yes. Did they also tell you how he got up and danced and do shit all on the floor and everybody put the shit his ass up?
Yeah, he lying.
Beating on the table.
Yeah, he lying.
Filming with shit. They trigger point.
Yeah, this nigga lying.
Shit he do when he mad when they live together.
Lying.
And if the only people they not understand, so they gotta come from abusive background. They gotta come from seeing this shit. I watched my mother for years take ass to our sons. And I'm included when we was little. And that's why we probably grew up with so much of a black heart and didn't give a fuck about a lot of shit. So when people don't identify, they won't know. And most of these abusers, like the motherfucking jackass, crackhead, that like to talk shit, sit there like he's somebody that beat the shit out of his own goddamn wife and hit her in the head with a shovel. He should have told you that while he's sitting up there, that she ran from him and all that shit.
Shauna said that you knocked your white teeth out, her mouth. And that's why Alice don't got her real front teeth. Because you knocked your white teeth out of her mouth. And one day when she was on the phone, she heard you choking Azriela in the car. And one day she was on the phone with you, she heard you chastising your wife again.
These motherfuckers that like to tell these stories, they got some fucked up background.
Like you, they're like ancestors.
So they need to tell their own. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, they know what it is because they watch it. But anyway, that's
all he do is talk about everybody else, just like Levi.
They can only
talk about everybody else.
That's why you had.
I think the last question was, you saying she's still lying for him. So we
lying on y'all helping Robert.
And then that fear jumped in, and you went back to what you knew.
Saying that y'all was beating her ass to sing.
Okay.
And that y'all knew that she was at the hotel. How is that helping Robert?
Puppy dog face and say, I'm doing this to this job. And you testify. Do you think they got that same energy they had when they...
You understand, lying on this man like shit. What part of helping him did she do?
And looking at this motherfucker, looking at him. Do you think they had the same energy? You come from them neighborhoods, brother. You watch it a million times.
I understand that.
Okay, brother. So that's what we're talking about. All right.
So he do is get loud and talk over.
And my daughter got to see him. Why wouldn't she still try to do something?
No, she didn't do nothing to help him.
No. This ain't what I meant to do. Oh, then they came up. Then she got to build up courage back up and realize what she's doing ain't wrong. He's the one that was wrong. He the motherfucker that need to apologize.
Where's your daughter at today? Like, not mentally.
She's good. Yeah, mentally, she was with her. She deal with her therapist. She dealing with this every day. But how the fuck can any of these girls, Faith, Adrielle, Javonda, Dominique, if you name them all, bro, all the victims, how the fuck are they gonna go when you got grown ass people that can be their mother and father and grandparents, and they sitting on a motherfucking internet, they can't even enjoy a friendship, talking to somebody without a grown motherfucker coming in their thing wishing death on them. It's not a game, man. My house almost got burnt down over this shit.
No, over you and Cash shit, you fucking
in the
liar.
R. Kelly shit. It's not a game. I didn't rent. That wasn't no motherfucker. That was my motherfucking home. A home we built for our grandkids.
That's a lie. That wasn't their home. That was an Airbnb. They did not buy that home because Azriel was staying inside of all these Airbnbs. Their house was not owned by them. And your house didn't get burnt up. The car did because of you, Cash, and Michael Williams. Ain't had shit to do with no R. Kelly. You goddamn liar.
No. Because these thirsty mother
This dude is such a liar. This shit is
fucking
crazy.
ignorant
How much of a liar?
fanatics got so intertwined in this shit that they thought this was cute. Putting out my ad and my information, my business information, my fucking home addresses and all this shit. Who the fuck does that?
Ain't nobody ever put out his home address.
That's not related. That's not related to this man. Who the fuck does that, bro?
Right.
This shit's sick. It's sick. Let's call it what it is. So you asked me about doing a mental, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, Joe.
Well, she out here butt ass naked.
I can look at my daughter and I see emptiness. I see pain. Yeah, she put on a show because she got a know that she want things out of life. She want her career. She want this. But you know what she won't do? She ain't sued that motherfucker because she want to prove to the world she don't need her money. And I call her a goddamn fool for that.
She ain't sue him. Look, she ain't sue him, but she's seeking for $362,000 restitution. This father got all his money, but couldn't afford to get his own daughter some goddamn medical insurance. That's why they went back and asked for more restitution for her, because she said she has no medical insurance. Broke ass father.
But the difference is, I stand with my motherfucking daughter. So if she gonna get it the hard way, then get it the hard way, baby. And that's what she doing.
You know, the statute of limitations on the civil suit ain't a few days. So she can always come on.
Exactly. That's why she trying to get
so
money
many of these
now.
ignorant black people that think, oh, it's only about money. Are y'all stupid? Do you understand that my daughter never been hit by a parent and got beat with a fucking shoe? So enough to where another one of his
beat by a shoe and laugh.
Sat there and put my daughter in the tub. How the fuck did she tell her parents? How can she tell us they never beat her and say that she can't tell us she got infected with a goddamn disease, she did this, and a motherfucker paying mental game? How did you go tell your parents?
Why don't y'all sue the goddamn record label that y'all gave the rights to the...
They never gave no rights to the record label.
Because she worked for him.
She never worked for no record label. They lied.
She worked for us.
They lied.
So why did you sue?
What I'm gonna get from some fucking project furniture?
But they ain't never.
She worked for him. You sue him. You sue the company.
Man, fuck that, man.
So you let that nigga cut you up.
If I
didn't get that lady no goddamn.
I love my daughter. I would be personally. I would have that motherfucker for half the shit I went through.
Sue them for what? Y'all stole the money out the fucking house.
Even got involved. I was on the ground, back and forth to Chicago, flights, motherfuckers, $1,000 said, just one way, get the last minute flight. Wherever my daughter was at, I was popping up there.
You ain't even had the money to get your flight back. Broke ass.
How many motherfucking times I've been staked out, motherfuckers, trying to make sure my daughter was alive.
Broke ass nigga.
All that bullshit, that shit I can't even tell you on the
Yup.
But they listen to these.
Yup. Joe said at the beginning that this is how he found out that Levi wasn't Robert's real cousin, because Levi set this interview up. Levi begged him. He said he kept begging him and begging him to do the interview with Angelo, and then he said he finally did the interview. So yes, Levi set up this interview with Choke and Angelo. Now, go run tell that. How the hell is that Robert's cousin or a cousin that's going to set up Angelo to speak to Choke so Angelo can come out here and bash and slander Robert right after the trial, because they was under a hot seat that everybody seen the messages and what Azriel said about them at the trial. Yep, Levi set this up.
And do all this shit that was around them. They all lied.
That's why Angelo always speaking good of Levi.
That's real deal. This shit what they doing is goofy, man. And that's all I'm trying to tell you. So if I tell you, I don't know how none of these girls going. But what I can tell you is, at any moment, they in a real fucked up, fragile state. They in a real fragile state because you know why? All of us failed. all of us didn't stand behind these young black girls. Stand up. What the fuck they was doing was right.
The same way how you was trying to have sex.
Bro, that shit they came forward was right, bro. We should be both on every fucking channel.
See how you trying to control the narrative?
That they are inspired to anybody that is a victim. And saying every fucking channel, tell these black girls that while these same kind of white girls on every channel spokesman 20 miles an hour to speak to schools and this and that, but we done tore down every ounce of these black women that's the next generation of motherfuckers that look just like us.
Because look at it,
the
same father that just burnt all them people that joined Team Truth.
And if the sacrifice is this one motherfucking Negro, then fucking get rid of the nigga. Because these women mean more than us than him. The nigga only make music, bro. He ain't got his name one motherfucker he made rich. That was one of his friends.
A lot of people, all the people who he wrote music for, he made rich. Dumbass
nigga. Came up, the niggas that stole from him.
Dumbass nigga.
That's it. The nigga don't pay nobody. Let's tell the truth.
Charlie Wilson.
How was this
Let's keep going. How many other people?
Because them niggas around him was broke. Then put them niggas on the phone with me, and they'll tell you, last they was out getting their own fucking bread, they was broke.
Nigga,
and that's a fucking promise.
Nigga, they wasn't broke.
That's a fucking promise.
They wasn't broke. You didn't know what
them niggas. Plenty of them niggas money to get motherfucking where I need to get to my motherfucking.
Yeah, he gave them niggas money.
All them niggas know it ain't right, but the nigga owed them so much.
Now he gave them money.
They felt stuck.
The same nigga that couldn't pay for his daughter to get a computer.
How do niggas get infiltrated when you don't do your people right? Niggas start going.
All you do is holler and scream
and that's how
you control the narrative.
You don't pay people. So why the fuck do people keep thinking this?
Why you so hype? Why you can't talk to love?
$5,000 a month. Let me break this shit down. Dude, the nigga was dropping off money.
I hope Joe cut his ass off. I hope you cut him off, and I'm getting tired of that nigga, man. Nigga's a fucking liar, man. Just a liar, like that shit crazy. Just a liar. And he try to scare everybody so they can't ask the question.
And I'm gonna let y'all come in now.
So they can't question him because he get all loud and all that shit.
Got questions?
Well, he's done with him now.
Be respectful. The
you won't see him saying he talking to him.
Goose show. My peoples.
You won't see Levi talking to Robert now.
Okay, he back.
And that's a fact.
My baby Lisa Woo looking sexy. Woo, Lisa Woo.
And tell them they not right. If every story wasn't right, I'm okay. Let's get to the ones that wasn't telling the truth. Okay, let's put them aside. But we can't make everybody that opened up into a liar for one motherfucker.
Right. Everybody not like I think that. I mean, you are supposed to be emotionally invested in this whole thing.
Oh, no doubt, brother. But I'm like this with all of them, brother. All of it.
Everybody, I keep telling you.
He just was talking shit about Joy a couple weeks ago. Your daughter can't even sing.
But I'm gonna bring people.
What the hell was your daughter there for? What talent did your daughter got?
But Joe, I got a big follow. I got people that support.
Look,
for real.
I got a big following. You ain't got none of them people no more, dumbass.
You get it, Joe. You can teach the shit, the real shit that people.
You stole money from all of them. I got a big following. Not no more.
Mother, they need a motherfucker to tell them, don't do that. I don't give a fuck. You need to choose quitting your job or making the motherfuckers pay you for your time, because if you do that, may be the wrong move.
All right, well, look, we're gonna bring some people in. Wait. When I bring you in, I'm gonna ask you to introduce yourself. All right? Just say your name. I don't care about your show, your podcast. Don't promote mine. I'm gonna cut you right off. Say your name and then ask your question. All right? I'm gonna start with you, T baby.
Hi.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm still going back to baby. I don't know business. I feel like that.
Okay.
But I had a question. So, if she does have herpes, does she tell the people that she's with?
I don't think that's a question for me, and you the boasty girl. So you need to ask. You and him probably need to get checked from all the things that he running around.
See how he disrespect T baby?
Okay.
See how he disrespect her?
That question.
Just cause that's his girl, why you ain't answer the question? He come out and say they probably got something. Y'all see how he did that?
I'm not going to live in our own. You know, this is crazy. Let me tell you.
Look, bro, we gonna see this.
I'm not going to live in her.
Adriel can talk for Adriel. We ain't talking for Adriel and no shit like that. All right, Shalom.
See how he just disrespected T baby? Oh, you and your dude probably got herpes and all this other stuff.
All right, this is Siobhan. Angelo, you and I have spoken on the phone.
Yes.
You and I have spoken on the phone with Dana J.
Baby.
I remember who you is. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's on. I got it, Choke. I got it. I see he was on mute. Okay,
I want you just ask a question.
Okay, well, I'm not, because the question is referred to this man, right? This is who you saying we can speak to, right?
Yeah, so
I'm speaking to him about what him and I know. So I'm asking him a question.
What?
Can I ask the question?
Ask the question.
Okay, thank you.
Bodyguarding people.
Angela, you're sitting here stating that black girls this and black girls that. The question I have for you, did you not have Dust the Dawn Productions promoting porno with young black women in Baltimore for $9.75 an hour, 8 hours a day, $75 a day, basically? That's where I get the $9.75 from. That you had these young girls having sex. This is why you promoted the dildo as well to Mr. Robert Kelly. I have a lot of questions, but Choke, you're not being.
All right,
No, I want that. No, I wanted that. You should have left for that.
She's still there, but she's like,
but bring her. I was.
Hold on, brother. This is my shit.
Yeah.
All right. All that energy. I don't look. I asked the question. I said this shit in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Just ask the question and let you respond.
Ask the question.
This shit ain't gonna be no bad shit. She's still talking and look.
Listen, it's fine. Let me answer. Because
he let Angelo get him all hyped up, and now he know. Now he knows the truth about their asses.
These motherfuckers can dox everything about me, but you can't see the name of a fucking production company. I'm not the. Look at my spelling on my production company and everything. My production company never did shit with no goddamn porn, and porn is illegal in Baltimore. If you know anything about a goddamn porn industry, that shit you can only do in the West Coast and other places, Reno, other places. Now, did I have a porn site? Man, probably when you was a fucking baby in 1991.
He's a liar.
You ain't had
He's a liar.
anything other than.
All right, you answered the question, bro. We gonna move on.
That's where that Dawn Productions came from. Yes, it was.
It
The channel's still on YouTube, liar.
But not
it's gone, man. That shit was 9 months, but it ain't out there. That shit's been gone.
The channel's still up on YouTube.
That much energy.
That's the one where I told y'all Adriel took a picture with her and the dog.
What's good, bro?
Hey, man, that's the infamous case. Yeah, go ahead.
That nigga made videos about me. Fuck that. I don't do nothing. Fuck that.
That was ignorant.
You know what? You know, let me just end this.
Say your name.
See, that's what I'm saying. He control the narrative, so you can't ask the nigga no questions.
So I got
You're not going to be straight with the question, and that's why Levi set this live up so that Joe can control who could come on and who can't.
I see that he says that he's a guy about morals, and I just want to know, were you the photographer that was taking those provocative pictures of your daughter?
Exactly, when she was in that goddamn tub singing Lil' Kim and all that shit.
Hell to the fuck no. Like I said on many channels, y'all gotta stop watching these dumbass.
Yo, brother, you ain't gotta curse at him. He didn't curse at you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Still in the chat. He just asked
but you know what, Joe? Let me say this. I know where they come from.
You know where it come from. This man is a regular person on YouTube watching this shit. Your daughter online with naked ass pictures in a tub.
Okay, so
I know where this comes from. Nigga, the whole world is watching your dumb ass.
I don't even follow my daughter because of her swimsuit and all that connection. Why would I sit there and take it when I would pay somebody professionally to take my daughter picture? Make it make sense. I mean, bro, y'all ask some of the most ridiculous questions.
Okay, look, the answer is what? No, you didn't take the picture.
Fuck no, I did.
Okay, all right, let me move on. Hold on. LaShonda, you up next, all right?
Hey, anime.
You gotta mute it, LaShonda.
Nobody can't ask
no questions. You gotta turn your sound down. LaShonda, you up next, all right?
Cause he gonna control the narrative.
If I don't see you on the screen, I'm not gonna bring you on.
The porno with young black women.
Look, before y'all come on, turn your sound down.
So you was a little too late.
You can hear yourself speak. Turn your sound down. Turn your sound down.
Yeah, he disrespected the mess out of T-Baby.
You try LaShonda one more time.
Tomorrow, well, don't you and your nigga, y'all probably got
What's your question, love?
Can you hear me? And all this other stuff.
What's your question?
Okay, so my question was, you said that Az went after school and that you guys didn't know she was there, but in court she testified to the fact that the security guard called you guys and spoke to her parents, and you guys told her them that she was 18, and that's why they left her there. She was never pulled out.
Exactly.
Just now you said she was pulled out and it was because she was underage and so on and so forth. So I'm trying to get clarification there.
Hold on, sister. Let them talk. Yeah.
So clarification would be listen to both sides of the
look, clarification, listen to both sides.
Don't listen to just
what do both sides got? That was both sides, you dumbass. That was the prosecutors that asked her. Who knew that you were going to that hotel? Goddamn liar.
How would they know my
The prosecutors asked her. Who knew you was going to the hotel?
We had the truth was in the second part of it. No, she never said she was left anywhere. She left with us, and she didn't even drive our goddamn car. We left my wife's car. She drove in my car, and that's how we get it. We didn't even. We were so furious. She didn't even drive with her car. So if you really want to know what happened, no, she wasn't left there. R. Kelly ran out of the side of the building.
No, he didn't.
While his ass probably wasn't locked up.
No, he didn't.
Because the security guards let him out to the back of the building, which I just.
No, he didn't. No,
it was a real police thing. It wasn't security guard. It was a Osceola police, Orlando, Florida.
You're lying because the police said that y'all didn't make no fucking report.
That was the lies everybody put out. I would have justified a whole lot of things still taken up for him, and when I just came back after the cross-examination and clarified some things.
No, she did not.
So maybe you missed that part. I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking them a good
Oh my
question.
God, nigga, he's a fucking liar. The prosecution asked her, who knew that she was in the hotel? My parents. It wasn't no goddamn the rebuttal. The rebuttal was the defense. Fucking liar. Always trying to control the narrative.
They really think I was a fucked up dude out here. I'm on preach.
Yeah, you's a fucked up dude.
God damn, I mean, they got me out the deal. All types of
Shakara,
stuff.
take to the cash app, Shakara. I ain't trying to, I'm gonna try it one more time. I hope you got the sound correct. All right?
Where you the photographer that was taking those provocative pictures.
Nice. She's a rap.
They got me all twisted up.
She's a rap. Hey, Debo Skeet, I said anybody that been on in the last 2 days can't come on, brother. Got love for you, but
that wasn't cool. Control the narrative.
Another day, brother. I told you, all those that came on before, y'all can't. Which store? Y'all can't come on.
All because Angelo don't want them on.
What up, brother?
That's all this nigga do is control the narrative.
What up, bro?
That's why he don't go on nobody's channels. Because he want to control it.
All right, Los, what's your question? Yeah, man. I want to know if you ever was able to get up on dude.
No, bro. I came close, but he was always he always was deep. That's not the time, man. Every time.
You ever able to get up on dude? Nigga,
I had a situation where it would have been a bad situation.
You wasn't able to get up on him, but you up on him asking him about a deal.
But make no mistake, I was on the ground at all times. I got a lot of love in Chicago. I got family on South Side Chicago. So
you ain't got no love in Chicago.
You know, things could have happened, but the difference is when you got a lot of young girls that's innocent, they don't play a part, and they ready to jump in front of anything for this guy, you gotta be real careful how you move. And another thing,
that's no, you answered the question. No, you ain't get up on it. All right, let's move on. All right, something. What up?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm on the fine. Okay, the young lady who my name is Karen. The young lady who came on, and she said something about the hotel. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah, we see.
Okay.
That's what we need to do. Go ahead.
And she said something about the hotel. I know, thank you. But she said something about the hotel, and he said that he called or she called the police or something like that. Okay, but that happened before Azriel went to stay with R. Kelly. And that happened before, that happened like the first time she met him, right?
Right. So why the hell did she?
So how did she end up going back with him after that?
Thank you.
You said you called the police.
Thank you. Thank
you. Can you hear me?
Ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm off me. Yeah, hey,
answer the question.
Listen, Gwen, it's supposed to have been a interview. The reason
that's not what she asked.
Why we was on alert is because my daughter shouldn't have did an interview with no motherfucking body, nobody, excuse my friend, without consulting with her parents, or at least telling her brother.
Not answering.
So when my son didn't know where he was at,
she said, why did she end up back with R. Kelly?
Where she at? So when she said it was an interview, that's the.
What is he talking about?
They allowed him to be able to come downstairs to come.
What is he talking about? That ain't what she asked you.
So we only had the story of my daughter saying nothing happened. It was a real interview. This and that. He don't play phones, so that's where that comes from. So it was never no foul play right there. If it was foul play, my daughter wouldn't have never.
He just said that Robert had sex with her, then had.
What you mean was no foul play? They didn't do nothing that day.
I didn't know. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. I didn't remember. We found this out later. It's a year later. I didn't know.
Did they do anything that day?
Yes. Fuck yeah. One of his staff, the one person that was in the house. If you look at my page, you'll see a woman that I apologize to that been in this, that was trying to get a job. That's who spilled the beans, who first brought it to our attention. I just didn't like how she did it, because she was degrading my daughter, but she was putting it out there.
All right, so let's move on. The Truth, what up, Truth?
Hey, how's it going? My question, real quick, to Angelo is, sir, you say that you are extremely business-minded, and you have been since the age of 15. So my question to you is, why did you not manage your own daughter the way Matthew Knowles managed Beyonce?
Okay. Good question, sister. Thank you. Go ahead. Answer a question.
Good question. I guess the same reason that Jay-Z was allegedly supposed to be sleeping with her since 16, when they did a recording session that the world don't know. and been involved with her in her life since 16. I don't know if it's true or not. That's allegedly, but that's what I hear. And
what they got to do with you being a manager to your daughter?
He got more involved with the business than
what they got to do with you?
And lost the management of his daughter.
What they got to do with you?
Easy, and I wasn't the manager. My wife was the manager. So yes, I'm very business minded. But one thing I'm not going to do, shut down stores and all this for somebody that's upcoming. We didn't have a contract for those that, and I know what the truth is. I just let her speak because she made a real fucked up video about me. So I really should have blasted her out, but to answer her question.
We're going to move on. We're going to move on. We're going to blast her out.
No, because, I said it, no, I'm not with that person.
Hi, my name is Tanika from Richmond. So
yeah, you said that.
Actually just came on here to say